I'm working on Caduce, which is a company to make better insurance reimbursement documentation for healthcare providers.
I'm working on Grata Health, which is a telehealth addiction clinic that leverages agentic AI in order to increase quality of care.
The mentorship call with Satya was one of the biggest things in helping us determine how exactly we wanted to enter this healthcare space.
I think the big thing that the competition taught me was just exactly how to scale up systems and deploy them.
I hope that this year's winning team gets at least as much out of this Imagine Cup and Microsoft Build experience as we did.
The entirety of the startup and tech world is right there for you to meet, so just really take advantage of that.
Please welcome software engineer Donna Sarkar.
Hello, Microsoft Build. Who is ready to have a good time today? Everyone. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so let's do the most exciting part of the morning. For 24 years, Imagine Cup has been nurturing founders by bringing together the skills, the support, and the ecosystem they need, from cutting-edge tech to global connections, which influence not just what they build, but who they become as founders. This year, along with Microsoft for Startups, their journey was shaped by our partners at GitHub Education and Replit. They helped our founders build and ship with intention. Our founders were also matched with industry-leading mentors who've scaled products and companies and brought their expertise to support them. 3 startups out of all of them rose to the top from over 1,000 submissions, and they pitched to an incredible group of judges. Our judges this year were Dr. Irina Raiku, who is currently building 2 AI-native ventures as a solo founder. Bakari Brock, right there, who's the general manager at Microsoft for Startups, where his team builds and scales partnerships with top venture firms. And third, Thea Mervold, who's a third-time founder and an advocate for women and diversity in technology, along with inclusive and ethical AI. So what's at stake, right? What's at stake? All these founders have been competing because the grand prize is going to be $100,000 and a mentoring session with Satya Nadella himself. So with that, I'd love to introduce you to the 3 startups who've progressed the Imagine Cup World Championship.
What inspired me to create CopyFlag was when I experienced copyright infringement firsthand as a small independent creator. I realised I'd lost about £70,000. CopyFlag's AI-powered platform for independent creators and small business owners to detect copyright infringement that's been modified using AI to make it more difficult to detect. It searches across the web for matches or copies of their work and allows them to take action to remove it from online sites. As a result of being successful in taking down content, CopyFlag is also susceptible to fraudsters. So as part of that, we now verify who people are, who they say they are, and that the content they upload is owned by them. I think generative AI is such a powerful tool, and I'd really like to see it used as a force for good, so small creators can fight back just as hard as these huge corporations.
Currently, the world does have a food problem, but it's not that we're not making enough food, because we are. It's just not going to the right places. Overall, we hope to improve these supply chain distribution systems so that food can get routed to where it actually needs to be routed. SpoilSafe uses sensors and AI to predict food spoilage before it happens, and this helps operators intervene across the supply chain.
What we're trying to solve is not only reducing food waste on an environmental and monetary scale, but also bringing in actionable insight for these warehouse and distribution companies that inventory managers and supply chain operators can use in order to better manage their food inventory and not only prevent spoilage, but help distribute it out to the right retail store or grocery chain.
The vision for SpoilSafe ultimately is eventually bringing this to consumers, because we feel like that is ultimately what will solve like this worldwide issue with food spoilage.
More than half the people going through physical therapy never really get better. We were able to recognize frustrations on both sides of this marketplace. There were patients who wanted care and couldn't get it, And there were providers who felt like they were doing work that could be automated. Revora Health is a platform that connects anyone who's injured with a specialist physical therapist in minutes instead of months at half the traditional cost, while providing support every step of the way. We make that matching process as seamless as possible, but also deeply personalized for both the provider and the patient. If you have any kind of disability, we have a way to meet you where you are, whether it's speaking a foreign language, whether it's gesturing, pointing, voice, text. We save physical therapists a ton of time across all of their workflows so they could spend more time providing high quality care and getting people to recover.
Okay, who's ready to meet the Imagine Cup World finalists? Yes? Let's see what they built. Come on out. All right. Shall we talk about what they've built? Okay. So first up, we're going to come to you, Copy Flag. Patrick, please tell everyone what you built. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right.
Generative AI has made IP theft scalable. Copy Flag is the AI defense layer for creators. Simply upload your content and Copy Flag gets to work, fingerprinting, indexing, and searching online for copies of your content. Once uploaded, 5 signals run in parallel, such as AI remix detection, semantic checks, and background swap. Above 0.9, we recommend a takedown to the user to remove the content. Let's see how that looks. In our alert center, you can confirm as a copy and send a takedown straight to the source to remove the content. Now let's look at Horizon, our predictive engine. This uses product history and seller data to predict who, when, and what the next likely copy will be. Now let's go to repeat offenders. This shows a relationship map based on previous cases and allows us to take bulk action, such as removal, monitoring, or escalation. From reactive takedowns to predictive defense, Copy Flag makes AI the defender for creators.
Amazing. Thank you. As a fellow creator, I thank you for this work, and so do our incredible group of creators right here in the front row. Thank you, Patrick. All right, next up we have Spoil Save. Rohan, please tell us.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready, let's go.
SpoilSafe is a predictive decision layer for freshness and supply chains, combining low-cost sensors with intelligence. This is our main sensor pipeline, operated by an inventory manager at a warehouse. Our sensors are continuously collecting volatile gases, temperature, and humidity from the storage environments and populating this in real time. Let me put in strawberries as our food type, and let's press Get Decision. And what you get back is an automated time to spoilage prediction for exactly how long that batch has left, in a clear decision, in this case to keep it on the shelf for a few more days. Then, going over to our main sensor dashboard, you can see all currently active sensors. Another way we can analyze is utilizing the Compare feature. We have 2 pallets of strawberries stored under different conditions, and hitting Compare, we can see that our models are predicting very different outcomes. Batch A has over 3 days left and stays on the shelf, while batch B is already down to 21 hours, so our decision engine flags this for discount immediately. SpoilSafe is cheaper to deploy every pallet, fully automated, and provides a decision output that tells operators exactly what to do. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. Hardware, software, sensors, AI, no big deal. Incredibly complicated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now let's hear from Revora Health. Tell us, Surya, you ready? Okay.
Revora Health is a platform that makes physical therapy more simple than ever. First, you tell our AI agent, Clara, about your injury, and we could find the perfect physical therapist for you. No more long wait times. In just a couple clicks, you're well on your way to getting the care that you need. Now let's fast forward and imagine that you're recovering from a knee injury, and it hurts while you squat. Clara is able to surface personalized insights that help you understand exactly why you're feeling your pain, like you could see in this modal right over here. Then, it's as simple as setting up your phone and talking to Clara about what feels wrong, and she provides empathetic support. Hey, Clara, the abs of my knee right here hurts while I squat.
Sorry to hear that, Surya. Tell me more about what it feels like, and I can help reduce the pain.
But we didn't stop there. This recovery insight is then sent directly to my physical therapist, and you could see this insight from Clara here that tells them what I've been struggling with and even recommends a solution. In a click of one button, they can update my care program to add clamshells so I don't feel that pain again. With Revora, we provide instant access, affordable care, and continuous guidance.
Incredible. Thank you. Who could have used that for a knee injury or two back in the day? Yep, that's right. So you've all seen what these amazing teams have built, the architecture, the AI choices, the demos that hold up on a pretty big stage. But behind every product you ship has a story underneath it. To explore that side of the journey, I'd like to introduce someone who's seen up close how founders make the commercial and technical decisions that tend to matter the most. Please welcome the Vice President of Microsoft for Startups, Hans Yang. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. So, the best part of my job is drawing inspiration from student founders who are wise beyond their years. So let's take a peek inside the minds of these incredibly talented founders from this year's Imagine Cup finalists. Surya, you first, please. Trust is the currency of healthcare, and it typically takes years to learn. You're a grad student, and you're already running pilots in clinics across multiple states. What's the lesson there for developers who feel like they're targeting an industry that isn't ready to let them in yet?
I mean, you're spot on about trust, Hans. What I've learned from my experience is that trust, especially within healthcare, is actually built from the ground up, not the top down. So when I started, I built validation cycles directly with physical therapists and clinicians, and I was iterating every single day. And what I've realized is that breaking into an industry isn't about having the best credentials or years of experience. It's actually about earning the trust of the people who feel the pain the most. And so to my builders and founders out there, my advice to you is simple. Build with genuine curiosity and deep passion, and build alongside the people who can help you shape the future.
That's great. Perfect. Co-design with your customers to build trust. That's great advice for a founder in any industry. Next, Vika Rohan. Vika, so after 50 customer conversations, one food safety director stopped you in your tracks with a single sentence. She said, "We don't need more data, we need actions." So how does a founder know when they finally heard the insight that inspires a pivot?
Honestly, you know because it reframes everything you've already heard. We'd experienced versions of this shared sentiment across dozens of interviews, but it felt like separate problems to tackle. When the director said it clearly, it clicked. That's when we knew it was real. Not when the feedback is surprising, but when one sentence suddenly explains everyone else. That understanding completely changed our conversations. Instead of selling visibility, we now sell confidence.
I love that pivot from selling information to selling an outcome. That's fantastic. I also understand your mom is out there, so do you want to wave to her really quick? Hi, Mom. So Patrick, you have a great story. Well, maybe not great. You lost 70,000 pounds of your own money to a problem that didn't have a solution yet. Creators are having their content copied or stolen, so you decided to build one. What convinced you to go from a victim of a problem to the builder of a solution?
So yeah, unfortunately, it cost me £70,000 to really understand the problem. My designs were copied and resold, and then the insight hit me. Creators and brands are losing money to copyright infringement they can't even see. Detection tools exist, but AI-modified copies slip right past them. So instead of waiting for someone to build a solution, I built Copy Flag. This allows us to turn an invisible problem into a visible one.
I love that point, turning invisible problems into visible solutions. That's great. That's a great way to describe the vision that all the best founders have. Thank you. So each of you provided such amazing insights for all the founders out there, and I really want to thank you for sharing that wisdom. It's so clear why you were selected as finalists for this year's competition.
It is so awesome to see how these founders have grown through their Imagine Cup journeys and all of the incredible support they've received from Microsoft startups and all of you, their broader community. Thank you to all of the mentors and coaches out there. We appreciate you so much. I think it's time to move on to the final stage of the competition. You all ready? Yeah. Hans, you ready to announce the winner? I didn't look.
You didn't look?
Okay.
Are you all ready?
Okay.
All right,
They're
let's do it. Okay, let's see. These three startups have all built with real ambition, skill, and heart. And getting this far, this is already a win. But today, only one of you can be named the Imagine Cup World Champion. And this year, this is a surprise for all of you, Microsoft is backing you more than they ever have before. And so as a surprise, the grand prize is going up from $100,000 to $150,000. So the 2026 Imagine Cup World Champion is Copy Flag. Congratulations.
Right. Good morning. Good morning. It's fantastic to be back in San Francisco at Build. It's always fun to be at developer conferences at times of great change. You know, developer conferences are always about understanding tech shifts, understanding the new stack, but it's also about really coming to grips with the new opportunity, right? For us as developers, for the companies that we work at, as well as the broader world. So today we're going to unpack this. This conference is all about that. And if there's one key takeaway, it would be this. How do you all participate fully in this frontier intelligence ecosystem? Right? It's not about any one piece of technology that you'll hear about or even the platform itself. It's about the value that you can build, you can compound, you can create on top of the platform. That's what a developer conference needs to be about, and that's what we will focus on. So let's kind of get into it. Let's take a look at this AI stack that this conference is going to unpack in a great amount of detail. It starts, of course, with the compute fabric, right? That ubiquitous compute fabric that spans the edge and the cloud. You then have this layer, which is the emerging layer where you have the models, you have context, you have the tools the models can access. And then on top of that, you have the runtime where you deploy your agents and applications that you built on top of the context layer, on top of the model layer. And then, of course, you have the best tooling to do all of this, and then you have the security, the compliance, and the governance, right? That's the simplest form of the tech stack. But let's kind of start where it always starts, which is infrastructure. And in fact, let's start at the edge with Windows. Because when you step back, the amount of compute there is at the edge is actually astounding, right? I mean, think about every NPU, GPU, CPU even. Every PC, if you sort of aggregate that, that's a lot of compute power. So we asked ourselves one simple question, right? If we can deliver unmetered intelligence to every desk and every home, right? It takes us all the way back to the very beginning, but that's what we said. Can we do that in this era of AI? And in fact, we're in some sense delivering that already today, right? When you look at something like, say, Outlook Summarize, it's actually using onboard AI locally. Same thing with PowerPoint Alt Text or Teams Super Resolution. It's just not Microsoft stuff. It's, for example, Adobe After Effects or Premiere are both using Windows ML across NPUs and GPUs for local processing. And so today, one of the things that I'm really excited about in order to tap into all this compute power is to expand the scope of Windows ML and Windows AI, right? So you now have the full install base of GPUs that you can get to. So I'm really thrilled that every developer out there can count on building for local onboard AI and then have it run across all of the install base. Now, we are also announcing two very cool new models that are all going to run on Windows in box. The first is a new SLM. It's sort of a more efficient model, Ion Instruct. And it's a great reasoning model. And then we have the planning model, Ion Plan, which is a local agentic loop. I mean, think about it, right? You now have a full local agentic loop. You can give it tools access and build a fully onboard agentic applications without having to round trip to the cloud. And of course, we said in order to really push the limits, realize this unmetered intelligence, there's also a lot of hardware that's evolving too. And so we're thrilled to see the innovation across the Windows ecosystem, right? It's AMD with their Ryzen processors. The Panther Lake stuff from Intel is just exciting to see. Qualcomm announced two sets of things which are great. One on the high end with a Snapdragon X2 Elite. And then on the low end, even for sub 500 PCs with Snapdragon C. So it's great to see all of this. And of course, that brings us to NVIDIA and RTX Spark. This is a next generation SoC for PCs. It brings together the CPU, the GPU, as well as the AI capabilities into a single SoC. And that's the exciting part. And it includes unified memory architecture and also the integrated DRTM, right? So you now have all of the systems innovation and the SoC coming together. And we're really thrilled that one of the first devices that we built was the Surface Ultra, right? It's a beautiful device, and it really brings the power of NVIDIA together with the design and the craftsmanship of Surface. It's 128 gigabytes of unified memory. It's beautiful 2,000-nit display, and it has an all-day battery life. And so we're very excited to see this later this fall. And it's also wonderful to see all the designs from all the OEM partners who are taking advantage of this new SoC and the new platform and bringing out some pretty exciting machines that are going to be all available come this fall. And so, of course, we said, OK, this is fantastic. What can we do next? So we said, let's try and push this and push the architecture to its limit for developers, right? What if we could just max the compute, max the memory, build out that developer machine that's the dream machine? And that's what we're announcing today. Surface RTX Spark, DevBox. Let's roll the video.
I was poor. to you. Like water to the moon. You swell and I monsoon. Only when you want to. Skies are falling, but I loved you still. Now I wonder, did you really ever love me? Dining on me only when I'm good. Now that I'm gone, what do you think about me? Think about me. Think about me. What do you think about me? Everything's in bloom.
All right. Yeah, this is, it's truly a dream machine. It's got a 1 petaflop of AI compute, 20 CPU cores. All of those things have 128 gigabytes of unified memory access. So super excited about this coming in the fall, and you can join the wait list. I'm on the wait list as well, so we'll get there. So then we said, why stop there? We said, what if we did one more thing? And in fact, I think Jensen did that already when he said Windows is coming to the DGX station. So I describe it as the desktop data center, which you can have right there and running a 1 trillion parameter model locally. I mean, just to sort of put it in perspective, it's pretty close to what perhaps we had when we built GPT-2.5 or 3, right? One of the first supercomputers. So it's pretty crazy to think that we've come this far where you can now have a data center on your desktop. And of course, we're extending the developer endpoints even to the cloud. Windows 365 now has the developer distribution that's optimized for developer productivity in the cloud. So that's the Windows 365 that I use every day. And it's simply about making Windows, whether it's on the laptop, the desktop, the cloud, wherever, the best place to build. And so to that end, we have tons and tons of updates, right? We're starting, by the way, with one of the favorite things for all of us, which is distraction-free dev environment. We're also introducing an intelligent terminal, which has got built-in GitHub Copilot, right? Terminal with sort of the Copilot intelligence. And of course, there's lots and lots of Linux love across Windows now. So you have 70 plus utilities. So grep in full glory is now available for regular Windows access. 70 plus utilities, as I said, all of that is coming to Windows. We're also bringing things from the Mac that you love, things like Starship, Z Shell, Homebrew is going to be native on Windows as well, so you'll be able to switch to Windows. And today, we're announcing WSL containers. This is, I know, been a point of pain when you're managing all these environments, switching all the mental gymnastics of trying to keep this straight. So having first-class support for containers will really help us be in the flow when you are building and deploying locally. And to show you all of this on our new Surface RTX Spark, I wanted to invite up on stage Kayla to just take a spin through all the dev tools. Kayla, go ahead.
Our team has been working hard to make Windows a great place for development. And today, I'm going to show you some major improvements and delighters you can try out today. So what we have here is the default experience on the Surface RTX Spark dev box. Right away, it feels calm. There's no news feed, no widgets popping up, no notifications, and of course, we're in dark mode. I'm immediately ready to start development. Well, there's one thing I'd like to change. I like to put my taskbar on the left. So let me jump into my taskbar settings using the new Run, which is built leveraging the architecture of PowerToy's command palette. No. I want it all the way on the left. There we go. After popular demand, we're excited to announce that vertical taskbar is now available in Windows Insider builds. The new Surface RTX Spark also has a bunch of key dev tools already installed, like Python, Node, and many more of your favorites. All of the developer goodness, all in one file. And if you want to get the same experience today on your device, we're making this file available to everyone right now. We have a public repo set up with the configuration file and instructions for how to apply it using winget configure, which will make the adjustments to Windows and install all the tools. Now, one cool thing that I have running here is PowerToys' new utility called Grab and Move, which lets you hold Alt and move the window around from anywhere. Another tip is that you can enable End Task, which lets you end the process without having to open Task Manager. So let me jump into my dev drive. Dev drives run on REFS with Defender running in async and are optimized for performance when it comes to development scenarios. Also, File Explorer is Git aware. We've got stuff like last change author name, last change message, the status of each file, plus my favorite is that the branch name is on the bottom left. So now let's get started building and open our terminal. This is an experimental experience called Intelligent Terminal that makes working with agents even more seamless. When you first install Intelligent Terminal, you're greeted with the option to pick your favorite agent. I'm going to use GitHub Copilot for today, but you can use whichever agent speaks to you. Now here in Intelligent Terminal, I have a regular terminal pane at the top and an agent that's listening on the bottom, and I can work between them while the agent helps along the way. So for example, here's an error being generated. My agent pane is able to detect it and provide a fix, which is great when I don't remember the syntax, especially for something like regex. So I'm going to work on OpenClaw, and I've already built it using WSL Container. WSL Container is a native container experience on Windows, plus it can leverage the GPU, which is perfect for the Surface RTX Spark. It can also reference your existing container files, just like the one in the OpenClaw project. So here's one of the files open in Microsoft Edit, which ships in Windows by default and just got syntax highlighting in its latest version. And then you can also just see your containers running with a simple container images command. And since we're on the topic of WSL, we're providing a WSL profile that's designed to feel comfortable for those of you who use tools like Starship, ZSH, and Homebrew. So it comes pre-configured with all of your favorite utilities, and it's available in the repo that I showed earlier. And it also includes one of my favorites, BTOP. So the Surface RTX Spark is designed for developer-heavy workloads, including serving large local models for coding. I've already done some development with a 120 billion parameter model that most machines can't even load. So here's a quick view of my usage, and we can see how many tokens I've used locally. So we're looking at about 3.4 million tokens leveraged on the device itself. Now, we can kick off multiple sub-agents using Fleet, and just so we don't have to watch me type, I'm going to use Copilot's voice feature, which is also leveraging its own local model. So I'll just hold spacebar and tell it what I want it to do. Find any console.writeline or debug.writeline calls in the Tray and Node projects and convert them to the standard logger used elsewhere in the codebase. There we go. Now the main agent will delegate sub-agent tasks of appropriate complexity to the local model, utilizing my GPU and making it more cost-efficient. Now, as developers, while we're debugging, we're often looking through log files to diagnose any issues. Sometimes finding the location of the log files is a challenge. I'd love to be able to just type something like grep log and find them all. Ah, sweet. So on top of already adding curl, tar, and sudo to Windows, now we're adding over 75 command line utilities like env, head, tail, and touch for those of us who love to live in the terminal. So I found all my log files, but now having to parse them is the second challenge. Well, I've actually had Ion Instruct proactively performing analyses on my log files this whole time. Now I can quickly diagnose anything that's gone wrong in my development, plus I don't have to worry about token usage because it's all local. We can even take a look at our machine's resources. The models are loaded, and you can see 90 gigs of RAM being utilized by the GPU, truly showcasing the full power of the Surface RTX Spark. We were able to use 3 local models simultaneously, unmetered, while going about our regular dev flow without a hitch. That's huge. So I know you're going to love what the team's been working on. We hope it gives you a glimpse of what's possible on Windows today and where we're headed next. Thank you. Back to you, Satya.
Yeah, that's really the beginning of this idea of unmetered intelligence, having those models and having the agents using the models work in parallel to what you may be doing along with the cloud as well. And that, I think, is what the platform enables as first class. Now let's move to the cloud. The driving equation for us remains the same, which is tokens per dollar per watt. How do we optimize around this, right? So when we think about the systems problem, we think about electrons coming on one end and tokens on the other end, and how do we think about the systems optimization end to end? It starts with the data center design itself, right? The core compute, storage, network, all the accelerators that go into accelerating each of those components. How do you even think about the DC to DC connectivity and the networking, as well as the offload to something like the local compute, right? That's the sort of systems challenge. But before we even get into all of the systems and the technology and the innovation, perhaps the most important design criteria for us is how do we earn the permission from the communities in which we're building these data centers? And that's where these principles ground us and focus us. How do we ensure that the DCs do not increase the electricity prices? Making sure that we are replenishing all our water use, creating jobs in the local communities for the local residents, adding to the tax base, making sure we're strengthening the communities by investing in local training and the nonprofits in the area. Only when we live up to these principles, do the hard work around it, is when we earn the permission to go ahead and innovate and build. And we've been doing a lot of data center build out. Today, Azure spans more than 500 data centers in 80 regions. It's the most expansive, we have the most expansive hyperscaler footprint out there. And we have added more data center capacity in the last 18 months than the first decade of Azure, just to put that in perspective. But more importantly, what we are building is also very different. In fact, the first 15 years or so, we built out the commercial cloud infrastructure for a set of heterogeneous, workloads that spanned the enterprise. But now when you look at what we're building, right, when you think about all the gigawatts that were going to come online, really, they have three dominant workloads. There is training, there is inference, and then there is the agent runtime, right? These are three dominant workloads. And in fact, when you look at Fairwater, it was sort of our first AI super factory. It spanned two regions, Georgia and Wisconsin. The entire system was designed from the ground up for AI, right? We worked, in fact, very closely with even NVIDIA on this, and it's a two-story architecture that lets us essentially place racks, obviously in 3 dimensions, and pack the maximum number of GPUs densely with network access. That means you really got fantastic higher performance networking, lower latency, and more effective bandwidth across the entire cluster. And we're rethinking even the power delivery, right? So we started, okay, how do we deliver hundreds of kilowatts per row while minimizing all the loss, right? Which is the conversion loss that happens from the grid to the silicon. So we basically sort of even took a new approach to it. And all of this also changes with the cooling system, right? And water. So in fact, the cooling loop is filled once, and the data center can operate effectively with 0 water consumption. In fact, the daily water usage over the course of an entire year is roughly equivalent to what a single restaurant would use, right? I mean, that's... And when it comes to the systems and the silicon, again, we have a lot of choice. We have first-party silicon. We have partner systems. We were the very first cloud to bring up, in fact, NVIDIA's Vera Rubin system for validation. Very exciting to see that. We're working closely with AMD. We worked with them on MI300. Now we're working with them on their next generation AMD GPUs. Maya 200 is continuing to scale. In fact, it's live in Iowa and Arizona. We'll deploy it internationally later this year. It delivers 30% improved tokens per dollar compared to sort of what's the leading GPU today. And we have validated it with 5.5, GPT-5.5, and we are going to use that to power Microsoft 365 Copilot. And so when it comes to running these agents, the interesting thing now is it's no longer just about having an AI accelerator or a GPU. The CPU is really critical. In fact, the ratios may be even coming to 1:1. And that's why we are innovating with Cobalt. We're announcing the preview of Cobalt 200 VMs, our next generation ARM-based CPU designed for both cloud native and agent workloads today. So it's exciting to see Cobalt make progress as well. One thing that we've been trying to make sure is that it's being optimized for these new workloads I talked about, right? These new agent workloads. So in fact, Cobalt delivers 50+% better performance than Cobalt 100 on cloud native. But we started benchmarking them using the GitHub Copilot traces, these agentic traces, to see, because the call patterns are so different. And we're now seeing 33% lower latency for the agent calls, 14% faster speed, 23% higher throughput. So this is about the co-design of both the AI accelerator and the CPU for the agent. And of course, when you talk about AI workloads, you need scale, you need reliability, and that's why the network becomes super critical. We have innovated with the MRC architecture and rebuilt how traffic across Azure moves to support AI workloads, which are fundamentally synchronous data parallel workloads, right? And so therefore they span tens and thousands of GPUs. And so you need to have them coherent. That's what the next frontier of, is for us to make sure we're able to keep scaling the network architecture. And of course, it's not about just inside the data center. It's also about connecting across the data centers. And every Fairwater data center, for example, is connected through our continent-spanning AI WAN, forming this truly fungible compute fabric. And all this innovation is exciting, but when you think about innovation, designing for AI, and I would say deep understanding of systems, there's no better company than NVIDIA, and there's no better person than Jensen to talk about it. So I wanted to invite, live from Taipei, Jensen Huang, CEO and founder of NVIDIA. Jensen, thank you so much for being at Build again. I know it's late for you in Taipei. I really appreciate you staying up. At the end, I've been looking at social and everything people have been talking about since your keynote over the weekend. And suddenly, this concept of unmetered intelligence right at the edge is so hot again. So maybe you want to talk a little bit. You have thought about this, talked about this, and now, of course, with RTX Spark, really delivered, I think, what's a breakthrough system for AI to be much more ubiquitous. But maybe, Jensen, you can just share a little bit your vision around where you see this going.
Well, this all started about 3 years ago between a conversation between you and I. And we were talking about how we could build a new class of PCs that's incredible for designers and creators, and it would be incredible for artificial intelligence, and it would be one of these systems that has the processing capability, but also the software stack that's integrated into the world's design packages and creator packages, and of course all the things that we're doing with AI. And here we are, 3 years later, we built an incredible new chip, and this system is supported by all of this new software that you created for Windows. And we now have the ability to have essentially an autonomous agent running on the PC. Now, when you take a step back and you think about what does that mean? For the 40 years or some 30 years we've been working together, we went from inventing DirectX together to creating now this incredible computer that has autonomous systems running. The PC evolved from being an incredible tool to now being a tool that's used autonomously by an AI assistant. And so the idea that I could be traveling and I'm on the phone and I could text my PC and ask my PC to get some coding done or some idea that I have, and it would fire up the tools on the PC and it would make the modifications or the changes or the design that I told it to do, and it would iterate with me while I'm away from the PC. My PC became an assistant. While I'm sitting there, of course, this PC would be my great assistant as well. And so this idea that the PC evolved from a personal computer to a personal AI is just really exciting. And to see it come to life, Satya, to see it come to life and actually doing that, so I'm super excited about it. Spark, as you mentioned earlier, has all this incredible capabilities, a petaflop of AI performance. It has a petaflops of NVFP4, this numerical format that our two companies worked on together that allows us to take advantage of this 128 gigabytes of memory and fit maybe a couple of 100 billion parameter model. A couple of 100 billion parameter model is state of the art. And so I think the days of having a really smart assistant running autonomously on the PC is here.
Yeah, no, it's so awesome. And in fact, I'm also excited about Windows coming to the GB300. And so that's another thing that it's kind of like data center right on your desktop. And it's so exciting. But talking about that data center side, obviously, this entire thing got started when we built the first supercomputer together to train the GPT models, and we have come a long way. In fact, even I was talking about the Fairwater design. It was custom built essentially for the Grace Blackwell era to be able to max the data center design with the system design you had. And now, of course, we're validating Vera Rubin. We're very excited about it. Maybe you want to share a little bit about sort of what happens even on the cloud side with how you're pushing on the systems innovation.
Well, our journey is incredible. We built the first AI supercomputer together. That was based on Ampere. Of course, Hopper was an incredible success. Those first two generations were focused on pre-training. Grace Blackwell came along, and all of the focus moved to post-training, reinforcement learning, which allowed us to have reasoning models. And these reasoning models, based on a mixture of experts, were incredibly intelligent, energy efficient, but it requires giant systems. And so we created NVLink 72, and the entire rack became one computer. We had evolved from one node to now one rack. Well, Microsoft deployed the largest number of Grace Blackwells in the world today. The fastest and the largest number of Grace Blackwells in the world. Fairwater is just a magnificent system to look at. It's just a miracle of engineering. It's just an incredible feat. It's completely liquid cooled. You mentioned something earlier that I'm very proud of as well, that it's closed looped, basically uses almost no water, and it's incredibly environmentally friendly. It's energy efficient. We're able to increase the token generation rate and reduce the cost of token generation by an order of magnitude, some 30 times over Hopper. So that was a huge achievement. Well, Vera Rubin was created for a world where these AIs are now agentic. And so whereas Hopper was created for pre-training, Grace Blackwell for training, post-training, and also inference, Vera Rubin is designed to run agents. It's agents, as you know, this computing pattern is exactly the same computing pattern we're going to run on the RTX Spark. It's exactly the same agentic system, except, of course, it's going to be much, much larger. We're going to process enormous number of them simultaneously. Many of them are going to be from different customers and different partners. And so the entire path, the entire coding path from storage, which is the long-term memory, the working memory, is encrypted. The data is encrypted in transit. The data is also encrypted in use. And so we've we're going to really innovate in the area of confidential computing. And so this entire disaggregated, distributed computing system, you mentioned CPUs. Vera is a revolutionary CPU designed for agents. The past CPUs were designed for humans. And we're just more patient than agents are. And agents want low latency, just as you've been working on as well. Vera was designed for extremely low latency. And so Vera Rubin is just completely revolutionary. I can't wait to show it to everybody. You've already stood it up.
Yep.
Our two teams have been working very closely. Almost long before the chips taped out, long before the systems were brought up, our two teams were already completely aligned. And so the data centers were created for Vera Rubin. The Vera Rubin is designed and integrated into your complete stack, into your networking, into your security. And so the moment that our systems were rolling off the lines, they were being stood up at Microsoft. So I'm incredibly excited about the collaboration.
Yeah, I know this speed of light execution between the teams is fantastic to see. And of course, all this is to power the ecosystem around us, right? I mean, you and I, having grown up with the PC, the server, and now with AI, have always thought about, ultimately, it's about creating the opportunity for every developer, every organization to build on the work that we do and the platforms we create. And speaking of that, there's a lot of software that NVIDIA builds that's also coming. For example, we're going to have your models in Foundry, your tooling in Foundry. We're going to have, in fact, your software even help us with accelerating our workloads when it comes to even the data warehouse. We're going to obviously have stuff in Windows. Just talk a little bit about that broader vision of what does it mean for us an opportunity, right? Because everybody talks about this one model or one piece of tech, but it's about the broadest, biggest opportunity for people to create value. Maybe you want to share a little bit about that.
Well, we've been preparing for this moment. What happened in the last several months, we've been working for a decade and a half together, getting ready for really what happened in the last several months. All of a sudden, because of agentic systems, the convergence of these really great models, AI is now useful. If you just look at GitHub, the commits into GitHub is gone completely parabolic. In the last several months, the number of commits increased by a factor of 3. It's clear that agentic systems are useful, that it's doing productive work, and also tokens are now profitable as a result. And so the amount of demand for compute between the usage of the AI and the computation that's necessary for agents, the compute demand has really gone through the roof. Well, one of the things that we've been doing together is making sure that all of the tools that the agents are going to use are fully accelerated. Fabric, for example, is now fully accelerated. We're accelerating data processing, SQL, Spark, semantic-based, vector-based, graph-based. We're going to make sure that all of the tools that are available on Azure are going to be fully GPU accelerated because the agents are going to be impatient. The faster we can get the answers back to the agents, the faster they can iterate, the faster they can generate tokens, which are ultimately what the developers, both of our customers, would like to do, is generate a lot of tokens that are really profitable, that are highly intelligent.
Thank you so much, Jensen, for the partnership and the leadership and the innovation that you bring to this entire ecosystem, and really thrilled to be working closely with you and the team and bring all this to the developers here and beyond, and look forward to seeing what the next sort of few months and the next year bring in terms of the innovation that gets built on top of the platform. So thank you again for joining this late in the night from Taipei.
Thank you so much, Satya, for your partnership and friendship.
Thank you. Thank you. So far, we've talked about the edge and the cloud. The current form factors, right? I mean, when I saw that Jensen picture from the weekend where he had all the desktops, I felt like, man, I'm back in the 90s, right? Because it was so cool to see the lineup of all the machines that I loved and I grew up with back yet again with new functionality, right? The same form factor, but unbelievable new functionality because of the onboard AI capability, right? So that's sort of what we've seen with the laptop, the desktop, and of course with the cloud. But it also sets up that next question. If you have that capability, which is new function, and you can put it into existing form factors, can you even purpose build new form factors for the new function? Can you build a new platform even for the agent era? And that is the motivation behind Project Solara, which we're introducing today. And to talk about this, I wanted to invite Stevie on stage, but first, let's roll the video.
First, there's you. Then, everything in front of you. We get it. The noise, the weight of it all. And so we've been building something. A new chip-to-cloud platform for an agent-first world and for new agent-first devices. You come close, it's ready when you are. You speak, it understands you. What matters comes forward. Everything else falls away. And when you want it to keep going, it keeps going. Your call. Sometimes it sits with you. Sometimes it goes with you. Sometimes it sees what you want it to see. It doesn't decide for you. It just lights the path and tries to clear the way when you need it to. And that's the idea. A whole ecosystem built to clear the way. So all that's left is where you need to go. Wherever you are, whenever it matters.
I am so excited to be here. It really is great to be back on this stage. Now, before I talk about those awesome new devices you just saw, let me start with the why. Back at Build 2023, I talked about the outside AI application structure, where AI moves from operating within the application frame to operating globally, working across multiple apps and services to connect, coordinate, and maintain context across entire workflows, devices, and timescales. What if there were an ecosystem of devices specifically designed for that new type of application structure, for those types of agents, for that transformational interaction technology? That is the impetus behind Project Solara. But with so many possible forms, which one do you pick? What is the next device? You see, the big aha for us is that it's not about choosing one specific form factor. It is about creating a system that extends your agent across a constellation of devices. The next computer is not one device. It is all these devices working together as one system, with agents showing up closer to where and when you need them. To realize this vision, two challenges immediately show up. First, many specialized form factors already exist, but often rely on custom one-off apps and fragmented stacks that are difficult and expensive to build, deploy, and maintain. And second, across every industry, people and organizations are already building their own agents, deeply specialized and instrumented for their work. But the impact of those agents is constrained by how and where they can exist. Project Solara addresses both by giving organizations a way to extend their agents onto new, purpose-built, easy-to-manage form factors designed to reach the nooks and crannies where conventional computers either do not exist or are not optimal. It's a turnkey solution for building unique agent-first devices enabled by three pillars. First, it's enterprise-ready, enabled by the AOSP-based Microsoft Device Ecosystem Platform. Second, it has an agent-driven interaction model with just-in-time UI that adapts to the form factor. And third, it has extensibility so you can bring your own agents. And tying it all together is Azure, unifying the system across cloud and device. Okay, that's enough of that. Now let's talk about the devices. Today, we're previewing two very broad categories. The first is stationary, and the second is portable. The first device is designed for your desk, and it's built on MediaTek silicon. With Hello for Business, just walking up to the device securely signs you in, giving you direct access to your agents, just like Nathan's about to show you here. For the information worker, this means frictionless yet protected access to Microsoft 365 Copilot grounded in WorkIQ. And with a simple glance, it surfaces what matters next in your workday, helping you think, plan, and even act by delegating tasks to your agents with a simple tap or just using your voice. Think of it as a dedicated, secured ambient device for work. It even supports experiences like handoff between devices, acting as a companion to your existing Windows PC. Or it can even let you access your cloud PC through Windows 365 and a connected monitor. How cool is that? Now, the second device is portable. It's reimagining a wearable that millions of people use every day, the Access Badge. Built using Qualcomm silicon for wearable, this digital badge is a lightweight form factor designed for agent interactions on the go. And then it's adaptable across a variety of verticals and workflows. All right, I have here an early prototype of the badge. And so, thanks. And using my fingerprint, I tap to unlock the device, and I have access now to all my agents in a secured manner. And would you look at that, I already have a task. And it says, gather content for your social media post for today. So why not just do it right now, right? So I'm gonna hit record, and then now the device's camera is recording. I'm gonna pan across. I hope you don't mind, I'm gonna take your shots. Yes, thank you. Copilot, find some good shots from this, clean them up, and then send them to me for me and my team to review. All right. And then there you have it. Now my agent's off, running through multiple tasks to actually clean this up and send them to me and the team. That's pretty cool. Thanks. Okay, I know it's a simple demo, but it's all agent-driven, and there are so many verticals, so many opportunities. I mean, for example, imagine in healthcare, from the moment you pick up the device, the right agent shapes the experience around the role and the workflow, helping with check-ins, patient records, and critical insights, all through enterprise-grade secure access. And with the built-in microphones, the nurse can start a hands-free voice-based documentation, including diarization and annotation. And the side-facing camera can be used to verify and document patient vitals, or even scan in medications and help verify workflows. You know, these are just a few examples of how this small, purpose-built wearable can bring intelligence directly into the flow of patient care, helping nurses access and gather and even act on information while staying present with the patient. And while both the stationary and portable concept devices represent a specific expression of agent-first devices, their core reference hardware and software are designed to be highly flexible. I mean, just with a few changes, loading a different agent, adjusting the shape, the screen size, the sensors, or even input methods, the same foundation, the same software can be adapted for many verticals and workflows, such as retail, industrial, hospitality, financial service, legal, and so forth. I mean, that is the power of the platform, that flexibility. So whatever your scenario, there are thousands of untapped opportunities to bring agent workflows into places where computing has not naturally fit before. And while this is an early look, we're really excited that AccuWeather, Best Buy, CVS Health, Levi's, Target, and others are working towards exploring how specialized agents and devices can improve their workflows. This is the broader opportunity for the ecosystem. Agents moving outside the app and taking shape in devices designed for a specific scenario, a specific customer, and a specific place. And for all of you, this is the moment to imagine where your agents should live, what form they should take, and what new work they can unlock. Last week, Satya sat down with Cristiano Amon from Qualcomm to discuss this future. Let's roll a video.
Cristiano, it's so wonderful having you here at Device Lab and to talk about these new reference designs.
Very happy to be here. I have been to this Device Lab a lot recently.
You know, one of the things that you and I have chatted for a while is how there's a real platform shift. We're moving from building operating systems, devices for apps to agents. You want to talk a little bit about how you see this?
Yeah, absolutely. And every generation of technology transition was in a shift. And I think this one seems to be a very big one. Agents really changes the whole nature of the device in itself, starting with the fact that, you know, if the AI understand the world the way we understand it, it's going to be closer to our senses. It's going to be closer to our eyes, to our mouth, to our ears. It's going to be things that we wear. And it's changing the nature of the computing. I think you need a computing that is now geared towards real-time context and from silicon to cloud.
I mean, this is sort of one of the reference designs we have, which I love. There's stuff happening at the edge here on this device. There's things on the cloud. You want to talk a little bit about the core systems and silicon implications for such a new ecosystem?
You need a very power-efficient CPU. The whole silicon is designed for you to have a cloud-native experience. And then you have a lot of sensors.
Right.
A lot of sensors for context. It's a much more personalized and bespoke experience than an app in itself. And I think that's changing the nature of devices. And even the definition of a wearable platform is changing in itself. And you started to see those incredible new form factors.
That computing platform, one of the things that you and I have talked a lot about is how do you build it such that there is an open ecosystem, right? Because it's not about one agent. It's about any agent.
This is what makes it very, very interesting and exciting. Because the smartphone today is at the center of your digital life, the job of those devices today is to be extending the functionality of the smartphone. And because of that, you actually saw that many of those platforms became vertical. It was a natural thing to have a vertical platform from the same company because the phone was at the center. That changes dramatically when you think about agents. And agents becomes the center of your digital experience. And I think the industry is going to be looking for an open horizontal platform that actually enable the agents to be interacting with the best possible device for different applications. And I think that's what's exciting.
And we want to make it possible for anybody who is thinking of an agentic system to not just be bound to current devices, but to imagine that there can be many, many devices that carry that intelligence in different contexts. And so that's the open ecosystem we want to build together. And again, it's so great to be partnered with you to get this started.
That's awesome. We're very proud of this partnership, and that's just the beginning.
Thank you very much, Stevie and Cristiano. We are very excited about Project Solara. It's sort of a new platform, but perhaps more importantly, it's a set of new platform rules that don't, in some sense, hem in what you can imagine, the type of form factors, where your agents live. I think always whenever these new platforms have come, you get to rewrite even the rules of how new platforms operate. And that's what we are trying to get done with Project Solara so that you as developers and enterprises have the flexibility to imagine the form factors that you want and have your agents be ubiquitous. Now let's go up the stack to the next layer. We are building a new intelligence layer, bringing together the models, context, as well as the tools. It, of course, starts with model choice. Every customer, every developer is going to choose the right model for the right task and their eval mix, latency budget, even COGS budgets. And Foundry today has over 11,000 models. It's the largest model catalog out there, from OpenAI to Anthropic, and of course, even MAI models. And just last week, we brought the OpenAI real-time voice models along with Claude Opus 4.8 to Foundry. So we're continuing to bring all these frontier models. The consideration, though, about the models is becoming now increasingly key. In fact, from the last developer conference to now, when you're building any agentic system, having this context really shaped right is becoming super important. And in fact, it starts right at the data tier, right? The data estate to date has been built for applications that supported these user-facing applications, right? Now you have to change and build them for agents, which again, have very different call patterns even to the data tier. Agents are continuously storing, retrieving, reasoning, acting, and learning, right? That's sort of what's happening in a continuous loop. And you see that today. Agents are using things like Cosmos DB for their memory. In fact, ChatGPT does. Azure Search is used for retrieval of indices and embeddings. Fabric IQ for the semantic models and the ontologies. It's kind of the business logic tier effectively for agents. And also, you have Fabric real-time intelligence for all the observability traces, which now brings me to a very exciting new service, Horizon DB, which is our fully managed PostgreSQL service on Azure. Really thrilled to have this. I mean, one of the things we wanted to make sure is we built ground up a Postgres managed service which was for high availability scale out. It's zone redundant with automated failover, 128 terabytes of storage per cluster, 15 read replicas. I mean, the read-heavy workloads you can scale with this managed service. And in our internal testing, we're seeing something like, Horizon is delivering 3x throughput compared to any self-managed PostgreSQL setup. So it's super critical when you think about the scale you need. The other data workload we're also changing pretty dramatically is the data warehouse. In a world where agents are constantly querying data, the data warehouse effectively becomes a pretty mission critical, right? I mean, it's one thing to have it be mission critical for users, but when agents need the analysis done on the fly, bringing GPU acceleration to Fabric is super key, and we are seeing 7x performance gain. So it's really thrilling to see that AI acceleration. So if you sort of have the data tier, the layer above this is the IQ layer that we are building that brings together essentially the model capabilities along with the data, right? So you kind of mix the data and the model capabilities so that you can deliver that right context to unlock intelligence, right? That's where, in fact, if you want, when people talk about token efficiency, this is perhaps the most important consideration, right? If you structure the context right and feed the models, then you will, by definition, going to be so much more token efficient. The first domain is the web. Web grounding is so important. You need that fresh, high quality and fast web data. And that's why we are really, really excited to announce today Web IQ. And Web IQ is built on our global infrastructure that's already serving over 1 billion users, but fundamentally re-architected for the LLM and the agentic workflow. It's model agnostic, it's MCP native, plugs right into any agent runtime. It has web, it has news, images, video, so agents can ground responses in fresh, verifiable content, and Web IQ leads across all of the 3 key criteria, right? It's best in class in quality, it's best in class in speed, as well as in cost. So we're very, very thrilled about Web IQ being in the developers' hands as you build out agentic systems. Of course, we're not stopping there. Beyond the web, every developer wants to be able to ground their agents on what's the most valuable data across the enterprise. And so we are bringing together Foundry, Fabric, and Microsoft 365 as this unified IQ layer, right? It's a continuously updated understanding of your organization to show you all of this rich IQ in action, building real-life agents. Here is Elijah. Elijah, take it away.
Agents are only as good as the context we give them. Microsoft IQ unifies enterprise intelligence for every organization. I'm here at a power utilities control center, and we'll start by running a long-running agent. This agent is going to help us assess the current grid operations incident and produce a brief for us so we can respond accordingly. Now, I'm going to go ahead and kick that off. And while that runs, let me show you how we got here with context from Microsoft IQ. We built our agent in Microsoft Foundry. It's connected to various tools, and it's also wired to a Foundry IQ knowledge base, a single grounded source that packages our documents, operational data, and people into context the agent can reason over. After building the agent in Foundry, we published it to Microsoft 365 for the whole team. Let's go see it in action. Now, here in M365, I will start with a question about current events that an ungrounded LLM wouldn't be able to answer. I'm going to ask about current electricity prices in SF. For this, our agent pulls in the first IQ in our toolbox, WebIQ, search built for the AI era. WebIQ delivers industry-leading quality, velocity, and efficiency. WebIQ constantly indexes fresh official sources from across the web, and additionally, WebIQ does a great job with semantic documents. And here we can see WebIQ gave us our answer grounded in reality. Now, not only can we deploy our agent here in M365, but we can also embed it in our custom apps. Let's head back to the control center. Let's see how we handled a previous incident. So after using WebIQ to gather external info, we asked for details about our potentially at-risk substations. The real power of Microsoft IQ comes when we combine that external knowledge with our own internal enterprise context. For this information, our agent pulls in the next layer of Microsoft IQ, Fabric IQ. Here is Brightline's grid represented as a fabric ontology, an operational model of the live grid. And critically, we didn't build this from scratch. Fabric takes the Power BI semantic models used by millions of customers today and lets teams extend them into rich ontologies that help run the business. This model is coupled with live telemetry, so it reflects the real operational state of the grid minute by minute. This is what Microsoft IQ means by enterprise intelligence. Not data scattered across disparate systems, but a single living model of the business that an agent can reason over. Now, turning back to our agent, we can see that it gave us a table of our most exposed substations. That's the agent querying the ontology you just saw. Now, the agent has access to both the outside world and our grid. The last piece is the one that turns a situation into a response, our policies and our people. By asking, what are the steps to respond to a substation trip, we activate the final layer of Microsoft IQ, Work IQ. This is Brightline's response procedure in SharePoint. It's the playbook the team actually reaches for when something goes wrong. And the important thing is, the agent isn't working from a stale upload or copied snapshot. It's answering from the same source the team maintains day to day. When the procedure changes, the answer changes with it. No re-uploads, no prompt rebuilds, and no stale versions. And critically, this is your knowledge. The assets you create stay with you, no matter what model or agent is reasoning over them. Now, if we return to our agent, we can see the proper way to respond to this issue. Not a generic recommendation, but our playbook applied to this incident. Now, we just saw one situation, 3 questions, and 1 connected answer. Now let's go check back in on our long-running agent. And, let's just check the backup really quick. Moment of truth. And, boom. Our task finished. Here we can see every step the agent took. First, beginning with Web IQ, connecting it to the outside world. Second, Fabric IQ through Foundry, anchoring it in the real state of our operations. And third, Work IQ, grounding it in our people and procedures. I triggered this manually, but with Foundry routines, this can run on a schedule, turning a one-off response into continuous proactive execution. And if we look closely, we can see it even use the power of Work IQ to alert me directly about the incident. And if we go ahead and check Teams, it sent me an incident brief notifying me of the situation. That's the power of Microsoft IQ. When a crisis hits, the team doesn't chase answers across a dozen systems. They ask a question and get a response grounded in the world, their operations, and their people, all in one place they can trust. Back to you, Satya.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. And now, let's sort of move up from this context model layer to deploying these agents and thinking about the runtime. When you're building a first-class agentic system, you need a first-class agent runtime and a platform that we are going to ship both with Windows as well as part of Foundry in Azure. We want Windows to be a fantastic place to run and scale agents. And agents effectively are a new execution environment, right? It's a new paradigm even. They reason continuously. They generate and run code dynamically. They take actions across files and devices, as well as across the network. Obviously, there's a lot of power in it, right? The fact that it can generate code and act on it on a long-running agent that's autonomous. But obviously, it creates new risk. And that's why today we're introducing Microsoft Execution Containers, or MXC. MXC is a new policy layer that lets Windows apply isolation and containment using AI native, or rather, OS native primitives, right? You need to bake this into the operating system so that the containment is enforced by policy. You can have process level isolation for lightweight agent actions. You can have session level isolation for user separation. So Windows and Linux virtual machines, in fact, are also great, including WSL for much stronger boundaries. And in fact, if you want full isolation and containment, Windows 365 for agents for maximum isolation in a separate managed environment effectively. You can pick the right containment option for the workload, and Windows will enforce it via MXC. And so I think this becomes pretty critical as you think about deploying agents at scale on your Windows desktop. We want to ensure containment is enforced, of course, regardless of who builds the agent, right? So this is why you want to bake it into the operating system. To that end, we are working with many partners to ensure that containment we are building supports real developer workloads out there and also addresses the needs. In fact, NVIDIA is bringing OpenShell to Windows to securely execute autonomous AI agents. And today, we are really thrilled to announce that OpenClaw runs on Windows leveraging MXC. Yeah, we are very deeply engaged with the team to make OpenClaw run super well on Windows. And so let me hand it over to my colleagues, Scott and Samantha, to show you OpenClaw on Windows. Scott, Samantha.
Hey, friends. OpenClaw came out in November of last year, and it took the world by storm. And for the last several months, I've been using my OpenClaw to stay on top of my health. My claw can help me manage my blood sugar, and it gives me even proactive notifications via heartbeat. I've got mine triaging my personal email, it's doing my GitHub issues and tracking packages, and it even buys me movie tickets. So Samantha, what are you using your claw for?
That's cool, Scott. I turned my OpenClaw agent into my triathlon coach.
I'm nowhere near ready for my race in September, but Coach Claude developed a work-back plan for me and is using my Strava data to notify me on how I'm progressing and to keep me accountable when I'm slacking.
Now, we've both found our claws to be super useful, and that's why we're working closely with OpenClaw to make them successful and even more successful on Windows. We've been collaborating in the open on GitHub to bring you all an OpenClaw Windows companion app. It's going to help you set up your own claws or connect to existing ones, whether they're hosted in Windows or in WSL. And the Windows companion, we're going to sandbox the OpenClaw tool calls to keep you and your system safe.
Yeah, you'll see the OpenClaw Windows Companion app running right now in the background. Go ahead and right-click on it, Scott.
All right.
That looks awesome. You'll notice immediately it looks like a native Windows app because it is. It's written in WinUI 3. It's got all kinds of information about my gateway, other machines that are participating in my claw, my sessions, and my usage. I've also got quick access to things like chat, Canvas, the main dashboard, and more. Let's jump into companion settings. Within the app, we've got full chat support with tool calling. And you'll notice down here in the corner, we've got lots of permissions options along with our sandbox configuration.
Now, this sandbox is really interesting because this is using MXC, the Microsoft Execution Containers, and for this, we're going to be using process isolation. Now, newer versions of Windows are going to have even more containment options, so you're going to want to keep an eye out for more news with MXC in the future. Now, I can see that I've got one-click security option settings, but Samantha, talk to me about custom folders.
Yeah, you've got full support about what files and folders you want OpenClaw to have access to, and really granular security features like clipboard access or talking to the internet itself. Now, I've given it read access to your desktop folder. OpenClaw already has a rich safety layer, and that layer is only augmented more by appropriate containment that can be managed by me or policies applied by IT. Now, for the purposes of this demo, I'm going to do something really scary and ask OpenClaw to delete all the files on your desktop.
That's cool, because I have a nice clean desktop.
I think you're keeping a secret. You hid all your icons from the audience while we were on stage.
That is
I think we need to show the audience who you really are.
So disrespectful. I know where everything is. Just don't touch my stuff. I know where they are. You know, Sam, I need to make sure that you're clear that a messy desktop is an organized mind. I'm pretty sure that that's the quote, right? So what we've done is we've asked OpenClaw to delete those files from the Windows node, and the only thing that is going to keep it from happening is MXC, because we've turned off all of the many layers that OpenClaw offers, but our IT, in this case Samantha, has set it to read-only. So it's trying to go and delete all of those files. We can actually see the different attempts where it's going and deleting, and then checking the directory, and then deleting again, because it's very persistent. It wants these files gone, and I want them to stay. Nope. The read-only sandbox is there. 94 JPEGs are still on the desktop. Absolutely. My desktop icons are safe from Samantha's reign of terror.
Foiled again.
Oh, my goodness. So bad.
Today we've seen security sandboxing, WinUI 3, and open source brought together all in this alpha release of a Windows companion app. We think this app is a great opportunity to showcase OpenClaw on Windows, and it's only going to get better in the coming months.
That is right. And by the way, I want to note that we're doing all this development work on this calm Windows development machine with all the tools that I love, like WSL, containers, and containment. And I've even got GitHub Copilot with multi-model support ready to go. Now, this is literally how the team and I have been working on the OpenClaw app on GitHub. Now, people might wonder how all of this came together. Turns out that over the holidays, I got a DM from this random guy on the internet, and it took me a couple of days to get back to him. And then when I did, we just had this kind of cool idea that maybe he should come to Microsoft Build. Now, I think there's one more person that we all want to thank for bringing the next generation of agents to world. Everybody put your hands together for the Claw Father himself, Peter Steinberger.
Samantha, it's just showing off my secret DMs. I'm so excited to see OpenClaw native on Windows. You know, watching a claw try to delete all your desktop file and just fail made me really happy. Because 6 months ago, that totally would have worked. I built OpenClaw to have access to everything. My files, my machines, my chats, always on and fully open source. That's what makes it so powerful. And that's what also makes companies a bit nervous. What I kept hearing was, Peter, I love my claw. Can I use this at work? And that's what we spent the last few months on, with Microsoft, GitHub, OpenAI, NVIDIA, just to name a few. We added observability. We added auto mode for permissions. We changed how access works. It's not all or nothing anymore. You can pick which folder should be read-only, which one should be write or hidden. So here's the news. You can totally run OpenClaw inside your company now. And we even made the harness itself a plugin. You can bring your own. Copilot, Codex, whatever you already trust, and your rules come right with it. And then you put OpenClaw on top of it. You get persistent memory, heartbeats, and you get a claw right inside Slack or Teams. It's been really exciting to see OpenClaw grow into something much bigger, a global movement and a community. And I started the OpenClaw Foundation, a real nonprofit, so it stays open and neutral. Any model, any operating system. Because we are entering a new era of building with agents. More capability for the people who don't code, and more power for those who do. And we get to do this. We get to build it together in the open. So my task is simple. Come build with us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to Peter. Thank you to Samantha. Thank you to the Companion App team for their hard work. Thank you to the OpenClaw community for giving everyone here a crustacean of their own. And as we walk out, I want to remind you that that's the first time you've ever seen OpenClaw running on a Surface Laptop Ultra. Goodbye.
All right, thank you so much, Samantha, Scott, and Peter. It's so wonderful to see OpenClaw come to Windows and have all of that capability in terms of the security and that comfort to be able to have these long-running agents and unmetered intelligence come together. So now let's move from the Windows side on the edge to the cloud with Foundry, and we are building Foundry into this full application platform for the agent era, right? I mean, every era of the platform shift, when we moved to the cloud, we had the cloud native app stack, and now we have the agent native app stack in Foundry. We're particularly excited about the Foundry hosted agent as a runtime for long-running agents. Agents now have so if you're building in Foundry hosted agents, you can have all the IQ layers, you have the tools, you have the durability and the memory and the state. You have your own sandbox. In fact, it's a super fast sandbox that you can spin up. You can generate the rubrics and the evals. You can, in fact, have all the safety and the guardrails around your agentic system. And in fact, even one of the coolest things in Foundry is it's a continuously improving loop even, right? It's got that self-improvement loop built in, right? So you build an agent that's continuously getting better. And I'm really also excited today to announce a partnership with Fireworks AI, bringing, in fact, all of their open weight models to Foundry. That means giving you as developers more choices, as well as their great inference stack, to build the next generation of these agentic applications with all the enterprise rails that Foundry has, as well as the governance Foundry has. So really excited about that partnership. And so now that brings us to the tools. GitHub itself is at the heart of all this. In fact, Jensen spoke to this. The GitHub is not just about the code repo. It's becoming the control plane. for all the agents. And nearly everything we measure on GitHub, whether it's repo creation, PR activity, API usage, actions, all of them are growing faster because of these agentic workflows. This new scale is driven by humans and agents collaborating together. And we're exposing our tooling across every form factor. In fact, we have seen tremendous growth in CLI, driven, the approachability of the CLI form factor. It's always been great to go to a terminal. And now, though, when combined with the power of the models and natural language, CLI has become the thing that everybody goes to. But at the end of the day, when you have hundreds of CLIs, it becomes pretty complicated. It doesn't scale, especially the cognitive load that I have when you have 100 CLI sessions open is such that you kind of need something new. And so that's what has led us to build, we need like this tool essentially that has the speed and the flexibility of a CLI, but has the capability of an IDE and the ability to scale to infinite number of agent sessions. And so today we are taking that next big step, introducing our new GitHub Copilot app. And we realize that it's not sufficient, right? Because you still have a backend to deal with, right? Code is easy to generate, but what about the backend? So you need to contend with identities, storage, database schemas, and that's why we're really super excited about Rayfin. Rayfin is an agent-first SDK that connects your agents to a backend as a service, and we're bringing this to everywhere you build. That's why I'm, again, super excited about Rayfin and the partnership with Replit. You can now build apps in Replit while you can build the app in Replit while the app and data are deployed into the enterprise managed Fabric tenant thanks to the Rayfin SDK. And so this Rayfin SDK is available now for anyone else to be able to use with their tools as a backend and essentially have this backend service. And now to show you all of the Foundry and Rayfin and building agents and the long-running agents, let me invite up on stage Cassidy. Cassidy, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be amongst my fellow devs today. This has been a long day. Fix your shoulders, sit back, you're ready. I see a lot of you sitting up. Great, great. I know you're drinking from the fire hose of information today, so I want you to go into the next few minutes thinking, what can I try out on my laptop later today? So as Satya said, we're going to show you Rayfin, but first, I can't wait to show you the new GitHub Copilot app. This app is your home base for development and operations on your computer, and we think you're going to love it. So let me show you around. When you open up the app from the start, you see this home screen here, where you can kick off a new agentic coding session. But also, before I get into the serious stuff, you can drag Mona around, and there's a game. Look. It's so fun. Okay, I'm not very good at it, so let's just get back to, you can kick off a new agentic coding session. So I started off one a little bit earlier here, and it gave me a review of a bunch of release blockers. Which one should I fix? Call it out. 8, 3, the critical ones. You know what? How about we just do all of them? Let's go. This app will now kick off a separate session for every single issue here. I don't have to worry about stashing or coding complex or anything because the app takes care of that with Git work trees. Git work trees are isolated environments for each session that you run, so your agents can work in parallel without stepping on each other. But you still have to merge them, right? So Copilot has your back there too. If I head over, not to this one, but to this issue here, I can run agent merge. And when I enable agent merge, Copilot will continuously babysit this PR through CI checks, code review, and merge conflicts. Okay, let me keep showing you around while those are still running. Now, if I head over to my work, I can see a focused view of all of my activity and just projects loaded in the app, issues and PRs, everything here. And then under automations, I have a bunch of reusable sessions and workflows that can run locally or on the cloud. You see there's issue poetry there. That is real, and that is load-bearing. Okay, and now under sessions, like I briefly showed earlier, these are sessions. If I want to add a new repository, I can click that button here, and it can pull from a local repo or from a GitHub repository. And then if I were to just add one, I can add a session in PocketCal. This is an open source repo. I can start a session anywhere, and it just loads it. I don't have to clone. I don't have to pull. It just works. Now, when I look at a session within this repository, let me look at this other one over here. I get an integrated browser. There's a terminal. I can see the chat. It's all loading. I can even toggle light mode and dark mode in here. And there's also this great button, Pick and Polish, where if I click that, I can pick and polish anything in this app, and it adds it to the chat. And I can say, hey, I want you to add reordering to this list. And it'll just work, all living in there. I have access to all the most popular models via my single GitHub Copilot subscription, including those from OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. You can see all of them in our model picker. And having model choice is great. Not only can you pick the right model for the task, but for bigger features, Copilot can request a rubber duck review. So in this session here, for example, I was using GPT 5.5, but if I scroll up, it actually requested one from Claude Opus 4.8. All models have blind spots, and the power of the Copilot multi-model approach means that I can catch them earlier. And this is all very cool, but working with AI in 2026 should be more than just chat. You just saw me scrolling that. There's so many words here. So today, I'm very excited to show you the concept of a canvas. I'm going to open one right there. The canvas is how an agent can build a custom UI to communicate with you. What if your AI could see? Everyone say, demo gods, bless us. Okay, let's see if it works. Here is a fun canvas where, if I get the camera going, okay, the agent shows your PRs down here, and I can toggle it with a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Let's approve it. Hey, it's so fun. And they could go so much deeper if you want. This is just the beginning of what you can do. So again, I kicked off a bunch of different sessions earlier. This is a Signal Box app. It's 100% agent built. It's containerized with a database backend. Would you be able to deploy this to your enterprise with no questions asked? Be honest. No, yes, exactly, no. But you can with Rayfin. And that is very, very exciting. Let me open up a new terminal over here. All I have to do is type Rayfin up. And then, demo gods bless us, come on. It will maybe deploy. Blammo, it's happening, yes! And all hosted on Microsoft Fabric. Okay, I know that's a lot, With Rayfin, your agents get a complete enterprise backend, so you can deploy with confidence in the way that's best for you. But this is the key thing to remember. This app is not just another session manager. Yes, it is. It manages a lot of sessions. But session managers just make it easy to create work. But GitHub Copilot helps you to finish it. Thank you so much. Happy Pride. Back to you, Satya.
All right. Now we're back to IDEs that have UI. That's sort of so cool. It's kind of comes a full circle. Now let's talk about how you can observe, govern, and secure these agents. Agent 365 is the agent control plane. Agent requires their own identities, access controls, even when they're working on your behalf, right? You just want that work on behalf identity to be enforced. So we extended Entra. Agents need real-time defense, so we extended Defender. Agents require this always-on data protections and compliance, so we extended Purview. And these agents can be hosted anywhere. They can be on AWS, GCP, not just on Azure, or built with any framework. And today we're announcing a number of updates, including the GA of Agent 365 SDK, and we're expanding it to your local agents running on Windows and elsewhere, and the clause you just saw earlier. And let us take a look at how all of Agent 365 composes. Over to you, Amanda.
Everyone is building agents.
But that's not the hard part anymore. The hard part is integrating them into your business and governing them at scale. Today, I'll show you how Foundry makes this easy. Let's start locally. I've already built a LangGraph agent, and now I'll show you the value Foundry adds. First, tools. Agents need tools to get work done, and with Foundry Toolbox, I just add my tools once, and any agent can consume them through a single MCP endpoint. And because tools live centrally, that means governance does as well. I've applied a guardrail which blocks PII from leaking into tool calls and tool responses, and all I have to do is apply this once, and all my agents are protected. Now, let's make this agent enterprise ready. To deploy this agent to Foundry, all I have to do is add this one block of code, and then I push my changes, and GitHub Actions takes it from there. Once deployed, I can actually use this agent in the same Foundry extension I showed you earlier, and let's now test it out. I'm asking it to track a few open items from a stand-up I had earlier today, and what's actually happening right now is Foundry is spinning up a dedicated micro VM just for this session, and the session even gets its own persistent file system. What you're going to see in a minute here is if I go to the Files tab to track the open items, the agent's actually writing to a file. Pretty cool, right? Plus, Foundry now has server-side traces and built-in evals to show me exactly what happened on every run. But how do I know if my agent's doing a good job? That's what Foundry's brand new rubric evaluators are for. It's super simple. With just one AZD command, Foundry reads my agent and then generates the evaluation criteria for me. In other words, it creates a rubric personalized just to this agent. Now let's check out this rubric in Foundry Portal. Look at these dimensions. Governance outcome correctness, prescribed source usage. I didn't write any of these. Foundry generated them from production traces. And with this rubric, I can score my agent and run evals, but we can do so much more than that. That's where Foundry's brand new agent optimizer takes over. Here's how it works. It tunes 4 things: the model, instructions, tool descriptions, and skills, and then it generates improved candidates and scores each one using the rubric I just showed you. Here, I can view the candidates, I can see the strategy used, I can see their scores, and I can actually view exactly what changed. This candidate, for example, improved its score by updating the model and the system prompt. Foundry then makes it super easy to deploy the best candidate as a brand new agent version. But this is not a one-time thing. Every run feeds the next eval, and every eval tells the optimizer where to improve next. So your agents now get better the more they're used. But now, let's put this agent to work. I've published my agent to Teams and M365 Copilot, and right now I'm gonna ask it to just catch me up on what I've missed, because I've been offline all morning, but my agent hasn't. While it works on that though, let me explain what makes this agent different. This is an autopilot agent, which means it has its own identity and productivity license, so it can work across M365 on its own behalf. Earlier, you saw me using this agent by myself, but shipping a feature in a new release takes a whole team, and that's why this agent lives in our team's group chat. Now let's check out how it did. It summarized all updates and called out the key features I need to be tracking. But to put an agent like this actually to work in your enterprise, governance needs to come first. And that's why every autopilot agent requires admin approval. Here, admins can review all critical details, and they can even choose who has the ability to talk to the agent. But it doesn't end there. Even after approval, admins can continue to monitor the agent and block it at any time. But governance cannot apply to just one agent. Every agent in your organization needs to be managed with the same rigor as users, apps, and devices. And that's exactly what Microsoft Agent 365 provides. So let's zoom out.
Today we saw Foundry accelerate development, take your agent from local to enterprise ready, and put it to work in M365. Foundry makes it simple. You build the agent, we handle the rest. Now back to you, Satya.
Thank you, Amanda. You know, what you just saw was how we're building security for AI. But there is also one other critical aspect, especially, the news today is all about, how do you defend yourself using AI against attacks that may, in fact, be using AI, right? So last month, we announced our multi-model agentic security system, M-Dash. That's essentially an agent harness for security, essentially, that we built. We're bringing together 100 agents across the frontier and custom models to really find these exploitable bugs better than any single model does. In fact, when we debuted this harness, it was on the top of CyberGym benchmark. So I want you to take a look at what you can do with M-Dash to really defend against AI attacks and defend the entire digital estate. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Satya. Now, we all know that security scans can take a while, so I'm not going to do one live. So let me show you the results of an M-Dash scan I already ran on my code base. Now, the system runs as a standalone CLI, but today I'm using it in my GitHub Copilot app on my local dev machine. The scan is broken down by vulnerability domains and severity. And it's also an additional to finding traditional issues like coding errors and hard-coded secrets. It's also identifying AI-specific vulnerabilities in the code base. Now, what happened under the hood is that over 100 specialized agents are working together to discover, debate, and prove exploitable vulnerabilities end-to-end. And when the scan finishes, it generates both a SARIF log and an HTML report that I can give to my management. Now, the Defender Details command allows me to dig into these vulnerabilities, and I can see what the vulnerability is, where it is in my code, and the severity to help me prioritize. And from here, of course, we're going to fix it. Now, using the Defender Fix command, the system will remediate suggested fixes directly in my local dev environment. And when that's done, I can check out the diff. So I have full transparency about what the harness has done, and I still have a human-in-the-loop check. But, of course, everything I've shown you so far has run locally, but I can also create a PR to plug into my existing workflows and push up to my repo, and I can take the SARIF output from the scan, and I can upload it to tools like GitHub Advanced Security and manage everything alongside my other application security findings. Now, I've shown you M-Dash working on my code, but let me show you a vulnerability our security research teams identified using M-Dash that you can go and look up yourself. So the TLDR, because this is a lot to read, of this bug is that wasmtime reads an out-of-date map of an object, runs off the end, and then it crashes the host. So this is exactly the kind of bug that the harness was built for, because the flaw is spread across 3 different parts of the code base. So no single file looks wrong on its own. They look absolutely fine. And we can even see here, which is probably my favorite part of this bug, a very confident statement from the developers claiming everything is fine. Now, this is exactly the sort of reassurance that fools normal scanners and single AI models. But M-Dash wasn't fooled. One team of agents spotted the suspicious gap, another team argued it apart, and a third team built a working example that actually triggered the crash. And it did all of this in an open source code base. And this is the kind of joined-up reasoning that previously required significant manual security research effort. This is M-Dash helping developers create secure code from the start, coming soon to your CLI and the Microsoft Defender portal. Back to you, Satya.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. So that was the stack. Before, though, we move to unpacking more of the opportunity, I want to do something different. I want to introduce two people whose LinkedIn profiles were both super impressive and slightly perplexing. Under current role, it says they're general partners at Mantis VC. Under previous role, it says they sold out Madison Square Garden. Please help me welcome Alex and Drew from the Chainsmokers. Alex, Drew. It's so wonderful seeing you, Alex. Thank you so much. One of the things when my team came to me and said, hey, we're going to have Chainsmokers at Build, I thought maybe that's what we're calling our new GitHub Copilot app. But I thought maybe they're your fans. But tell me about how you got into this. I mean, you've been at it now for what, 12 plus years as venture capitalists or angel investors first, and you've had your firm now for 7+ years, and you even picked what I would have not thought is the natural place, which is B2B SaaS even as the first place. I mean, just give us a little bit about the backstory on this.
Sure. Well, hey, I'm sure you guys are wondering what timeline you're on where the Chainsmokers are at Microsoft, Bill. But hey, how are you? We've been in the Chainsmokers for 14 years, and when our music started to take off in the mid 2010s, we got to play a few events like this, and we met a lot of the founders from the consumer mobile cloud era of startups, and they taught us a lot and gave us a front row seat into what early stage investing was like. We fell in love with it. We found we had a lot in common with these founders, and the way that they built their business was the same way that we thought about starting the Chainsmokers and kind of breaking through the noise there. And we got to participate in a few of their deals. We were very lucky, and we decided to institutionalize in 2020 and start our own fund.
That's so cool. And when you sort of hear about all this AI stuff and what's happening, obviously there's a lot even going on. Even in your portfolio, we were talking backstage, things are changing. How do you sort of see the opportunity going forward?
I mean, there's so many vectors you could talk about this on. Of course, there's the creative output side, which we've been experimenting with in music, but always important to have your authenticity when it comes to creativity. But on the investment side, I think we're moving from producing outputs to producing actions, which I think presents like a very interesting opportunity to kind of reimagine the entire architecture of the way software and enterprise has been built. So instead of humans, producing outputs, it's machines producing outputs, and rethinking what that entire space looks like in that context.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see that. And maybe just to close out, any sort of as artists who have had great success, when you look at a founder, what sort of is the advice you give them when you're creating, you're bringing something new, and it's a creative process. So what are you looking for in founders? What is it that you're giving them as advice?
Totally. I mean, there really are so many parallels. Maybe it seems like that, maybe it doesn't, but it's really difficult as artists to really find, I guess, what your sound is, what's authentically you, what you can continue to do over and over, because with this much competition, you have to be moving authentically, you have to be connected to the product that you're creating, and because you're going to have to iterate and keep it going and have consistency for a long period of time to kind of lock into your fan base and make something that's special and unique. And we try to advise our founders to do the same thing.
Fantastic. Thank you both for joining us. Are you game for playing for us this evening for our closest friends here?
We'll be there.
6 o'clock, 6 this evening. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be right here at 6 p.m. Tonight, and really looking forward to it. So that effectively sort of talks a little bit about the developer stack. So now let's talk about what is the opportunity for every company, right? At the end of the day, we are an institution and organizational builders. Whether it's an AI native company, whether it's a SaaS company, whether it's an enterprise, the first thing we want to do is make sure that as you build things like plugins or agents or your AI apps, we want to make sure that they're discovered throughout the Microsoft ecosystem. That's job number one for us. That's why we're doing the things we're doing in Windows or the Microsoft 365 Copilot, or in Teams, or in GitHub. We want to structure them such that your applications, your agents, your plugins are discovered. Customers are also building lots of line of business applications, line of business agents, then using Copilot Studio, and we want to make that all discoverable again as part of the Copilot experience. And Teams, in some sense, has become this destination for multiplayer human-to-agent interaction. We want you to be able to find agents, interact with agents right in Teams. And we are supercharging all of this. Copilot continues to evolve very quickly. It started first with chat, with some of the best models, with great access to Work IQ. We didn't have the name Work IQ, but now that's kind of where it got started. Then came co-work, a new way of working and generating these stunning artifacts and solve these multi-step problems, right? So you assign multi-step tasks to co-work. You saw GitHub. GitHub has continued to evolve as well. And now, as of, come summer, you will be bringing coding to all knowledge work within one Copilot super app, right? That's going to be really exciting to see, yeah? So you'll have chat, co-work, and code all in Copilot. But today, we're introducing something completely new. Autopilots. We can think of autopilots as enterprise-grade claws. These are autonomous, long-running agents with full enterprise compliance that run in your tenant. Autopilots can have a name, personality, custom connectors, context, and memory, and they're a totally new way to reduce toil and get you back to what you love. To kick things off, the first autopilot we're introducing is Scout. Let's take a look. All right. As you can see, Scout works where you work, joining group chats and teams, handling threads in Outlook. Starting today, for those of you who are on Copilot Frontier, you can try out Scout. And in the coming months, we will build this out to a complete digital team of autopilots right inside a Copilot, right? So you can go to the Copilot app. Scout is the one that comes by default, but you can build more of these autopilots. And so that's the future of what we think of as the Copilot ecosystem itself. And so far, we have talked a lot about what you can do to build your own agents and how these agents are discovered in things like Copilot and Teams and Windows. But when you think about what makes any organization, any enterprise, any company unique, it is its tacit knowledge that it's continuously compounding through its operations. So the key consideration at some level in an AI age is to ask the question, what's the future of the firm? How do you continue to preserve and compound that tacit knowledge in the age of AI where models can learn anything from the data and the trajectories they see? To do that, we believe that every organization, whether it's an AI native company, a SaaS company, or any enterprise, will need to build their own hill climbing machine. It's a system that continuously improves against your objectives, your private evals. compounding your advantage over time, not someone else's. To deliver on this, we're taking the next step with frontier tuning. We have been working with many customers already to help with, really build their own learning loop, the environment, the context, the tools, the rubrics, and even train their own models. And today, we are really thrilled and excited about supercharging that frontier tuning capability with the innovation that's coming out of our superintelligence lab. To tell you all about this, let me hand it over to Mustafa. Mustafa?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We really are living in the most remarkable times. Since I started working in AI, the compute that we use to train frontier models has increased by 1 trillion-fold. That's 12 orders of magnitude of computation in just 15 years. It's now clear that a consistent exponential increase in computation leads to predictable advances in AI capabilities. And in the next few years, we're going to see 3 more orders of magnitude of compute applied to train frontier models. Intelligence is now a function of compute. Log linear hill climbing has become the norm. The scaling laws are clearly holding, and it is a remarkable time in our industry. And so, in this context, we at MAI are building towards what we call humanist superintelligence, state-of-the-art AI capabilities that are explicitly designed to serve people and organizations and not replace them. Because the type of AI that we create really does matter. We need an AI that places humanity first, that always prioritizes human well-being and human progress. This is the core philosophy and motivation behind our superintelligence efforts at Microsoft, and it shapes everything that we do. And as a platform company, our job and our commitment is to keep you developers building at the absolute frontier. So today, we are very excited to announce a family of 7 new models across image, voice, transcription, and coding. These are all built with real attention to detail and a commitment to making very practical and efficient tools that are tuned to just how you work in the real world. So first up, MAI Image 2.5 and its Flash variant, 2 super strong models that deliver a step change in quality, now at number 2 on the leaderboard, surpassing the score of Nano Banana 2 on image editing. They give you precise editing with incredible control and consistency. Flash is here for super efficient production workloads, while 2.5 gives you that maximum fidelity and professional grade performance. They're live in PowerPoint today, they're rolling out to OneDrive, and right now you can access them on Foundry at a market-leading quality per dollar. Next up, we've got MAI Transcribe 1.5. This is the best transcription model in the world. State-of-the-art accuracy across 43 languages, beating out Gemini and OpenAI's flagship transcription models. We've optimized it for real-world use so that you can produce highly accurate transcripts for any bespoke use case 5 times faster than all rival models. It's now being integrated inside a GitHub, Teams, Copilot, Dynamics 365 Contact Center, and it's now also available in Foundry, where I'm very excited to say it is the fastest, most efficient, and most cost-effective transcription model of any of the hyperscalers out there. So paired with that, we've got MAI Voice 2. This is our latest speech generation model. It has beautiful prosody, natural-sounding delivery, fine-grained emotional control, and it's available in 15 languages with many more coming soon. We're also announcing Voice 2 Flash, and that provides the very best value and speed for ultra-latency-sensitive voice agents, which, of course, is the big thing in 2026. Next up, our text foundation model, MAI Thinking 1. This is our first reasoning model, and it's exceptionally strong in our target use cases of reasoning and SWE tasks. It's a 35 billion active parameter MOE with a 256K context window. That means that it competes in the medium-sized weight class, where it's certainly punching above its weight. And independent human raters on Surge prefer it in overall quality side-by-sides versus Sonnet 4.6. It's achieved 97% on AME 2025, which is obviously the key measure of its general-purpose reasoning abilities. But most importantly of all, it's now at 53% on SWE-Bench Pro, which places it right alongside Opus 4.6, at least on the toughest coding benchmark that's out there. So we're very happy with that. Now, there's plenty more for us to do as we get this into production and hill climb against real-world tasks and real-world traffic. But what is actually most remarkable about this model, we think, is that it is climbed entirely from the bottom. And that means that it hasn't targeted any of the benchmarks specifically, and it's done so with absolutely zero distillation. And to us, this is critical, because it means that the model is created with an enterprise-grade, clean, and commercially licensed data lineage that means that you can put it into production in a very trustworthy way with complete confidence. Now, finally, I'm incredibly excited to announce MAI Code 1 Flash. This is our new inference-efficient coding model, which has been especially tuned for VS Code and, of course, GitHub Copilot CLI. It achieves 51% on SWE-Bench Pro, despite having just 5 billion parameters. And so it's much closer to Haiku in terms of size, but cheaper in cost, delivering really strong coding performance at great inference efficiency. And it's rolling out today inside of VS Code. Now, alongside distribution on Foundry and optimization for our 1P products, we're also very excited to make our models available on OpenRouter as well as Fireworks and Base 10. So this means that for the first time, you're going to be able to tune the weights directly yourself in an ecosystem of your choice. Now, across this entire family, safety and security have been built in from the start. Our voice models come with protections against unauthorized cloning. Everything is watermarked from scratch. We've reduced our over-refusals, improved representation, including for people with disabilities. We're also publishing a very detailed technical report today to give you a full and transparent understanding of how we've put all of this together. Now, one of the things I'm particularly excited about is that we have been carefully co-designing our models with our own silicon. So that means that we've optimized MAI Thinking 1 on our very own Maya 200 chip and benchmarked it head-to-head against the GB200. And so on top of the 30% performance improvement that Satya talked about earlier, we're now seeing a further 1.4x performance per watt gain when we run our MAI models on the Maya 200 end-to-end. And that's huge, because as everybody knows, at this scale, every watt counts. And silicon and model co-design is a really key advantage that we think is going to help keep everybody here right on the frontier with the most efficient and most powerful thinking and coding agents out there. We're also super excited that these faster and more efficient MAI models are coming to the N1X that Satya mentioned a few moments ago, and we think that's going to be able to deliver the very best performance on Windows in a few months' time. Now, to us, this is what owning the full stack end-to-end looks like. It's the foundation of Microsoft Frontier Tuning, lets you customize the MAI models using our full stack hill climbing machine right where you want it. And it means that the disciplined and very relentless engineering that has gone into building our models is now available to all of you on a platform that you can trust, working on your behalf to create custom agents that you will control. So the really big thing, of course, that's happened in the last year is these RLEs, reinforcement learning environments, these unique training gyms for your AIs. They create company and task-specific agents adapted only to you, built on MAI models. So for example, within Microsoft, we use our RLEs combined with our MAI models to climb towards the best agentic use cases on Excel. Our MAI-tuned model is now on par with GPT 5.4 on public and private benchmarks, whilst at the same time being 10 times more efficient on cost. Thank you. And many other early adopters are seeing similar results. When we've tuned our models on McKinsey's tasks, MAI delivered the highest win rate, even outperforming GPT 5.5, and again, delivering 10x greater efficiency on cost. So to us, this is the advantage of very carefully calibrated frontier tuning. And importantly, unlike with some of the other companies, with MAI, you don't rent intelligence from a shared model that learns from everybody. Only you keep the benefits of your hard-earned workflows, know-how, knowledge, and your own institutional data. Only you get to control the resulting model. And so with us, the RLEs and the models that you build inside of them, they become your moat. I really think this is distinct. It marks a new era in AI that we're all very, very excited about. Okay. So now, just one final announcement that I'm very excited about. We are taking customization and co-creation of our models to the highest level possible on what I think of as perhaps the most important application of AI, healthcare. So today, we're very proud to be announcing that we're partnering with Mayo Clinic to jointly develop a new frontier model for health and then deploy it around the world in their hospitals and beyond. So this morning, please help me in welcoming to the stage a physician, groundbreaking researcher, president and CEO of the Mayo Clinic, Dr. Gianrico Ferrugia. Thank you so much for being here, Gianrico. Now, of course, everyone will recognize Mayo as perhaps the leading hospital in the world with an incredible track record of research and innovation and clinical practice. Tell us a little bit more about what you hope to get out of our collaboration.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. Thanks to Satya as well. Mayo Clinic is known for being able to live up to our primary value. The needs of the patient come first. We deliver outstanding healthcare. We're ranked the #1 healthcare organization in the world. Yet we know most people in the world will not have access to Mayo Clinic. So 7 years ago, we decided to create a platform, the Mayo Clinic platform, moving all of healthcare from a pipeline to a platform. And with our partners, that platform now is in 4 continents and reaches about 100 million people. It has created the largest, to our knowledge, deepest longitudinal healthcare data set in the world, multimodal, including genomics. So here together, now we have the opportunity to do what we do best together, which is create a frontier model for healthcare. What it means if you're a patient, if you're somebody interested in healthcare, you can get clinical and logistical answers to your healthcare. But if you're a healthcare provider, if you're a physician, it can give you insight, it can act as your real-time team member that can tell you what is likely to happen next, but it can also prevent harm and therefore increase patient safety, and giving valuable insights that make the team better at giving you what you need most, which is better healthcare.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that we're most excited about is that the models are already pretty incredible at textbook knowledge. They've read all the journals and all the papers, but what they're really lacking is the kind of clinical practice and clinical expertise of your team and your clinicians that you developed over the last many decades. So how do you think we might go about using that clinical practice to improve the performance of the model in production?
So the exciting part here is we each do what we do best, and we can tackle something that has eluded healthcare for a long time, trusted, scalable solutions. And to do that, you need to have the right data, you certainly need to have the right people, but you also need to have a very patient-focused lens. And between the two of us, we now have all this together, so we can build this frontier model and then offer safe, secure, trustworthy, and of course effective healthcare solutions for all.
Well, our #1 objective, of course, is to put the patient first, deliver the highest quality we can in a trusted way, and then hopefully share that with the world over. So we're very excited for this partnership. Can't wait to share more with everyone in the future.
Us too. Thank you.
Thank you. So today marks some very, very exciting steps that we're taking on our journey to create humanist superintelligence at Microsoft. We now have an incredible roster of 7 new world-class models to keep everybody working at the absolute frontier. And we're really looking forward to everybody being able to co-create your own unique agents adapted to you that you'll control. I really feel like this is a new era in AI, an era of AI that you control on your terms. So let's build it together. Thank you very much, everyone. And now over to Tanya to show us how frontier tuning works in practice.
Thanks, Mustafa. With frontier tuning, we're making it possible for you to create your own enterprise AI with the models and the harness tuned on your data and your workflows. Let me show you how you can build your own hill climbing machine. MAI Thinking 1 is now available in private preview in the Foundry model catalog. You can go ahead and deploy the model as is, or if you want to go on your own hill climbing journey, you can start by clicking the Fine-Tune button. Now, I'm in the Fine-Tuning UI. The first thing I'll do is add my data set. Next, I'm going to add a grader, and that's it. I go ahead and submit the job. A couple of hours in, I see how the model is learning. It generates rollouts, it scores them, and we start to hill climb. Now, if you want full control over your RL training loop, let me give you a sneak peek into our low-level training API. You can see here I have the MAI Thinking model. I can also configure my rollout strategy as well as my hyperparameters to define exactly how I want my training algorithm to work. In fact, I can also incorporate my own RL gym here by defining the tools that this model interacts with. All right, you just saw all the code. But as an M365 customer, you're never starting from scratch. Let's hop on to Copilot. As a part of frontier tuning, we're introducing a new way to build RL environments based on your data and your workflows. One of our customers, Land O'Lakes, one amongst the largest agribusinesses in the United States, is in fact using this to perfect that butter on your morning toast. Let me walk you through their environment. Now, on a high level, the environment consists of skills, knowledge, and tools. But in the back end, we create an entire RL gym for your agents to continuously learn the way that you work. Now, let's look at the butter report generation skill here. These tasks are very complex. They require many manual steps and a high degree of precision. Now, in these tasks, even 80% accuracy isn't good enough. To hill climb to higher accuracy, we're extending the industry definition of skills to include rubrics on what good looks like. But this is just one task. How do I scale this to codify all of the tasks in an enterprise? You spend a lot of time in M365, in Teams, Outlook, Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. We use those signals to suggest skills and rubrics that truly define the way that you work. Next, you can add your organizational knowledge for grounding, like from OneDrive, SharePoint. Now, the environment comes built in with Microsoft tools, and you can add custom tools to it. Because these tools tap into real workflows, we virtualize them to simulate execution so the model can learn without actually impacting the live state of your business. And now, my most favorite part, the science. By generalizing all of these learnings into the main model, as well as in the embedding model, we're able to hill climb for tasks that require high accuracy. And not only this, we are able to hill climb to more than 90% accuracy for Land O'Lakes tasks using the MAI model. In fact, we estimate this model to be 10x more efficient than the baseline models. Now, with this environment set up, let's go back to butter reporting. Let's run this task, this time using this tuned environment as an inferencing harness. Now, usually this task takes a couple of minutes to run. In the meantime, I will show you a cached response. Now, as you can see here, the agent has leveraged test time tree search with multiple models, including a fine-tuned model. And what you see here is a summary that doesn't feel generic. It feels undoubtedly Land O'Lakes. And that's not it. The task holds itself to high standards, and it continuously retrospects and evaluates itself. This way, with frontier tuning, your agent continuously improves with your compliant RL environment on your data, encoding the way you work. Now that is what I call frontier tuning as smooth as butter. We cannot wait to see the environments you built. Back to you, Satya.
All right. Thank you so much, Tanya, Mustafa, Genrico. Thank you for the partnership here. What you just saw is a pretty significant shift. We believe that time's come for every company to just move from consuming a frontier model to fully participating at the frontier in the frontier ecosystem. That's the transition. You can have your own private evals and outcomes, your private RLEs and traces, your enterprise knowledge, create this scaffolding for models to hill climb. That's what will allow you to create that differentiated IP that you own, you control. But the second salient point is that there is a new operating point at the frontier where you can use a very efficient reasoning model and a coding model and achieve frontier level performance because you've done the hard work of creating that environment, that RLE, that hill climbing machine in which these models with your traces can hill climb to the frontier. So we think that the combination of this two is a pretty big game changer in how people think about what does it mean to operate at the frontier? What does frontier tokens look like? How are you in control? What's the future of a firm? These are the big questions. And really an ecosystem that gets built around as opposed to a few models that just are hungry for all data. To close out, though, I want to talk about that frontiers beyond that push this ecosystem of ours and really say, what's the next big thing? Bending the curve, when Mustafa talked about this with Genrico when it comes to health, but building, that scientific discovery loop can have perhaps the biggest societal impact, right? Science today still is a little too linear. You create a hypothesis, you form a hypothesis, you run an experiment, you wait for lab results, which is out of band, and then you begin again. But what if the scientific method itself could become more continuous, more parallel, more programmable? That's what we're doing with Microsoft Discovery, right? Discovery brings together the models, the HPC compute, the knowledge graphs of all the scientific knowledge, the automated lab and simulation into one agentic discovery loop. And so today, I'm really thrilled to GA Microsoft Discovery and to show you all of this in action. Let me invite up on David on stage. David, take it away.
Hello. I work in the Microsoft Discovery and Quantum team. Today, to recycle a PET plastic like this bottle, you have to shred it and melt it. The result is degraded. You cannot use it to make this bottle again. It's downcycling. Cambridge Consultants, part of Capgemini, is using Microsoft Discovery to advance that research. Let me show it to you. This is the Microsoft Discovery app. It is based on VS Code because agentic discovery has many parallels with agentic software engineering. Today, I want to do these three things as a scientist. First, I want to write a scientific paper about this topic. I'll explore an existing line of research. Instead of melting the plastic, I can use proteins to decompose it. so you can recycle it again and again. Second, I want to perform the actual discovery to find new proteins. And third, I want to create a lab protocol to test the results in a real lab. If you are a developer, these 3 steps should be very familiar to you. They look a lot like planning, coding and testing, and deploying to production, but for science. Let's launch it. This will kick off the discovery engine. You can think of it as a team of specialized agents always running in the background, following the scientific method. You can see those agents here, and you can add more. Microsoft Discovery includes a community of agents, models, and tools across many domains. You can use open source, third parties, or create your own. Okay, so this is still running, and it will be running for a while, even hours or days, because the discovery engine, like science, is not sequential. It is exploring hypotheses and performing long-running simulations dynamically. So let me open one that is already completed. You can see the files that it created here. This one is the research paper that I was asking for. To create it, Discovery is using a knowledge graph internally, bringing together public scientific literature and internal knowledge. This is a critical asset because it provides complete visibility of the reasoning, so scientists can be in full control. We can go now to step 2, the discovery itself. Let me open the output for that one. So, how do you come up with new proteins to decompose plastic? This is the approach that Discovery took. First, you need an AI model to predict how good a protein is for that. Then, you need a way to generate new proteins. And finally, you need to identify the most promising ones. So let's start with the model. Microsoft Discovery trained multiple models and picked the best. And there's no out-of-the-box agent for that. But that's OK. If Microsoft Discovery does not find an agent for a task, it will create one on the fly, which is pretty cool. So here's all the files that it created. This one here is the YAML for the agent. And this one, for example, is the Python code to train the models. Now we need to generate candidates for new proteins. And that task requires a lot of compute. Discovery is integrated with HPC, so agents can use it for complex simulations. You can see the process here. It started with a seed protein, and then it created variations by replacing small segments. You can see those segments there. Then it applied the model from before to see the variation helps or not, learning in that process. This is done millions of times in multiple jobs in parallel, exploring a huge tree of proteins. The result is 80 proteins that are ready to be sent to the lab for testing, which we said it was like deploying software, right? The problem, though, is that creating a protein is a little bit more complicated. The most common way is inserting DNA into bacteria, so the bacteria create the protein for me. So Discovery created another file, this one here. This file contains all the DNA sequences to create each protein. I can send this now to a lab, create the proteins, and test them. Or I can go one step further. If I have an automated lab, I can integrate it directly with the agents. Let's do it. So let me go back to the session, and let's just submit job to lab. Go. This will use a custom agent that is sending the instructions for the lab equipment. And this is very real. Cambridge Consultants does have an automated lab, and I have it right here. So this is the application control in the lab. It has a copilot interface, so the scientists can interact with the lab to design experiments, which is, it feels like being Iron Man, but for chemistry. In this case, Discovery is submitting the job. You can see it already here. But remember, you need to grow the bacteria, so this will take some time. So let me open a previous run. And there you go. These are all the steps that the agents are doing, most of them completely automated with human supervision. How cool is that? This is bringing together the physical world and the digital agents in a unified discovery loop. And this was just one example of what Microsoft Discovery can do. Customers across industries are using it today to embrace a new era of scientific discovery. Thank you. Back to you, Satya.
Thank you so much, David. Talking about scientific discovery, we're also continuing to make rapid progress on our long-term goal of building a scalable quantum computer. We announced last year our first QPU. We created a new state of matter that was only theorized 100 years ago, and we proved it out that it exists. Our vision was to take a very radically different approach to addressing the fundamental barriers to building a scalable quantum machine, which is all about reliability, speed, as well as size. Since then, we have continued to make progress across the full quantum stack with both our academic and industry partners. In fact, in Keynote, we will have a quantum computer powered by atom computers, natural atom computers, with our stack in there. We're also working with Algorithmic and Columbia and ETH Zurich. And we ourselves, in fact, use this discovery agentic loop to accelerate the work in quantum, compressing years of research into this last year. And today, I'm really thrilled to announce Majorana 2. And so this is Majorana 2. Majorana 2 implements the next generation material stack that we use discovery to discover and build and help fabricate. The resulting qubits are exceptionally reliable and capable of maintaining their state much longer, while other common approaches deliver a lifetime of just microseconds or even milliseconds. Majorana 2 provides qubit mean lifetime of 20 seconds or up to even a minute, essentially 1,000 times higher than what we were able to achieve with Majorana 1. And the operations, and this is so key, operations in Majorana 2 are 1 microsecond, enabling pretty complex quantum computation in that lifetime. And all of this in the same qubit form factor of Majorana 1, in 1/100th of a millimeter controlled all digitally, which is again a super important aspect, making it all possible to fit 1 million of these qubits in a chip smaller than a credit card. It's this combination of the reliability, the speed, the size that makes the topological approach so unique. With Majorana 1, we had proven out the foundational physics, and with Majorana 2, now we begin the engineering scale. But ultimately, it is never about tech for tech's sake. It's about tackling those pressing challenges of people and planet. It is also the fundamental point of this conference. The question is not whether you can build the next great model, the next great platform, or even this quantum machine. The question is, how do we build this frontier ecosystem together? Because there are really 2 stories people can tell about this moment. One is that technology concentrates power, reduces human agency, and leaves the society to absorb the consequences. The other is that we use this next wave to unlock opportunity for developers, scientists, enterprises, and every community. And our job is to make the second story true. That's our North Star for the frontier ecosystem. Let's all go build together. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
rare moments when something that once felt beyond imagination suddenly feels within reach. Quantum is our most fundamental physical theory. It's really the low-level operating system of the real physical world.
For quantum computing to deliver real-world impact, it has to be both reliable and scalable.
Reaching quantum at scale will allow us to take a more direct approach to solving problems in chemistry,
The discovery of new material,
life sciences,
the way in which we bring drugs to market. It opens up millions of possibilities. Quantum will change the world, and this change is just beginning to happen.
Please welcome Swix, Saragoa, Alad Gil, and Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft, Satya Nadella.
Hello, son.
I'm so excited to be here. Welcome to a crossover episode of No Priors in Lane Space with Satya Nadella. Congratulations on an amazing build.
No, thank you so much, and it's great to be with both of you. I listen to both of you or both the podcasts all the time. It's great to be on it.
Thank you so much.
So you're just talking about these amazing announcements from across the Microsoft estate all morning for, I think, 3 hours. What is what's the most important reflection or takeaway you have?
I'd say there are perhaps the biggest one for me is let's sort of conceptualize this more as an ecosystem play as opposed to a single model or even a single platform, right? I mean, yeah, whenever at least for me, having grown up at Microsoft, having seen 4 major platform shifts, I sort of fall into that camp where a platform is defined by fundamentally its ability to create more value about the platform versus what's captured in the platform. And so if you view what's happening right now, I think this morning's keynote was, how can any company, whether it's an AI native company or a traditional enterprise company, participate as a first-class participant where they can point to AI they created, right? It's not that they don't use other people's AI. Of course they will. But to me, what's the path? What's the recipe? How do I do it? What does the stack look like? What does the tooling look like? What is valuable? How do you do that? That's it. That's sort of our job to do.
Yeah.
Ecosystem strategy is very complicated, right? Because you end up building certain components, partnering for certain components, supporting them. You just announced this big suite of models. Like, tell us a little bit about the training strategy for Microsoft.
Yeah,
now.
So the thing that we wanted to do with the MAI models was to build, and as Mustafa talked about, first of all, a great lineage, right? Starting with pre-training, with very good data quality, doing all the ablations, making sure, because in some sense it's becoming even harder to build a clean lineage model, just because there's so much stuff out there that you truly need to ablate out to be able to have a fantastic pre-trained model. In fact, that's one of the challenges of a lot of the open weight models is they look great on one benchmark or two, but they're not great on practice. So that's why, in fact, even in our FDEs are pretty gone really excited about these MAI models, because how the heck can a small 5B model hill climb? And it goes back a little bit to what I think is ultimately the key thing to do, which is try to pursue finding that cognitive core. So to me, starting with a clean lineage, then creating that ability for companies to be able to use this, right? Not just as a generalist, but to create their own specialist by building this hill climbing scaffold around it, right? So it's not just the model, but you have a hill climb scaffold around it, then you will start building your RLE. You will start collecting the traces. Most importantly, you'll have private evals, because we know all the evals out there are good, interesting, but they're not really that critical at this point, because they all can be maxed. And so the point is each company will have its own private eval. And so that end-to-end platform story around our models is sort of what I think is interesting. And then the one other thing, Sarah, since you brought that up, is I do feel there's a new frontier. Like, people talk about the frontier, and are you operating at the frontier? Interestingly enough, if you add a little temporality to it, you can use, let's say, in fact, the Land O'Lakes demo we showed was pretty cool. We used GPT-5.5, right? Then you collected a bunch of traces, and then you took a 5B reasoning model and achieved higher. So that is another aspect of what it means to operate at the frontier.
Yeah, I think I first of all have to congratulate you on basically building a Frontier Neo lab inside of Microsoft in 2 years. I'm wondering, you have all this AI strategy that you're rolling out. I'm wondering, what do you know now that you wish you would tell yourself 2 years ago, or 2 to 3 years ago? 3 years for the Jensen partnership, 2 years for MAI?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I reflect quite a bit, right, which is sort of obviously I got into all this when I got excited by the scaling laws paper, and when even the OpenAI partnership came about, when those folks said, hey, we're going to really throw a lot of computer transformers, and they've held, right? The thing that I always look back and say, wow, these things do have capability that they're climbing up. I mean, this crude way of saying it is intelligence is log of compute kind of works. Now, what I think we underestimated perhaps is the real world complexity of deploying these so that they actually deliver the value in the real world, right? So the outcomes as measured by any benchmark is interesting, important, but the true eval is when people out there are able to do unique things that they only can value, and it's very measurable, right? That I wish we had sort of even had more in our consciousness, right? Which is as an industry, because right now I think when people say, wow, I don't want a token max, it's an artifact of us not having thought ourselves as an industry that we are using tokens to create value every step of the way. So I think that's kind of what I wish we had gotten there, but I'm glad we are here.
What are some of the use cases that you've seen that have created the most value for your customers? Because I know that people talk a lot about code, and I think it's pretty clear that that's something that's having very large scale impact. Are there other areas that you find in common that your customers are really benefiting from?
Yeah, I think, to your point, obviously coding is now but it's interesting, by the way, Lachie, to even talk about the coding, right? Which is, coding has worked so well that we now have to rebuild the IDE, right? I mean, it's kind of nuts to see what we launched is like, oh my God, I have these 100 agent sessions. The cognitive load it transfers back to me as a human is so excessive that now I need a new UI. By the way, the chat as the only artifact is also impossible, so that's why we need a canvas. So it's kind of interesting for all the things about where is software needed or where is UI needed. You kind of need that even for code, right, in a fully agentic world. But that said, one of the things that we are starting to see, we started seeing with co-work, but even some of the work we showed with autopilot, right, on what you see with clause, is a good one. Because if you sort of think about a lot of human capital is doing the glue work, right? If you now can augment that with tokens/agents that are long running, durable, right? Then your ability to scale even what is still judgment and glue work gets amplified like coding does. So you can, I'm positive that 6 months from now, we'll all be saying, oh wow, all through the night, there was a bunch of stuff that all these autopilots that I have working on my behalf with my delegated authority, so to speak, right? I can sort of, given even my identity, did a bunch of work. Then, of course, I'll need my new ADE to say, well, what did you do? Did I do this work? And so on. So I think that's where compressing of workflows, completing of tasks, that's where I think a lot of the value gets created.
I think you raised a really interesting point, which is there's the actual agent is doing the code, and then there's the harness around it. And that's the environment, that's the context, that's everything you're setting up as a developer around actually a coding agent. What is the harness for the enterprise? Is there an equivalent concept for broader productivity work, or how do you think about that concept sort of?
That's right. So in some sense, you kind of want the harness to define the models, the data, and the tools, and so that you have a loop across those three. And so what we are trying to, first of all, make sure is each of our products that we build, right, whether it's GitHub Copilot or the security Copilot, the stuff we showed with M-Dash, or even the discovery for science, it doesn't matter. All of them are multi-model harnesses with tools access so that you can do this progressive disclosure of tools even so that they're token efficient. And then you're feeding it with very rich context, because that's sort of the other hard lesson we have learned in the last 2 years is, oh my God, the amount of work you need to do to prep the context layer such that your plan can execute in the most efficient way is where the magic is. So we have, in our case, we have the GitHub harness, which essentially we're using across all our products. It's available in Foundry. And we're open, like you can use your Llama harness, whatever, or you can use the any open harness or any harness of yours and train with your tools and multiple models and your context. And so that's the pitch. Because right now a lot of dialogue is, hey, if I train the harness plus tools and the model together, you get evals. And what we are proving out is, and the best example of that is what we did with M-Dash, right? Because when it launched, it found bugs or vulnerabilities that were not found by Mythos. And so there is existence proof, I would claim, that you can have a multimodal harness that can in fact be more performant in the real world.
So a premise behind the training at the independent frontier labs is really, we're going to have these models, and we'll have an API business, and we'll support enterprises and startups, but a first-party product, be it productivity or code or search, drives the majority of revenue. That's a different value equation than you're describing, I think, with the Microsoft ecosystem. If that's the case, tell me if it's the case, because obviously you have first-party products and you have enablement products. What is the role of the developer? Like, what's going to be hard and the set of skills and the value capture the developer has in that world?
Yeah, so I think that there's always going to be the case that someone who is super successful as a platform builder can also have first-party products. It was true with Windows. It was true with the SaaS side and the cloud side as well, with us and others and so on. But the thing that is it should not be a limiter to other people achieving that same success, right? That, I think, is the core difference, which is the network effects this time around intelligence are such because they learn from data, and not really lots of data. It's just the few samples that you have to see to understand what's novel about something. So that's why the game becomes how to protect. So that's why I would say every company having private evals may be the biggest IP, right? I think about it, like what's that private eval that you can then use even a frontier model to hill climb on and not leak the traces, maybe one of the biggest drivers of IP. Like, so in other words, another acid test is, you have an eval that's private, you're using a model A, can you switch it to model B and climb up? If you can, then you're in control. If you can't, you're not in control. And that's where even the harness decision becomes super important, right? So therefore, having an open harness, letting all models come in, having your evals, your context, your tools help you hill climb, I think is the skills that an AI native startup needs, a SaaS company needs, or every enterprise needs.
Yeah, I think in a very real way, you are Microsoft historically as an operating systems company and then becoming a cloud company. Maybe like the third act is that you're a harness or evals company, whatever the sort of conglomerate of concepts that you want to put together. I think like enabling every company to have like frontier intelligence or what I forget the exact term that you used is the mission, right?
That's
like,
it.
That is the platform promise that you build with us. You will get your intelligence for your data.
That's it. That to me, that is the, like, if there was one tagline for this entire developer conference is, can everybody operate at the frontier with their frontier intelligence, right? To me, that is so important because otherwise, I don't know how you achieve stable equilibrium, right? Which is, how do I then go and say, oh, my company is going to have a terminal value because I now know how to continuously compound on top of what's a platform that gets better, right? So when like Windows obviously came out, Adobe built, Autodesk built, or even like take what Jensen said. We built DX and he built, CUDA on top of it, right? I mean, I always say to Jensen, God, I got the short end of that, right? I wish we had recognized it. But nevertheless, that idea that you can build a platform layer that someone else can then extend out and build their own intelligence layer, in this case, I think is everything, right? Yeah. Without it, why have a developer conference? I can just come and have you all sort of just worship at the altar of one model. Yeah. But that's not a developer conference.
Backstage, we had a discussion about what is IP or what is the value in a company. It used to be the length of human experience at a company. And now it's this other thing, which is the evals, the experience in sort of applying agents to the company. I just want you to flesh that out a bit more.
Yeah, it's a great way to frame it, right? Because at the end of the day, every company is going to have both the human capital that is still going to be super valuable because humans and their ability to find the gaps that exist at all times is going to be the way we all will create value, right? I mean, so I'm definitely in the camp that this is going to be about expressing new forms of human agency and ambition, even as token capital goes up, right? So let's say any corporation has lots of tokens and a lot of human capital. The question is, how do you compound the two? So if you have if you take in teams, I have a bunch of agents doing work and a bunch of humans doing work, and the traces between those, that is really important context of how that enterprise is creating value. Then that goes back to train not a generalist model, but to train the company veteran agent. Right, that is super valuable again, right? Which is when a company says it should in fact go onto the balance sheet, is how I think about it, right? That's so. In fact, there may be human capital was never possible to go put on a balance sheet because you didn't know how to capture the tacit knowledge. Whereas now I think you can with the agents that have learned through time, through all the traces. So that's what at least we think will happen.
I think the SEC is going to have accounting standards for token expertise.
You're talking about the equilibrium state and a stable equilibrium where companies have this compounding value and can see terminal value for themselves. Another challenge to the considered equilibrium of, okay, there are applications and workflows that are sort of common to a vertical or a horizontal. And this was the generation of SaaS companies. And Microsoft has lots of SaaS properties as well. And then there are things that are very specific to every enterprise that they're differentiated against. I'm sure you have heard much and participated in much of the debate about the end of software because all these workflows are cheap to generate now. Do you think the equilibrium looks different between what agents get built in enterprises versus in their vendors in the future?
Yeah, so I think what's happening there is, we had a particular way we captured, I would say, workflow in apps, right? Because we built a data model, right? We schematized some part of some business process. Mm-hmm. We then built a bunch of business logic.
Yep.
And then we put a bunch of UI on top of it, right? So that's kind of what every SaaS company...
And then a little configuration.
For 20 years, that was
right. And that was it. So interestingly enough, now you kind of get to relitigate that vertical stacking, right? So I still think, for example, that data model that you built underneath every SaaS application is super good, right? Why reinvent it? My general ledger better be a general ledger. I don't need new schema creation. Yeah. In fact, that entity relationship is actually a pretty good, robust thing that I want to feed.
And you want it to be stable.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then same thing with business logic, right? If you look at, we have this product called Power BI, right? It was dashboards galore people created. The beauty underneath that dashboard is a very rich semantic model, right? Someone took the pain to create a dashboard and do all the measures. And you want that, that's business logic, right? I want that to be available to me. So I think the challenge of the SaaS business model is we packaged one way. We now have to learn how to unbundle these things and rebundle in new ways and discover new business models, right? I mean, if you look at it, what's happening today with Microsoft 365 is a great example, right? We have this thing called Work IQ. In fact, what we are realizing is, oh my God, if you look at it, in fact, there's a historical parallel to, right? We sold first Exchange and SharePoint and, before Teams, we had a thing called Link Server and what have you. And we thought, oh, that's all going to move to the cloud. But little did we realize that, the number of people who will use servers in the cloud is 10x, 100x, right? Because people were not buying servers, they were just buying a subscription. Mm-hmm. The same thing is now happening with M365 because with Work IQ, we have exposed what is perhaps the most important database in a company that never got used as a database because it was only captive to our apps, mm-hmm. right? It was email operated on it, Teams operated on it, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint. But now, this is one of the coolest things I get to do with Work IQ. I go to a GitHub repo and I say, hey, I attended a bunch of design meetings last week related to this repo. Can you capture all that and tell me what changes I should make? I mean, think about that, right? It literally can go look at all those transcripts, come back with a plan to change a code base, right? Previously, you could never have thought of using M365 for something like that. So the value creation opportunity now in the agent world is in fact 10x more. But it does require us to have, for example, there's going to be usage around M365, right? Which is going to be perhaps more than even the end users. And we have to even re-architect. Like in fact, like what I use to serve an inbox or a mailbox cannot be used to serve an agent. And so that's sort of what we're doing.
I don't believe in like permanent business models for any of these domains, but in the near term, do you have a prediction between, outcomes-based pricing, token-based pricing, enterprise bundles?
Yeah, the way I think about this is always we've had, like, let's even take the per user pricing.
Mm-hmm.
The per user pricing is really an artifact of someone creating a budget needing certainty, right? Because it's the most important thing. Like somebody wants a budget, they need a per user. And per user is just a set of entitlements to usage, right? That's kind of what it is. And so the way is the first bundling will be take some usage, bundle it into per user stacks, and then sell subscriptions. So subscriptions, I think, are going to be there. Per user is going to be there. Then the next big thing will be consumption. So people will say, I want consumption. And it's also possible that people will say, I don't even want to pay for any of the subscriptions or the consumption, it's outcome. But remember, most people love outcomes until they have an outcome. Because once you have an outcome, it's like giving away royalty, right? I mean, like I've talked to customers who love, outcome-based pricing, and I say, I'm all in, until they, oh my God, like, what are you talking about? You're sharing in my outcome? No. I want you to go back to per user pricing, and I want you to consumption price, right? So I think that debate will go on. All of these business models have a particular time and a place versus one to rule them all. And if anything, if you're a SaaS vendor or you're a platform vendor, having that flexibility, and quite frankly, we face this with GitHub, right? We just recently announced per user pricing on GitHub. Because GitHub Copilot was constructed at a per user level before we understood even the intensity of usage of agents, right? It was an interactive way for a developer to use code complete, maybe tasks. It was not like, I launched 10,000 agents that are going on all day, right? So that is what the adjustment is about. So now that we really want, there will always be a per user, but there will have to be a consumption meter.
How do you think about the durability of SaaS more generally? One thing I've observed is in a lot of enterprises internally, there will be teams that almost have agent euphoria. They're so excited about the explosion of things they can build that they're trying to rebuild a lot of applications or going to their SaaS vendors and saying, we're not going to work with you anymore, or we're considering an internal project. And it seems like in 6 to 9 months, maybe some of those people will come back and say, actually, we can't rebuild everything. How do you think about what's durable in this world and what isn't?
I think we have to go through one full budget cycle on this to really see the sort of the emergence of the equilibrium. Because at the end of the day, there's marginal cost to even generating the app, right? In fact, there can be even a simple way to say it, like if you should always acquire something if the marginal cost of building and maintaining something on your own is higher, right? That should be like, it's a quantifiable, right? A quantifiable thing. And the maintenance part is important, right? Even like, you got to remember, like, hey, all the security stuff that now AI will find, you better fix them too fast. Of course, there's a coding agent to help you with, but then that burns tokens, right? So whose responsibility is it? It's kind of like a cycle that you've got to think through. And I think we have gone through the excitement that I can generate a lot of software. I think the next thing would be, what software do I really want to generate? What software do I want to use from others? How do I compose these two into some agentic workflow that I have agency over, right? Because I think there'll be very little tolerance for anybody who's inflexible at the vendor level. But at the same time, I think that anyone who has got that flexibility, shows up, delivers the value, will be back at again, right? We're selling software, but with just different business models, in fact.
Speaking about building software, one of my favorite moments from, I think, a previous build, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, was there was a section of you building your own software. I'm curious if you're building anything now.
Yeah, so I think first of all, let's face it, right? Building software has made it possible for even the incompetence of a CEO of a company like ours, you can build. So thank God. But that said, I do feel that something like GitHub Copilot to me, and especially the new Sessions app or the new app, has just made it so much more possible for you to have agency over artifacts that you felt you couldn't touch before, right? So for me as a CEO even, to go to a code base, to be able to learn about it. Like I remember joining Microsoft long back, first, and then you say, man, everybody had to go in and look at, whatever, Cutler's Malloc or what have you to learn how to do good C++ code. So now that ability to be more full stack up and down is so good. But that doesn't mean every one of us should be doing the same thing. The question is, how do you then have the ability to inspect things, learn things, see things? I think is just so much more. And so to me, what I'm building a lot of is these long-running Foundry agents, right? So there's autopilots. So the easiest thing is, to me, I think I just built one even last week where the idea was, hey, can I have an agent that is continuously monitoring essentially my own chief of staff autopilot, right? We're going to have that obviously in Scout. That's what we showed. But it was so easy and trivial to build. I took WorkIQ. I said, take WorkIQ, go and build a Foundry long-running agent, store all the memory in using Rayfin, right? Basically have my backend as a service. And lo and behold, it built it. And not only built it, I could say publish to teams, and it published the damn thing to teams. So the ability to have some end-to-end project like this complete is just pretty miraculous.
How do you think that impacts the different types of engineering roles that exist in the future? Because right now, I think there's a dozen different types of engineers that you can be, from QA, front end, et cetera. There's a big swath. I've heard some people argue that in 4 or 5 years, we'll basically end up with 4 engineering roles. It'll be people who are managing agents. It'll be forward deployed engineers or FDEs. It'll be security engineers. And then people working on large-scale infrastructure for a small number of services. And then everything else just collapses into the agentic world.
Yeah,
do you think that's a correct view of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll have to experiment our way through it. But what you said is there are some very at-scale things. At LinkedIn, they did structurally change and basically built up a new discipline called full stack builder, right? So they went and said, hey, let's bring people from design and product management, front-end engineering, all put them together, but also have an edge, right? It's not like the design person still doesn't have the design edge or the front-end person doesn't have the front-end edge, but you can give yourself bigger scope in roles so that you're not confined to one role. And then equally, infrastructure has become very critical, right? So in other words, RLEs, one thing we've realized is, even for the Excel team, for example, building the RLE in which a reward can be learned is actually one of the hardest sort of infrastructure problems. And so you kind of need even new talent, right? Distributed systems people, even in what was considered an end user app team, because it's a different skill set. So yes, infrastructure, science is the other one, obviously. So I think we'll see how these evolve, right? Where's the real, always the world will have a bunch of specialists. I think the generalist role is going to be the most exciting, right? Because the leverage of a generalist is where we're going to see the maximum returns, right? When you said, hey, are you coding? I'm now I basically translated knowledge work, right? Which I did, where I created a Word document or a spreadsheet or even, and now I can build an app. Right, it's in the same sentence, right? That idea that, oh wow, my generalist skills have gotten a higher leverage, I think is what we're going to see across the board.
Music to the ears of CEOs and VCs that are a little dangerous at a lot of
Golden
things.
age for idea people.
Idea people, man, with a lot of agency. If you take that idea of personal agency and you just zoom it out to the organizational context. My partner, Mike Vernal, who actually started his career at Microsoft, just wrote an essay where one of the big takeaways is it's an age where you can be much more ambitious, and you need to be given the pace of the environment and how quickly actually users and companies are open to adopting new technologies. How do you think about, I feel silly asking this of somebody running a $1 trillion plus company already, but how do you think about how Microsoft can be more ambitious now?
It's a great question. I think the thing in these type of transitions is to have a conceptual model of how work can change to go after outcomes that you could hardly imagine previously, right? In fact, Kevin Scott has this nice line, right, which is when you can make the impossible, like when you're making hard things easier, that's sort of one point of leverage. But true ambition is about making the impossible possible. So now the thing that is missing a little bit in all of our organizations is what is that new conceptual model of what can we build? What was impossible and what can we build? And I'll give you one example of this, right, which is I take great inspiration from sort of the people who were managing the Azure network. And they came to this was from even last year. We were scaling. You saw that I talked about sort of how we built in the last 15 months more Azure capacity than we built in the first 15 years. I mean, it's crazy.
Wild, yeah.
Right? It's pretty wild. And it's the same team. So they saw that and they said, Bob, this just ain't going to work if we don't reconceptualize our work. So they built, essentially they said, our job is not to do Azure networking. Our job is to build the agentic system that does Azure networking, right? These are the folks managing the 500 plus fiber operators managing the WAN, right, all over. And fiber operations ultimately is a physical operation. Things get caught, things get, have to be repaired. We have fancy words called DevOps and so on. Basically, emails are coming in and you got to go respond to them, take care of it. So they built this agentic system. They even have a character for it. It's called Miles, and it sort of does all this stuff, right? They started sort of screaming for more tokens and so on. And so they were saying, look, we don't need headcount. We need tokens in order to be able to manage our operation. That reconceptualization of what their work is, right? They basically took their work and made it meta, right? That meta work is now their new work, right? In the 80s, if somebody had come to us and said, 4 billion people are going to get up in the morning and start typing, my model would have been, we need 4 billion typists, but we're not doing typing, we're doing knowledge work. So that, to me, I think is it, right? Which is, whether it's Microsoft or whether it's any organization, is to give ourselves permission to do new types of metacognition, meta work, using these new tools to change the outputs that matter, and then really make the impossible possible. So completing that dot, or the connective tissue across those, I think is where a lot of the enterprise value will get created.
Should we talk about data centers?
Yeah, please ask.
Oh, okay. Well, this leads nicely into the data center build-out. I always think, I'm just impressed at the sheer scale of the build-out from Microsoft, but also everyone else, that this is redefining what it means to be a hyperscaler. And I just feel like that is had unprecedented scale on finances, on the way you run the company, but also the communities that are impacted. Just talk a bit more about what you're seeing on the ground, like when you visit your...
Yeah, I think there are two aspects of it. Obviously, the build-out is extraordinary. Nothing like this has happened, and it's great to be one of the participants in it. But you brought up the other part, right? I think at this point, it's clear that unless we as an industry are very principled about ensuring that the benefits of all the stuff we're talking about are felt in real ways at the community level, right? Because this is not just a campaign, right? It has to be real, where people are saying, look, this is not changing the prices on energy for me. In fact, if anything, it's bringing down prices because long-term there's going to be a better grid, there's going to be more energy. Water consumption is in fact not sort of, in fact, water is being replenished, right? You got to really, educate folks on truly what's happening, the closed loop systems we're building. We have to invest in the training, the jobs, the tax base. In fact, the least talked about stuff is the amount of jobs that get created during construction, after construction, what's the tax base that's there in the community. And all this has to be real. And if that is the case, then we will have permission. If it is not, we won't have permission. It's as simple as that, right? Which is, I think we have to take it as an industry pretty seriously. I think it's good for communities to be skeptical, ask the hard questions, for us to do the hard work, earn that. But at the end of the day, if we can really be the producer, I've always felt like in human history, if you use a lot of energy, but also create a lot of value for society, the story has been fantastic. If you don't do that, it's not been that great. And this time around, I'm a firm believer that ultimately, if you do have a token economy that drives productivity, that drives economic growth, that drives broad spread, participation, better health outcomes, then I think we will be in a great place. And that's at least what we all have to be focused on.
Yeah, it makes me think actually that with all these initiatives that you're doing, it might be easier to see ROI in the communities first before in enterprise.
I think both sides. In fact, it comes back together. It has to be the people in the communities are going to be employed, are going to be participants in the real economy, right? That's, I think, the question is like if the broad economy is doing well and the communities are doing well, the dots get connected. Is sort of the market forces are such that we will connect the dots, and that I think is it. Like you ought to be able to see the evidence. You can't be about any one company. But it has to be broad economic growth and broad, community permission.
Yeah. What are you most optimistic about currently, or what have you most updated your personal models on regarding societal impact of AI?
So you're saying what's
what have you updated most on in terms of societal impact of AI?
I think the most critical thing is the first question we even started with, which is we need to tell the story and make it real, that everybody has a real shot to participate as a first-class participant in this new economy. Right? That's kind of, I think, in the next 12 months, 18 months, we need a way for people to say, oh, wow, I get it. Right? There's going to be tremendous capability, tremendous amount of infrastructure, but I can see what is going to happen, whether it's the benefits like health outcomes, or my ability to create a startup, or my ability to run my local sort of store more efficiently. It's just happening, and I see that benefit myself. Right? That to me, earning that permission in a path-dependent way, we can't wait. See, the one thing, Ila, that I've now learned is, I think the world is going to be very skeptical of tech and tech companies that say, trust us, we've got it, the future is going to be glorious. You kind of have to deliver tangible benefits. And quite frankly, politicians winning elections because they have advocated for that. That will be at least my adjustment, because without it, thinking that somehow, because it's too important this time around, it's too much of the economy for it not to be the case.
So one very simple framework I have for what is going to be the broad benefit of AI beyond the communities just working in technology are sort of wealth creation. Yep. It's going to happen in a ton of different companies, startups and large companies. Then you have healthcare. You had amazing demos today. There are companies like Open Evidence. I think that is happening. Education seems like another one that's an obvious good, where we haven't seen as much impact as I'd expect. Do you have a hypothesis on why that might be, or if it'll come?
Yeah, I think this is where, again, how we think about education, recently I met with the founders of Alpha School and learned a lot about what they were going about. And it's fascinating to listen to how to even rethink what does education really look like? Because I think it's actually very important. And I'm not saying anything traditionally being done is less important, right? I was even looking at the, it's fascinating to see, I forget which Stanford class it was, the Asian guidelines for CS something. Because you still need people to learn. Like it was an interesting AI class that they were making sure people were learning how to apply softmax appropriately versus saying, hey, fix my training run. So I think learning concepts is important. It's going to be critical. But the way we create the incentives, what are the credentials, how we value those credentials, what is the employment opportunity for those credentials. So I think that there's a complete change that has to happen, given the way to get to information, way to educate yourself, way to continuously keep yourself updated has changed so much. So I think, interestingly enough, maybe the next big startup and success story could be someone who builds a new university or a new pedagogy even of how to get someone to go through a curriculum and find economic opportunity that's highly valuable.
Well, that has felt perhaps impossible for a long time, but it's a great note to end on and something that might be possible. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Satya.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
friends. I'm Scott Hanselman, and I'm here with Mark Russinovich, who has absolutely no idea what is going on today. Have you been prepared or prepped in any way?
Zero.
Okay. Is your
Zero.
mic even on? There you go.
Is it?
It is on. So Mark does not know what's going on, and this is exactly how I like it, because he makes me uncomfortable on our podcast, Scott and Mark Learn To, every week. So now it's our turn to make him uncomfortable, because this is Scott and Mark Learn To Vibe Check. So here's the deal. Nobody likes AI slop. Nobody wants an AI to create applications that are not awesome. So we think that there are three kinds of applications. There's AI slop, there's vibes, and then there's AI engineering, proper AI augmented software engineering, which you're a huge fan of.
Definitely.
So what we've got here, my friends, is 4 wonderful creators from out in the community who have created applications, and in the style of Penn and Teller Fool Us, they're going to come up here, present their applications, show us how they made them. They're going to show us their code. We're going to judge the applications, and we're going to guess, is it slop, is it vibes, or is it AI software engineering? And it's going to be awesome. And the points don't matter.
And we can ask them questions about how the code works.
Exactly. We're going to ask them questions. We're basically doing live interviews on how they made their stuff, because we want to make sure that everyone is doing great work with things like Copilot, with things like Claude, with things like Codex. Can we make quality software, or are we going to be gaslit by the community? Are these people going to fool us? And we're going to find out. It's going to be pretty cool. We also have to thank our sponsors. We've got a lot of folks that have put a lot of work into making things like this happen. And when we have crazy ideas like this, it's our sponsors that make us possible. So we're going to shout out to our sponsors, and we're going to come right back with our first guest.
Here we are at Microsoft Build in San Francisco, and I'm coming to you from the wonderful AMD booth right here on the show floor. I'm really excited to talk to Adrian because there's so many fantastic things that are happening to really empower our entire developer community right now. Adrian, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to talk about it. There's so many things happening in this space. I'm sure we could talk for a long time, but let's cover a few highlights.
Let's do that. What's really important about the partnership? Why does the partnership between Microsoft and AMD matter to this community?
Well, we're going to talk a lot about the technical innovations that are happening in the space, but tools and technology isn't enough without a strong ecosystem. And that's what we're working on together with Microsoft, is building a community that's going to nurture and foster that innovation.
It seems like there's this crazy pace of change. It has completely altered the way that we think about work and work forms and these platforms as a whole. Where I know experimentation is something you're passionate about. Tell us a little bit about that and how we should be thinking about that.
I think that's the most exciting point here at this conference today, is that the rate of experimentation has really blown up. People have so many more choices, not just the technologies they're choosing, but the capabilities and models and platforms, the choice of where things run, how well they run, and what runs. All of these are new experimental choices that designers have to explore with.
That's amazing. And there's a cost impact there as well, isn't there?
Well, the cost function is something that they now can control more readily. Before, they had to make hard commitments on the choices they were making. They had to plan for them. They had to commit to those decisions. Now, the cost to explore is zero, really.
That is so empowering to people. It can be a little overwhelming too, but I'm excited by the opportunity that is happening there. And I know that there's going to be more that you're going to be talking about here. There's another conversation and there's assets. So I just know you have so much to offer. Thank you for the partnership that you have. This is fantastic. It's such exciting stuff. Now, if you really want to dig deep into everything that is being talked about here, you're going to want to visit AMD's sponsor page on build.microsoft.com. That's where you'll find all the resources, links to the sessions and everything so that you can get busy right away. All right? Make sure you do that, and I'll see you again soon.
Hey friends, we are back. Thank you so much again to our sponsors for making this happen. This is Scott and Mark Learn to Vibe Check. Our first guest today is the wonderful Steve Sanderson. Steve Sanderson is an extremely well-known programmer. You've probably heard of things like Knockout.js. He's worked on Blazor. He's done amazing things on the internet. And he has brought us something today that we have not seen. No one here has seen this before. We don't know if it's completely bespoke. We don't know if he wrote it in a caffeinated Copilot session. It could be slop, it could be vibes, it could be AI augmented software engineering. What do you have for us, sir?
All right, yes.
So what I'm going to show you today could be pretty momentous. So I need to start by putting it in slightly historical context, all right? So the human journey, right? We've come a long way, stone tools, language and culture, mathematics, computing, and these things are all quite good, but I don't think we've really reached the pinnacle of what we could be as a species yet, or at least until what I'm about to show you just now, okay? So I know you're probably all thinking like, oh, he's going to reinvent the whole software industry, and we're not ready for all this. I know you've all had a lot of change to deal with recently. You know, we've moved from this world where humans write code into a world where AI writes code. And I know that that probably feels like quite a big deal to Mark and Scott, but for a true visionary like myself, I'm already thinking about where we're going next. And in fact, I'm already there. So I'm going to show you, and I need to introduce you to a completely new operating system that's going to change everything about how we work. So, introducing Vibe OS, okay? It's the world's first completely hallucinated operating system. All right, and I'm going to show it to you right now. So, firstly, it is a real operating system. I can boot it. It's a VHDX file here, about 1.3 gigabytes. Could probably make it smaller, I didn't bother. I could boot it on bare metal, but I'm not going to. Going to boot it in Hyper-V. And so you will see that boot up nice and fast. It's very efficient. And when that comes up, you'll see it's got a beautiful user interface that allows our user to be highly productive. Okay, so here we go. We're ready to get started with that. It's a bit hard to see there, so let's just switch to a full screen view. And we're going to start by running a few of the applications that are built in here. So we'll get some of the classics going. So we'll have Notepad, we'll have Calculator, we'll have Internet Explorer. And the thing that's unique here, the thing that you will never have seen before, is that in these applications, there is no code at all. Everything in all these applications is being hallucinated in real time by the AI. So there's no buttons, there's no event handlers, there's no logic to say what to do, but the application works. So if I do 5 divided by 3 and then equals, if I can find that, it's up there this time, it's 1.6. Okay, so it works, right? But I didn't write any code, and neither did AI. There's no AI written code either. It's just producing UI exclusively with nothing behind it. And we've got Internet Explorer here. Unlike the boring operating systems that you use today, this solves one of the big problems that people have, right? People are always wondering when they're on their internet, is it AI or not? But in Vibe OS, you don't have that problem. There's no question to be answered because the answer is always yes. Everything is AI. So if I want to, I can go to, I don't know, let's see if we can find whether Scott Hanselman has a Wikipedia page, shall we? So I'm going to go to google.com here, and let's do a search for Hanselman Wikipedia, and we'll do a Google search there. And I don't need to remind you this, but all of the content you're seeing is completely hallucinated, right? So it's just coming directly out of the model, and the UI is being updated in real time as we go. And here's a beautiful picture of Scott Hanselman. I'm not sure about that one. All right, but it goes further, right? We're not limited to these built-in applications. We can search for any app that we want, and everyone always does like to do app demos. So anything that I search for, I'm going to find, and it will just be created for me on the fly, all right? So let's see what else we could find in here. Let's go for one of the classics, Encarta 98. Everyone loves that one, but it's all about Mark Russinovich, all right? And so we can get a fully customized version of Encarta 98 on whatever subject we're interested in, all right? So lots of facts and figures about Mark here. Let's see. Selected facts. Russinovich has a talent for turning internals into folklore. Great. I assume that's true. I don't know. All right. And other applications that you would want, but normally it's too difficult to make. So like Commander.exe, but it's always rude to you. All right. So that's the sort of application that I think is a genius idea, but it's difficult to get someone to implement something like that. So let's see what we've got on this machine here. And obviously, this is always different every time. Okay, there's something suspicious. Let's see if we can run bash in here. What's it got to say to us? Bash, you have somehow offended. Okay, fine. All right. So you get the idea, right? This is a pretty revolutionary way to do computing because we don't need to write any code for any of our applications anymore. Are there any software you would like to try out within VibeOS? Anything you can think of?
Microsoft Money 95.
Money 95.
Yeah. Civilization peaked at Microsoft Money 95.
Money 95.
But Scott Hanselman has a lot of money.
Oh, but for Scott Hanselman.
Yeah, you can say Scoot as well. That's totally fine.
All right, so let's see what Scott had in 1995. Okay, let's see.
Okay, and this is
Scott's checking account.
What model is in the back end of this?
Oh, dear Scott. It's been a tough month for you, I guess.
Where are the tacos?
There we go.
That is amazing.
All right.
Okay.
So,
all right, I want to see paint with a drawing of Scott on it.
Paint with a drawing of Scott.
I'm an owl, though.
Let's do paint.
Before your haircut.
But with pre-installed pencil.
And you've got, this is Copilot SDK that's doing this chewing?
This is using Copilot SDK, believe it or not, behind the scenes. I can show you a little bit about how it works if you want. So it says it's got a very normal picture of Scott Hanselman for some reason. I don't know what it means by very normal. Okay, there's a normal picture of Scott Hanselman.
That's your cage.
That's my cage? That's the cage you keep me in. Okay, this is insane. Wow, okay. Could it, this is VibeOS. Can it have nested OSs? How many OSs deep can we go? Can you simulate like an Altair 8080 that's like a terminal emulator? So I need a terminal emulator
that's simulate a whole different
going
operating
and it's like
system.
shushing into a Altair.
Totally. So we can get iOS simulator in there. We can. What else could we have? We could have.
This may be the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. All right. So what have we got? Oh, it's difficult to see on this screen size, but yes, we got a fully functional version.
Right. And I love that it
iOS
uses the appropriate Windows CE buttons that you are likely to see in an iPhone. Yeah. It's very legitimate. So, okay. So did he write this from scratch, or did he's vibing vibes?
My mind is blown by this.
I know. I told you it'd be fun. You have questions, please.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Define hallucination.
I'm sorry, I can't
Define hallucination. You call this a hallucinated operating system, right? It's hallucinating everything.
Are there sound people able to make the sound come this way?
Sorry.
As well?
Could I
really can't.
louder? Can you hear this?
Not really.
He says, define hallucination for you.
Define hallucination. Okay, so basically, all right, let me show you the code. All right, so behind the scenes, what we've got is inside our editor. Right, so what's happening here? I went through a few different ways to try and do this. First way I tried to do it was by just generating raw bitmap images using like stable diffusion, that kind of approach. And it was sort of able to produce images of the desktop operating system, but it was rubbish because it took ages. And when you click on it, all you can say is like, the user has clicked at these coordinates, and it doesn't really know how to update things. So then I switched over to generating a structured representation of a UI. I tried a few different versions of it. I made a custom DSL. I tried this thing called Qt, which is a native UI thing, and I could generate a DSL for that. But it didn't do a very good job. The thing that really suddenly was able to do a great job was when I switched it to just be plain HTML. Because these models have seen so much HTML, they can make that up very, very easily. So what we're doing here is every one of these windows is a separate iframe. And when it pops open, each one of them creates a separate Copilot session within Copilot SDK, and it gives it instructions like this. So it's saying, you're simulating this application UI. I want you to produce some HTML that represents it, and it advises the model to put IDs inside all of the elements. And then whenever the user clicks anything, all we do is we send a message back to the AI saying, the user has clicked the element with ID R1 or whatever, now produce a diff that I can apply to the HTML. And so then the model produces the diff, we apply it, and the UI updates. And you get this kind of like fake statefulness because it's all happening within one Copilot session there. So yeah.
See, the irony here, and this is where Steve is very clever, is that he is using his AI augmented software engineering abilities and skills to create slop. And that's the genius. It's absolutely brilliant. I love it.
Intentional slop.
Intentional slop, but only one that an AI engineer could possibly do.
Yeah.
Do you think you could have done this?
Do I think what?
How long do you think this would take you to do? Yeah.
So this vibe-coded thing.
Yeah.
How long would it have taken?
Yeah. A minute. It's a while. This is work.
Few hours.
Couple hours?
Yeah.
How long did this take you, sir?
It took a few evenings. So yeah, I played with a few different approaches.
Yeah. So total time, you think? And you were probably multitasking while you did it?
Yeah, total time, maybe 5-6 hours or something like that.
5-6 hours. I would say this is 2 notches past vibes, heading towards AI augmented software engineering.
I agree, yeah.
All right, fantastic. We're going to give you an award. We brought you an award. I'm going to get up, and we're bringing you this award.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That was some amazing vibes. Wonderful. We are going to go to our sponsors right now, but shout out to Steve Sanderson for an amazing opener. Isn't that cool?
That was
Big
really
hand for
cool.
Steve, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. We'll head out to our sponsors, and we'll be right back. Thank you, sir.
Welcome back to the show floor at Microsoft Build. I'm so excited to be here at the beautiful Intel booth, and I'm here to have a conversation with Brian, my friend Brian here, who is going to tell us all about what Microsoft and Intel are doing together. Brian, welcome to Microsoft Build.
Thank you very much.
I hear it's your first one?
First time.
Well, we're happy to have you here for sure. What do people need to know about the partnership that we have between our two companies?
Yeah, I mean, Intel and Microsoft have a decades-long partnership, and we've been supporting the developer community Intel has for almost 30 years now. So it's been a very long time, and we're very proud of that. And, one thing that we try to do is we try to, help developers to optimize their applications across the compute continuum. And what I mean by that is, not every workload is optimized for a specific compute type. So there could be CPU, there could be GPU, it could be NPU. So we are helping developers to optimize their code to run best on the right infrastructure for their workload.
Oh, that's good. How do they get started with that? What do they need to know to move forward?
Yeah, so, we have 100 million AI PCs, actually more than 100 million AI PCs out in the market that are made to run on, are capable of running across those compute infrastructures. So we also have software toolkits to help developers to optimize their code to run best on the infrastructure that's best for that workload.
Oh, that is fantastic. Now, everyone's always really concerned about security. What about that?
Absolutely. I think security, especially in this kind of age of AI, is growing in importance. And, Intel has developed a technology called TDX, which enables confidential computing in Azure. So essentially what that does is it allows developers to run sensitive data and sensitive workloads in a confidential computing environment and have the peace of mind that their data is secure. So
That's
it's super
fantastic.
exciting. Yeah.
You can learn about that and more on the Partner Showcase page. Make sure to check it out.
Whether you're with us in person or watching online, sponsors elevate your experience and help accelerate your goals. Explore how Anthropic extends coding agents across your team with Claude Code and Cowork in Microsoft Foundry. Combine powerful infrastructure, data, and applications to help your organization innovate faster with Oracle. Find out more about how our sponsors are using AI to solve the issues of today and accelerate the innovations of tomorrow. All you have to do is visit our sponsor directory for the latest advancements, inspiring customer solutions, and special product offers. Sponsors make more possible.
And we are back with Mark and Scott Learn to Vibe Check. We have just seen Steve Sanderson make a vibe-coded entire operating system in a couple of evenings with the power of AI.
Amazing. It was amazing.
You were impressed?
I was impressed.
Yeah.
It's when I see a project and go, I wish I'd thought of that.
I love that. Yeah, everything Steve does, I'm like, I wish I did that. But now, today, we have Cassidy Williams, who's going to share with us what she has made. We have no idea if it is AI slop, if it is vibes, or if it is AI augmented software engineering. Cassidy, what do you have for us?
Hello, everyone. I have been thinking a whole lot about databases lately. There's so many new ones coming out, so many things. And so I thought it'd be interesting to build one in the browser where it just runs in the tab. And so if you can see my screen here, this is a little query shell. And so right now it's doing select star from ideas. This is a query that you've probably seen before with just this little table here. I could change this to say, for example, select title, and then I have a ranking in here called cursedness from ideas, and then it will filter based on that. I could also add a where clause where I do where cursedness is equal to catastrophic. And then I can run that query, and it'll just work. And so I can continue adding things. I also had a query builder here, so I wouldn't have to keep typing things. So cursedness could be medium. I want to filter by certain things. I want it to descend. I want to limit things. I can do all of that, and then once I minimize this, I can run the query, and it will show. I could even add a drop table in there, and then it'll say, oh no, this is load-bearing. So this is all very fun. I'm also able to attach a sample SQLite database in here, and then if I just run the query again to select everything and not drop that table, it will load, and that's great. You've all seen this before, right? Where you can see a table, it's using WebAssembly to pull in the SQLite DB in here. But there's something that's a little bit more fun about this. There is no database, and there is no query engine. It's done with pure CSS.
Oh, no.
Exactly. Oh, no. All of the querying being done is in pure CSS, where, yes, I use JavaScript to actually load this onto the page, and it's using HTML to show the things. But all of the queries that you're seeing is done with just CSS selectors, CSS variables, if functions, all of that. Should you do this? Probably not, but I did. And that is what I did here.
Why would you do this?
I don't know. I was like, what if I built something for this show specifically where I was like, yeah, this is neat. And what if I made it terrible? And that's kind of where it came from.
That's exactly the spirit that I was looking for this session.
Good.
Do you know CSS?
Oh, I love CSS.
Oh, so you
CSS
do.
is one of my favorite programming languages to use. And it is a programming language.
When you clicked attach SQLite and that dialog popped up, does that file do anything, or is it empty? Is that a real database?
This is a real data, like the thing that you're seeing on the table is real SQLite that is loaded onto the
So you're literally querying.
I'm literally
You say
querying.
SQLite or SQLite?
I say SQLite.
I don't know.
It's SQLite.
Tomato,
What's
tomato.
correct?
Okay.
Does anyone know?
SQLite.
SQLite?
Okay.
Anyway, it does that all, again, JavaScript and WebAssembly loaded onto the page, and then CSS does everything else. All of these checkboxes are using CSS to query and filter things.
I want to see the code.
You want to see the code? I got you. Check
Okay,
it out.
you need to make the code a lot bigger.
I
have
will need
readers
to make
on.
the code a lot bigger. Okay, 1 second. Let me pull this up so you can see all the
Not
things.
disrespectfully large, just like.
Okay. Cool. And I made it light mode so that way it can be seen, but I'm sorry if you're going blind. Okay, so this is truly just HTML. There's nothing here. You can see
Right.
all of the CSS, or all of the JavaScript loaded it on the page, and everything else is in CSS. The Chrome CSS file is truly just for styling that HTML, so that way it's pretty.
Okay.
I picked a random theme in there, but everything else is done in CSS. So this table right here, let me hide the sidebar, it pulls in everything as a grid. But then it uses the CSS variable sibling index, and that is used specifically for limiting, for example. Every single query has a CSS variable in there. And let's see, I have
Did
some
you,
more-
and you know CSS, you're one of the people that understands it.
Oh, I know CSS.
Okay. And when you were, do you use GitHub Copilot?
Yes.
And did you use the Copilot app or do you use the CLI?
So I use the GitHub Copilot app alongside writing things in VS Code, and every single time I was like, this is gross. That's where I used some assistance.
Okay. How much writing did you do versus just yapping to the machine?
I'm sorry.
How much actual writing of the code did you do? How much is bespoke?
How much of this is bespoke? Like handwritten by me personally.
Right, like
no
you're like,
AI
it
whatsoever.
doesn't understand CSS like Cassidy understands CSS.
I'd say like 20%.
You hand wrote 20%? Why?
I like CSS. It's a nice language.
You're one of the people that likes it.
You might be the only one.
I see some people in the audience who I know like CSS. I know some faces.
Yeah.
It's a great place.
I love it. There are people literally nodding their heads.
Yeah, I do
and
actually
next
see
to
a
people
lot of
that
people
are like,
shaking
no.
their heads. Come on, it's nice.
Okay, so 20% of this you wrote yourself. Did you steer the AI, or did you jump in and say, no, I'm going to do this part?
There were so many parts where I actually had to stop it, where I was just like, this button is terrible, this link should go here, some of these checkboxes aren't doing what I did. And so that's where I would say, okay, I'm going to take care of this, and then I would say, fix.
So faster for you to go in and manually fix than steer the AI.
Yeah, it was a lot of human steering, human ideation,
Yeah.
because I don't think any AI would say you should make a
So
query engine
you
in
were
CSS.
watching the thinking trace to watch it, what it was doing? Or just look, were you watching the thinking trace to see what it was doing? Or did you just
Yeah.
look at the, okay.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
you would stop it?
I like
or-
having it go side by side. So I do have the GitHub Copilot app where I would do some things, but then usually I like using the side chat so that way I can see what it's doing and have a bit more control.
Do you think that we, Mark and I, we know CSS, like I know that if you say, bang, important, it means it's CSS, but you really mean it? But
I didn't know that.
You didn't know about important? Yeah, it's one of those things
no.
you're never supposed to do in CSS, but whenever anything doesn't work, you just say, no, seriously.
What happens?
You override everything. The CSS is supposed to cascade correctly.
Ah.
Everything
but if you just
matters
say, no,
in order.
I'm more important than all of you other rules, then important. Do you have any importance in here?
I'm so sorry.
Do you do any bang important? Do you break any
No.
rules? No, she's
I
a
don't
purist.
believe in those.
She's
Yeah.
a purist. Show me the part that you are the least proud of.
The part that I'm proud of? Yeah, of course.
No, the least proud of. The part that you think is cursed.
Oh, the part that I think, the whole thing is, to be clear, no one should do this.
I mean, this right here is pretty bad.
This is terrible. So this is a very nitty gritty behind the scenes. I limited it to 12. You can't add more than 12 queries into one thing because.
Well, you
it
could
just-
copy paste that
or
line
columns.
63 and you could do 13.
I
That would
could.
be truly cursed
Yeah,
then.
watch. Here we go. We're going to add. What UI control you're going to do?
You're going to type it yourself?
I do know how to type, believe it or not. It does not want me to do that. It's starting to do display none. There we go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
We've successfully extended this application.
It does.
It's part of
yeah.
yours
we
now.
have added a feature.
Oh, yeah. This is mostly mine now. I'm involved.
Okay, I'll add you as a contributor. I'll add a thanks in the README.
Okay, and which part are you the most proud of? Which part? Show me something you wrote yourself.
Ordering. Let me find it. So one of the things that I was ideating on a bunch was the ascending and descending. And the big fun debate, and I need to find it because I admit I did some cleaning up, was ordering things with Flexbox. Do you guys know Flexbox? I know you said you know important, but Flexbox is a bit
I know
down the
that
chain.
the maximum number of nested tables you can have in Netscape 4.0 is 32.
Great.
So I do not know what Flexbox
That
is.
is different. So Flexbox allows you to rearrange things on a page
Yeah.
And center things, put things at the front or back or anything. For ordering by ascending and descending, which I don't know where my window just went, that's using Flexbox and just using the browser engine in there to flip the order of things.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
it's
not only
gross.
used CSS, but you abused parts of HTML.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's really not something you should do. And that's what's great.
Did the AI push back and say, really, this is a bad idea?
No, it just said you're absolutely right. I was like, yeah.
Okay.
How long did this take you?
When did you message me? You first messaged me about this
I texted you like a week ago.
Yeah, you told me about this like week and a half ago or something. So yeah, I started work right then.
But like clock time.
Clock time. Probably like 2 hours.
It's 2 hours too long, isn't it?
Probably.
Okay, is this slop? Is this AI? The thing is with both of the folks, if we look at Steve Sanderson, you would need to be an expert to do what Steve did. You have to know and love CSS to do what Cassidy did.
Do you think you have to know CSS to create this app? You do?
I mean, you have to know enough CSS to know that you shouldn't do this. But yeah, you need to know CSS to at least if I were to not know anything, I wouldn't know how to massage it in the right ways to make certain things happen.
What do you think? I think this is
It's towards the engineered side of the
getting
spectrum.
towards AI augmented engineering, and it's like you can't just vibe this. You couldn't one-shot this. How many turns were there?
Yeah, you can say create a CSS-based database engine in the browser that just uses CSS.
It's fully like in the tab. There's no back end. It's just
but
running
you
in a single
couldn't prompt
HTML.
that and have it run off and come back and no.
All right.
It couldn't do
this
that.
is vibes, but it's two or three notches to the right.
Past vibes.
Past vibes.
Yeah, I agree.
Fantastic. Cassidy Williams, we have an award for you.
Yay!
Best vibes.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. That is cursed. Don't ever show anyone that again. It's horrible.
It's open source on my GitHub.
And
You
it's
can
open
check it
source
out.
on our GitHub.
You need to add Scott as a contributor.
Yeah, because I have a commit now. All right, that's fantastic.
Right.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you so
hard
much
work.
for having me.
Big thanks to our sponsors. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be right back with more cursed, wonderful things that we are going to vibe check.
Hello, Microsoft Build, and welcome. Boy, do I have a treat for you. I have Stephen with me from NVIDIA, and he's going to share some of the magic of the things that he's been building. And Stephen, welcome.
Thank you, Caruana. I appreciate it.
We're so glad you're here. Tell our audience a little bit about what you have been building. I know we've had so much fantastic information going on about our partnership together between Microsoft and NVIDIA, but you have something special.
Absolutely. So we have been building lots of things together between NVIDIA and Microsoft, but you'll see a few special things here at Build. And one thing that I have been working on in particular is an integration with hosted agents, Nemotron, and Hermes agent. So this is going to be on display as part of a talk from Joey Conway. So I highly encourage you to check it out.
Well, that sounds fantastic. I always love to see the demos and the technology that people actually build. I think that's so important. Give us one important thing about this new implementation and why it matters.
Absolutely. Well, it solves a lot of the problems that we see customers have in their agentic deployments. Number one is the control that they have over their agentic environments. Hosted agents brings a lots of opportunity for customization, and Nemotron comes in with the high intelligence, open source, high capability model that brings that strong intelligence to the table. And then Hermes agent wraps it all up and helps orchestrate your models in a way that brings the most value out of them. So this really is, a 1, 2, 3 punch with these, technologies all together. So it's a lot of exciting new things, and I'm excited to show it off.
Fantastic. Well, everybody can see it at the NVIDIA Showcase page, and they should check that out right now. Thanks for joining me, Stephen. I'll see you again very soon.
Thank you, Caruana. See you soon.
Friends, we are back at Scott and Mark Learn to Vibe Check at Microsoft Build on the big stage. Right now, we have seen a vibe-coded OS written by Steve Sanderson. We've seen a cursed CSS SQLite database written by Cassidy Williams. And now we have Swix, Sean, also known as Swix, who is very well known for his AI Engineer World's Fair, a great AI engineer. We're expecting big things from Swix here to see if he can pull ahead of Steve and Cassidy. What do you have for us, sir?
Hey, Scott. Hey, Mark. Hey, everyone. I always wanted to do one of these, hello, sharks. What if there was an app on the market? Anyway, I don't have anything as fun. I brought an app that I'm working on for work. Literally, internal app. You're seeing it for the first time. I'm a little bit scared to show my own sort of dirty laundry, but hopefully I'll clean it up. And I demoed it just now, and it kind of works.
So this is a real app. This is part of
it's a real working app for my team. We're actually using it. So I'm responsible for all the issues. That's why I have to be very careful. So what's on screen? You can see what's on screen. Yep. I run a large engineering conference in San Francisco. This is an example of last year's page. We have 3,000 people and tons of speakers and tons of sponsors. And I thought it might be relevant because we're at a conference, just to have you think about the logistics of organizing something like this. For us, we have 10 parallel tracks. And so we have all these presentations of here's here's where all the sort of events and the content going on that you guys might want to sign up for. But I don't really like the presentation. This is using an external vendor, and it just kind of is ugly and like not customizable. For my most recent Europe conference, I actually ripped out the front end layer and started presenting the front end of this app, which is much more pretty, hopefully, that you can see here. But the back end was still very much on a SaaS software that we pay for and I don't really like. So for this year, we're organizing a much larger conference, 6,000 people, with a lot more speakers and sponsors and what have you. It's just doubling every single year. So I ended up making my own scheduling app, and this is the AIE bot is what do we call it. So we have all these, it's basically sort of a bin packing problem where we have all these open slots, we have all these session days. So this is a clean data set, so you're not seeing anything proprietary right now. And we have to slot people in days. And it's a very high precision task because basically if we get it wrong, people are going to show up in the wrong day, people are going to be upset, sponsors and speakers and attendees. We have to sort of coordinate all of them to be exactly a fit. So one thing I really emphasized was, I'm just going to try to demo it, I guess. Let's say put Scott Hanselman, Scott Hanselman into the memory track. And I really like the idea of like an agentic sort of content editor, like a content CMS thing. And so it's going to give minimal detail, but post and propose changes. And I really like this idea of like precision that, that's exactly the track that I intended. I really like this idea of precision in agents, because agents can hallucinate, but if you have humans in the loop, I think it's really like the nice mix of UX and precision. So this is something I've been working on. I'm going to put a more open-ended question, but I think AIE bot is just kind of like an agent embedded inside of a web app that you can make, and I think that's cool. But what's even cooler is if it lives within the communication platforms that I already have. So I'm going to go over here where I've hopefully cleared all my data and say AIE bot, add Mark Russinovich. I don't know how to spell your last name. I'm so sorry.
No, that's right.
To an appropriate track. And it's going to use LLMs. It's going to use web search. It's going to read from my existing Slack. And to me, that's how I work with my team, right? Like we have so much coordination flying back and forth that I really want to say like, okay, the bot's already looked him up. It's going to find like, obviously he's a Microsoft SVP, so I'm going to put him in that track. I can approve or reject or modify it from there. And I think for me, the last thing is like, I really want agents in every single surface I operate, including email. So I'm going to approve this and go on over there. I'm going to put my friend Cassidy.
Okay, so you were doing
more
it in
speakers.
Slack, you were doing it in the main application. Now you're doing it via email. It's everywhere that you want to be.
Everywhere, right? But because I want like your agent should be omnipresent. You should be able. I should be able to text it. I just haven't set up the iMessage integrations. But like, put Cassidy Williams. I'm gonna put Cassie Do, and see if they understand her full
Cassie
name.
Do, of course, is her social media name.
Yeah. In I don't know. Let's call it the generative media track. And that's going to go over to here and show up. So I think a fundamental principle I really like to see is just logging and verification across apps. It's going to take a little while, but I sent that email, and it's going to reply to me with a confirmation of what it thinks and what it's about to do. I can reply and confirm it here, or I can also see that email I just sent about Cassidy, and it's going to give me the option to reply once it's figured out where to put her.
One of the things that I think is worth pointing out is that you're using a mini model here. You're not, like, we don't need to use big models, frontier models for everything. You're using a mini model.
Yeah. I want it to be fast, to be cheap. I can choose to upgrade the model if I want to. I just haven't done so. But yeah, I have a model selector thing.
So what's the harness or platform that you built this agent on top of?
The hosting platform, the cloud platform. This is a Cloudflare app. So I like Cloudflare, at least for this vibe coding stuff, because it can host the website,
And then do you have an agentic harness? Are you using Pi or Copilot SDK? What's your loop? What's your agentic harness?
There's no harness. It's custom coded. It's a while loop for LLMs. You don't really need anything more than that.
Did you vibe code the while loop?
Did I what?
Vibe code the while loop around the LLM?
I mean, I don't think you have to. You can just do a loop, and I like to set minimal turns. I really think that full unbounded autonomy is a bad idea, and so I like to have that degree of control. So no, I don't think I would trust an LLM to vibe code the while loop.
This is a really good-looking app. This is very clever. I can see your face. This is cool.
I'm thinking. So how long? I'm guessing you spent a lot of time tweaking and tuning this thing.
Yeah, and I'm busy running running the main show while I'm building software for the show. It took about a week and a half, I would say. Just going back and forth.
A week and a half.
Really, I think what this is, it works out. So this is, you're seeing the grid view is what I call it, days and tracks and all these. I also have the flat list, which is really good for reconciling on a spreadsheet. I also have the raw data where I can sort of look into the exact tables that I have in the sort of D1 database that I have. And I have an audit log with rollback. In case I make a mistake, I can roll back what I want to do. So this is one of those things where I just need a ton of precision just in case I screw something up, because you don't want to mess up the locations and assignments of 500 people.
So it's interesting because you decided to create a custom version of a scheduler instead of, moved away from the SaaS product that you were using before. How specialized is this to your needs versus something that other people would also find useful? And then what's the trade-off in cost of something that's not so bespoke versus your cost of implementing this and maintaining it?
Yeah, so there are publicly, private equity owned versions of this app that cost up to $200,000 a year. We're starting, this doesn't do all that functionality, but it does what we need, and it's very custom to us. It only knows the track days of June 29th, June 30th, July 1st, and July 2nd, because that's all I needed to do. So no, it's not meant for other people. I could generalize it, but why would I, right? That's just time spent on things that, it's not a business I want to be in, but it's just a productivity thing for my team.
That's the tough thing. You make a product for yourself, for your company. It is perfect for you. Is it perfect for N+1? Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, Sessionize and all these folks, they should buy this from you. But you're like, no, it's fine. It's just for me. You just made it for yourself.
Yeah, Sessionize is one of the industry standards, but they don't have a lot of the things that I would want to upgrade to. It's like a Cvent or an Excel for.
And I could imagine add voice to this. You could just go for a walk and talk to the agent and it makes the moves.
I happen to have an opinion that I think people adding voice into their apps are doing the locally optimal thing, but it's not globally optimal. Globally optimal is your voice should be tied to your OS, kind of, so that you have one hotkey. You don't have to learn 5 different hotkeys. Right now, if I press Command K versus Command P, I have 3 different apps all trying to be my voice layer, but that's really messy, and it's not going to really have the memory of what I want to say, not learn on my my patterns. So I actually have this I do like having that separation of voice versus the rest of the.
It's like you're using Windows key T.
Yeah, I use Windows H.
Or Windows key H.
Yeah, but I agree that too many people are wasting time adding voice into their agent apps. The OS should handle that. It should be available for that. Last question as we get towards the end here. Is this on GitHub and use GitHub Actions? How does it deploy? Very briefly, how do you deploy the app?
Yeah, Cloudflare has a sort of Wrangler CLI that can push everything, including migrations of a database, and it's all done in GitHub Actions, of course.
I got one more question. How much of the code did you write versus AI write?
Is this the sort of reveal moment?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's entirely vibe coded.
What?
It's entirely vibe coded. I was forced to lie about the loop thing. Even that was done by Gemini.
Did you review the code at least, or did you just test it?
I just tested and give it feedback. So as you can see, all the feedback that I have in Cursor. I had to hide this window where this is the entire history of all the vibe coding that we've been doing.
You've never looked at the code or really worried about the code?
No, I don't know where. I don't know where it is.
It's vibes.
I will say I do care a lot about parallelism of agents. And so if you let an agent just run, it's going to do one monster file of like thousands and thousands of lines. And that's where I draw the line. I have some skills where it'll keep the code maintainable, but also parallelizable. So I can have like 5 different agents running on it at the same time.
Entirely vibe coded.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Big applause.
Thank you.
Best vibes.
Thank you.
We're going to go to our sponsors. We'll be right back. We got one more.
Welcome back to the show floor at Microsoft Build in San Francisco. And I'm very excited to be here in the Fireworks AI booth. I'm here with Vivek, and we're going to tell you all about this amazing technology. Vivek, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit about what Fireworks AI actually is.
Yeah, so Fireworks AI is the production AI platform for open weight models. We process more than 30 trillion tokens per day. We serve more than 10,000 enterprise customers globally, including some of the biggest names such as Cursor, Versal, Uber on the platform. And these companies leverage us not just for world-class inference, but also for fine-tuning the model on the platform so that they can truly embed the data mode into the platform. Cursor's Composer 2, Composer 2.5 leverage our RL platform. And yeah, this is the thing they need to actually scale up their applications.
Oh, that is so interesting. So many new things being invented. It's a little hard to keep up, and I'm just loving so much that I'm learning here. What is important about the partnership that exists between Microsoft and Fireworks AI?
Yeah, so absolutely. So we are already providing world-class inference to customers. Now they can access it within Azure Foundry. So they have access to the Azure Foundry's governance, security, reliability, no need to worry about billing and stuff, but they can also get access to world-class inference, which we provide on the platform. And then also we are bringing much wider array of models into the platform, open weight models into the platform, and they can train a model on Fireworks and sub-inference on Azure.
All those meaningful features and simplified billing, you had me there. That's fantastic. And so I know that this is your first Microsoft Build, right?
Yes.
Are you excited to be here?
Super excited. I'm excited to meet people at the booth. I'm excited about the talk on Wednesday, which I'll be doing along with my colleagues who are giving some talks. That'll be a lot of fun.
That is great. Listen, you can find demos of Fireworks AI on their sponsor showcase page. Plus, you can find links to the sessions that are being given so everyone in the digital audience can follow along. So thanks for being with us, and we'll see you again soon.
Whether you're with us in person or watching online, sponsors elevate your experience and help accelerate your goals. Build and deploy GenAI applications with Elastic using Microsoft Foundry's catalog of LLMs, semantic kernel, and AI agents to improve search relevance. Enable scalable AI from cloud to PC and optimize agentic AI apps across Azure Cobalt and Windows on ARM. Find out more about how our sponsors are using AI to solve the issues of today and accelerate the innovation of tomorrow. All you have to do is visit our sponsor directory for the latest advancements, inspiring customer solutions, and special product offers. Sponsors make more possible.
Sponsors make more possible. Hey, friends, we are back with Mark and Scott Learn to Vibe Check. We have had some amazing stuff from Swix, from Steve Sanderson, from Cassidy Williams, and now to bring it all home is the legend himself, Simon Willison. You may have seen him occupying the top spots on Hacker News on any given Tuesday, pushing Mark and I to the bottom of the second page. Simon is a legend. You can check him out online. And today, what have you brought us, Simon?
So what I've got today, it's the culmination of 8 years of all of my projects finally come together. The first project, am I shown on screen somewhere?
You're seeing your screens right
Fantastic. So I've been building this project called Dataset for like 8 years. It's a data exploration tool. Lots of interesting data exists in the world. What can we build to help us explore it? 3 years ago, I started work on LLM, which is a command line tool and Python library for talking to language models. It's got plugins for basically all of them. And I've been blogging for, it turns out, 24 years. So I've got 24 years of stuff on my blog. So obviously, the thing I've been building is an agent, because everyone's building agents. Like the hello world of programming in 2026 is to build an agent. This thing is called Dataset Agent. It's a plugin for Dataset, and it lets me ask questions about my data. So let's do count of entries and quotes and link, and I call them blog marks on my blog. So I'm kicking this off. This is using GPT 5.5 under the hood at the moment, but it'll work with any of them. It has a bit of a think. It looks at the databases and queries that are available, the databases and tables, runs a bunch of queries. It goes, ooh, some of them are draft posts. I have to think about that. There we go. It says I've got 3,000 entries, 1,000 quotes, and 8,000 blog marks. I'm going to say, do a chart. So Dataset Agent, as with everything in Dataset, is based around plugins. One of the plugins I built is called Dataset Agent Charts, and that can do little bar charts of things. I've got other plugins for running bits of Python code in a sandbox, and there are all sorts of visualizations and things that I want to add into this in the future. I will do one more demo, because I've got that one was GPT 5.5. This one here is the same software running against Qwen 3.5 on my Mac in LM Studio. So let's see if it does the same thing. Count the entries, and let's just do count the entries and quotes. So now this is running entirely offline. This is using, oh, that was quite quick. Very nice. Yeah, it knew the tables, it did the counting. This worked. Qwen, these models that run on a laptop are very capable of writing SQL queries and doing basic tool calls these days.
Okay, and the tool itself, the tool here that we're watching running on localhost, is speaking to, it has tools available to all of the things that you have on your blog, or is it, how did it know where the data came from here?
So it is running a copy of my blog's database. My blog is Postgres on Heroku. I export that into, I built another tool called DB2SQLite that exports that to SQLite. So I've got a 100 megabyte SQLite database file on my computer, which Dataset is looking at. And so all it gets is a SQLite database, and then it has to read the tables and get the database metadata and all of that kind of stuff and make that available to the agent.
So first, Simon, I'm a huge fan. I love the pelicans on bicycle.
I've got a demo about that.
Okay, but I got a question about this. When you say plugins, what is a plugin?
So this is, I built everything in Python. Python is a very good language for plugins because it's all dynamic. You can install extra packages that become visible to each other. So a plugin is, actually, let's pull one up. I'll tell you what, I'll pull one up that I wrote an hour and a half ago. This is Dataset Agent MicroPython. It is live on the Python package index as of 2 hours ago. And this is a plugin for Dataset Agent that adds the ability for it to run Python code in a WebAssembly sandbox. Because I want agents to write Python code. I don't want them to delete everything on my computer. You need some kind of safe way of doing that. And if you look in the code, it is...
And this is what you were working on when I saw you in the hallway.
Exactly,
you said,
yeah.
I can't talk to you. I'm publishing this thing now to Python.
This is exactly what's going on here.
Okay.
And
go ahead and
there
make
is...
the fonts a little bit bigger there for us, brother.
Here we go. So a plugin just has a decorator called hook-impler, because it implements a hook, register agent tools, and it returns a list of agent tools. In this case, it's called execute MicroPython. It's got a function. It's got a description. And all of Dataset itself has well over 200 plugins now. LLM's got about 40. My little agent thing has got, I think, 5 in the wild already. Plugins are such a great way of building software in this age of AI, because honestly, Claude Code and Copilot and things, they can one-shot a plugin for some quite sophisticated behavior if you give them the right kind of information to start.
So plugin instead of a tool?
Well, the plugin is a bundle of tools. Like in this case, I've got one tool that's embedded in a plugin. A plugin
but I mean,
could
tool is an
multiple
MCP tool.
Not MCP, but the same idea. MCP is just a fancy wrapper around the underlying concept.
But you think this model works better? I mean, it's because you're working entirely in Python, right?
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. Like MCP is just tools with extra steps.
Okay.
Now, when you do this kind of work, if you recall, if folks need to remember that he's had a blog since 2002. Like we were sending back trackbacks and pingbacks on blogs 20 plus years ago, Simon and I. That wasn't always vibes. When did you start vibe coding? Because you've put so much out that is bespoke code. How are you incorporating the vibe coding and then the AI augmented software engineering practices into the work that you're doing?
So about 2.5 years ago, Claude Artifacts came out and got really good at building little HTML and JavaScript tools. And so I started vibe coding before anyone was calling it vibe coding, where I'd just do little self-contained HTML apps. And I put those on tools.simonwillison.net. So this is a collection of 215 of these things that I've been building up over the past couple of years. And this is great because it's so safe. Like, you can't shoot yourself in the foot with a static HTML and JavaScript thing on a separate domain. So there's sort of no risk in these being mistakes. And I'm still doing this today. Like, I built this one yesterday. This is just a prototype of what it would look like to build an interface where you can attach files to a text area and like preview them inline like this and copy and paste things in and all of that sort of stuff. I want to build this as a feature in my agent, but first I built the UI prototype. And I built this with, this one was Claude Codex, was Codex Desktop. Often I use Claude Code on the web on my phone. So I can fire up my phone and say, hey, build me a prototype that does X. Click a button on my phone to push it to GitHub. It gets deployed by GitHub Pages. It's live. So I've been building little throwaway things the past couple of years. Since January, most of the code that I write has been written by an agent for me, because that was the point when the coding agents got good enough that you can pretty much tell them the style that you like, how you like your unit test to look, all of that kind of stuff, and they do the sort of scut work of actually typing it into a computer for you.
So when you're vibe coding, do you watch the thinking trace to see if it's off the rails, or?
It depends on the stakes. So low stakes things, like a little UI prototype, I don't care. The code doesn't matter. I just want to prove that the thing is possible. Like this thing right here is a sandboxing system that runs untrusted code in a sandbox within my system. That's really important. Like, the stakes could not be higher. This one, I watched it like a hawk. I was paying very close attention to the code that it was writing. I then ran all sorts of tricks to try and like stress test it. And I actually had GPT 5.5 try and break out of the sandbox, which was quite entertaining to watch. Found a couple of edge cases that I needed to clean up. But yeah, that's the sort of other end of the scale from just hands off, letting it do whatever it wants to.
So one of the techniques that Scott really likes is adversarial vibe coding, where you have one model propose something or write something, and then have another model go critique it and then have them argue.
I've been doing that a bit. GPT 5.5 is my security blanket. I really like it for security reviews. So until recently, I was doing most of my work in Opus 4.6, and then I'd have GPT 5.5 do a quick scan at the end to see if it missed anything. And it would often find things. To be honest, though, if I'd asked Opus to scan its own work, maybe it would have found them too. It's just, you sort of habitually feel like, you get the sort of vibes of which models have certain strengths.
Yeah, I like to have 2 or even 3, and I make a high, medium, and low. And if all 3 models agree that something's a problem, then that's a high, 2 it's a medium, and 1 it's a low. So being able to use something like GitHub Copilot in the CLI or the app, you can pick 2 or 3 models and have them all fight, and it works great. Yeah. So are you no longer typing code? Are you a typer of prose? Do you type your prompts, or are you a yapper?
I'm still mostly typing prompts. If I'm walking the dog, I might dictate prompts into my phone. But even then, the prompts can be quite short. Like, something I found really interesting is it used to be the harder the task, the harder you had to concentrate. The opposite is now true, because if the task is really hard, GPT 5.5 will churn away for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, you can go and read Hacker News, and you can get distracted and work on other things. There's this weird thing where the more difficult tasks are now cheaper to be distracted from than the easy ones are.
So this is the thing that Mark and I are struggling with, and I think what we'll talk about in our close is this idea that you have to know what you're doing to be successful at vibe coding. You don't vibe into production. There's AI augmented software engineering baked into your process by virtue of how your brain works, because you've been doing this for 20 plus years. Would you agree?
I think AI has made being a professional software developer harder, because it's raised expectations for what we can do, and you can now take on so much more ambitious projects. It used to be we had to stay in our lane. Like, I was a back-end Python programmer with a little bit of HTML and JavaScript because I could only skill up to professional levels on one of those technologies at a time. Now, I'm writing, okay, here's a fun thing. Here's a little app I wrote in Swift UI that helps me see what bandwidth my computer is using. And this is another one that shows me what's using my memory and what's using my GPU. I don't know Swift UI. I have no idea what I'm doing. I didn't even have to open Xcode for this thing. Claude Code is like, hey, no Xcode needed. I'll just build this up and stick it in the menu bar for them. I would not recommend other people use or trust this piece of software because I don't know what I'm doing. But it's also, I've been using this software for like 4 months now. I kind of trust it now. Like, I've realized that the thing I care most about isn't that an expert wrote the code. I care that a real human being has actually been using it for longer than like 2 hours, and it's sort of built up that, like over time, that trust in the software gets built up.
Fantastic. Well, this one feels like AI augmented software engineering.
I agree.
I've got
I agree with that.
one closing demo. Just
Very
quickly, I'm
briefly,
going to
we
say,
have 30 seconds before I'm going to kick you off the stage.
When did Simon last see a pelican? Because it's got all of my wildlife sightings.
I think it was last
my blog
week.
Now.
You saw a pelican last week.
And it says I saw a pelican on June the 2nd.
Oh,
That's
today.
today. And it's right, because if you refresh my blog, there's a pelican. They're right outside
nice.
diving into the water. It's super cool.
Very, very cool stuff. Big congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
outstanding.
We appreciate you. All right. We're going to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, and we thank you all for hanging out, and then there'll be a brief ending here on Scott and Mark Learn to Vibe Check.
Welcome back to the floor at Microsoft Build in San Francisco. I could not be more excited to be at the Qualcomm space. I'm happy to be with you because we've had so much that has happened in the keynote together, and you're going to tell us more about that, aren't you? But first, tell everyone who you are.
Hi, I'm Anna Schaefer. I'm responsible for Qualcomm's developer and partner program, and talk about partnership, amazing partnership that our two companies have had throughout the year. Exciting things that we talked about in the keynote together.
It is really fantastic. Now, what does this community need to understand about the types of innovations that you're really delivering and how we're doing it together?
So this is the age of AI agents, and think of these agents that are context aware, that are taking data from across different devices, from a ring to a pendant all the way up to the data center. This means very new ways that developers can deliver experiences for their customers, as well as different ways that they need to work.
It sounds like that's a lot of new workflows and form factors to understand. How are people going to actually dig in with this and learn?
Yeah, well, thankfully, that partnership with Microsoft includes very tight integration with things like Founders Factory, Windows ML. We, in our sessions and our demos in the booth, we're going to be talking about AI agents that help you port your apps native. We're going to be talking about automation in your workflows for inference, so you save on those tokens. And think of that orchestration that is needed as you make those workloads go across these different form factors.
That is fantastic. Well, I know we're really excited about this, and you know how you can be even more excited. Go check out the sponsor showcase page. Demos, links to their website, all of the new information that's available. That's how you can stay up to date on everything that's happening between Microsoft and Qualcomm. Thank you so much, and we'll see all of you again soon.
And we are back, closing up Mark and Scott Learn to Vibe Check. We have seen an amazing lineup of
so
folks.
fun.
Were you blown away?
Yeah, so
You
fun.
didn't know this was going to happen?
No, I didn't. And those were, each one was amazing and unique.
Yeah.
In its own way of how kind of it showed what you could do with vibes / monitoring and kind of more on the engineering side of things.
Right. We started this show saying that we were going to see SLOP, we were going to see vibes, we were going to see AI, augmented software engineering. I did not know, you did not know, none of us saw any of these projects before, to be clear.
I think there was one slop.
Which one is that?
The CSS.
I don't know,
Cassidy
man.
CSS.
I thought that was genius. I got a shout out to Cassidy for that. But I thought that the Vibe OS was amazing. All of these
it was
folks,
just,
though,
it was just so pointless and wrong, though.
Yeah, but I think the thing that we can both agree on is that you have to know what you're doing, and that you will always be more successful if you try to apply good software engineering practices when making your apps.
To have those ideas, like Cassidy saying that she couldn't have done that without knowing CSS.
I don't know CSS. I don't think I could have talked my way into that. Yeah. That was amazing. I want to say shout out to everybody who made this possible. Shout out to our sponsors. Big thanks to Steve Sanderson, Cassidy Williams, to Swix, and to Simon Willison. This has been Mark and Scott Learn to Vibe Check. I want to encourage you to check out our podcast. We do it every week, Mark and Scott Learn To, where we learn a new thing every week. I hope you have a lot of fun at Build, and thank you for spending time with us. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the broadcast stage here at Microsoft Build. We're in the beautiful city of San Francisco, and boy, are we talking about innovation at scale and speed. And no one is better at talking about that than my friend Adrian. We're going to have a great conversation. Adrian, welcome back.
Thank you. We sure are. I'm excited to talk about the developer experience with you.
Absolutely. You know, it's really important that we're able to help developers understand what's different for them and make sure to give them real actionable items and help take them deep. Talk to me about something that you're really excited about that we've been talking about here at Microsoft Build.
Well, absolutely. I think one of the most exciting things is the developer experience itself and how that is radically changing. Just in the last 6 months, developers are exploring spaces and trying new things that they practically couldn't do before. And I think it's the confluence of a number of different things. There's technology, there's software, there's agentic AI, there's hardware platforms. I'm really excited to dig into all of that with you today.
I know that you have a passion for the developer community. Do you ever find all of this overwhelming? I mean, sometimes to me, I'm more of a builder than a pro dev, but nonetheless, sometimes I find all the change a bit overwhelming to keep up with and understand. How do you do it?
It's difficult. Certainly, I think the idea was, trying to become an expert at things is historically how we've worked. And now it's really just about becoming an experimenter, right? Trying things, not being afraid to take risk and try new approaches to solving problems. That's the time we're in right now. I think that's what's at bear for developers.
One of the things that I find sometimes a little bit overwhelming is all of the changes that are happening so quickly. I mean, I'm more of a builder than a pro developer, but nonetheless, how do you figure out how to keep track of everything that's happening?
Well, I think the key to developers today is that approach to solving problems is fundamentally changing. Whereas in the past, we had to commit to a plan, the cost to commit to that plan and the investments that we'd make with resources and times was really critical. Now, the cost to explore is zero. And so it really frees you to try different things.
And that ability to experiment almost at scale with all the new things. Do you think that's fun? Do you enjoy that?
Well, it's fun. I'm more excited about what comes out of it. And I think that's what engineers and developers want, right? They want the end product. What am I creating? And what's happening right now is the machine is fundamentally changed, so what's coming out of the machine is also fundamentally different, and that is exciting.
Explain that. The machine has changed. What do you mean by that?
So if you look at what's happening with AI coding or agentic AI, it's changing our process on how we approach problems. It's changing the flow that we use, the decisions we make, the choices that we even have at our disposal, which means I can take more risk, I can try new ideas, I can try new tools, and if it sticks, it's great. And if something doesn't work quite right, it's okay to just put that code aside and try a completely different approach. And so that really fosters an era of innovation. And that iteration lets you end up at places you might not have with a traditional design approach.
Yeah, it's almost like surprise and delighted scale of the developer.
There is. There's, in music or art, we talk about happy accidents. I think engineers are starting to enjoy this design space as well.
So how does that play out between AMD and Microsoft and ArtStat specifically?
Yeah, that's really key because tools and technology are only part of the problem. But you have to foster that community. You have to foster that innovation. And that means having an open ecosystem with open software, open platforms, and really investing in that community of developers so that they can create that innovation that we're all depending on.
How do you do that at AMD?
Well, open source software is really a key pillar to what we're doing. Putting software out in the open source community, exciting the developer community with events like this so that they're coming to the table and bringing their ideas. We have a number of different ecosystems that we participate in where we have more developers coming in and contributing their ideas than AMD may even have developers contributing to that code base. So it's really just how do we create that energy and excitement around the industry.
I think developers also, historically, but now more than ever, they want to get their hands dirty. They want to actually do the things that matter. If there are a few things that you would have developers physically doing, what would that look like?
I think the key is to explore a couple of key modalities in the choice space. So if you think about one of the new dimensions to explore, it's where things are run, right? So in the past, I might be doing my development simply on the cloud, exclusively on the cloud. Now I have the opportunity to explore something like an AI PC and do significant AI development there. I can also decide where my workload is going to run but perhaps even a hybrid solution between a cloud and a client device. So that's the idea of locality. The other new innovation that's happening is modality. We now have new AI technologies that can listen to us speak, that can watch our face and detect our emotions, that we can text with them and chat with them, but we can also generate images and rich media content. So the modality that we have choices over is significantly more significant than it was just 6 months ago. And thirdly, we also have new devices that we can explore. So we have CPUs, there are GPUs, there's also neural processing units that are in a lot of these AI PCs. And that gives us a new type of capability that we can explore to trade off cost or power or performance in ways that we didn't have before. So my advice is get out there and explore these different design choices. We have a developer showcase where you can attend and listen to a lot of the sessions and demos, presentations that are here this week to learn more about those.
And what I love about that is you don't have to be right here in San Francisco to do it, of course. There's a large digital audience for this particular show, and all of these sessions are available online. People can participate in them, and it's really democratizing access to this learning and intelligence, and it's free. Right? I think that changes the way the developer ecosystem can evolve. And what do you see happening in the next 3 to 6 months in that developer ecosystem based on some of these announcements, new modalities that you're talking about, new form factors and compute?
Well, it's interesting. One of the challenges we have with choice is that we are not inside the box, right? Humans are not in there. Our brains are not programmed into the box yet to make some of those choices for us. But we have the emergence of agentic AI. And this is a solution to this existential problem of so many choices. How do we create options? How do we control the technology that we've created? So agentic AI is a new microservice that's evolving on top of our traditional software solutions, hardware platforms. And so this is going to be an interesting space to see change over the next 6 months. I think we're going to see more applications developed in a dynamic fashion. Rather than static features or static capabilities, we're going to see solutions and software emerge that adapts to the user and the user needs as they're interacting with the software. So.
And I also think about, to me it seems as if developers now have to think also about orchestration, about the multi-agent ecosystem that may exist. Their particular solution may not exist all by itself. It may be interacting with other components that it doesn't even know yet, or maybe haven't even been invented yet. How do you think about that part?
Yeah, it's similar to what we were just describing. Is there's a need to have a dynamic intelligence in the systems that we're building, in the software that we're shipping, because there are so many choices and options. We need to refine those choices around, what problem are we trying to solve? Is cost important? Are we resource constrained? The cost of memory these days is a key design choice. So looking at those different cost parameters and making intelligent decisions about the choices that we make. I may choose to run something local simply because tokens are so expensive right now, or I may choose to push something into the cloud because I really want the quality of that result. And that's the opportunity that agentic AI is presenting to us.
When I think about that, I also, of course, think about security. And how are you thinking about, how do you want our developer community to think about security as they experiment, as they think about this explosion of agentic experiences, and as they choose the locations where they're having things run? How do you think about that?
Yeah, there are many layers to that conversation. I'm excited about the work that Microsoft is doing in this space. Security is fundamentally a platform solution. So we need to think about it from the user level, the user's data, all the way down to platform access, networking, file access, and different types of security firewalls that may go onto the platform itself. What I'm excited about are some of the emergent capabilities in routing on the platform. So for instance, if I'm running a workload here on my local AI PC, but I'm also connected to the cloud, I want to make sure my personal information is secured. So we now have technology that has the intelligence to listen to the things I'm asking and route my personal information to remain local on the platform, and still leveraging the power of the cloud and foundation AI and when I need it.
What I love about all of this is it feels like our creativity as builders and developers is really being unleashed with all of these new capabilities. How do you think about that? I feel like if I was a new developer, or if I had been in the ecosystem a long time, all of a sudden, basically the sky's the limit. There are limitations, the technology is still evolving, but how do you think creativity plays a part in all the change that we're dealing with right now?
I fundamentally believe in this saying that says the speed of innovation is proportional to the speed of iteration. And I think the faster we move, the more creative we get. And so this is a technology that's making us all more creative just by virtue of moving faster, trying things over and over again, and seeing what comes out of that beautiful experiment.
Some of us call that building the plane while flying it, but I love your interpretation of that. I think that is fantastic. Because I think that willingness to experiment at speed and scale, there's a certain courage to that, right? That I find in the developer community as a whole, willingness to tinker, willingness to experiment. Tell us about some of the other things that we announced here at Build between Microsoft and AMD and why they matter to the developer community.
Well, one of the more exciting projects that my team is working on is the WinML SDK. And the importance of that is democratizing the platform for developers, right? So there are many different hardware technologies, many different software technologies. This speed of iteration means there's quite a bit of fragmentation in the ecosystem. And so sometimes it's difficult for developers to choose which direction they need to go or where they're going to get the best performance or solution. So the work we're doing together with Microsoft is creating a platform that's scalable, but it's also lowering the friction for developers. So they're not having to make very low-level investments in a specific technology. They're able to leverage a rich, robust ecosystem around this SDK and begin their development at a much higher level of abstraction.
Anything that accelerates the work of developers, I feel like, is a good thing, because it gets them that much closer to that output that you were talking about. Do you have any advice for how people really understand the quality of their output in these new solutions?
The idea of quality is fundamentally changing as we add layers to the stack. So we used to think about quality in AI as like the simple accuracy of a model. Like, is this a cat or is this a dog? And you could quantify your quality that way. And as we introduced LLMs, the idea of quality changed. Well, is it quality around summarizing my document, or is it quality around answering questions or 8th grade math? And so how we evaluate AI is becoming equally more sophisticated. Now with the emergence of agentic AI, we're having to invent whole new concepts around quality. How do I know if the agent is making good choices, if it's routing my data to the best solution? There's really no deterministic way of categorizing that. So we're inventing the idea of quality and how we measure quality as well.
I love that. I find that freeing because I think it was due for that change. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I love having a conversation with somebody who's clearly passionate about the technology, but also the people who are in the community. That is wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You can always go deeper on AMD's showcase page. We want you to go find it at build.microsoft.com. There's articles, there's information, there's demonstrations, so many great things about it. Make sure you go and check it out. And thanks for joining us. We'll see you again soon.
Did anyone in the 90s expect Win32 to be a first-class API surface in the year 2026? And I think I can safely answer no. Nobody, I think, would have expected that, because we were thinking flying cars and moon stations by the year 2026, not Win32 that was designed back in Windows 95 days. I think that one of the reasons it's got the staying power is it's just a fundamental layer inside of Windows that so many apps have built on, and so much kind of technologies and ecosystems have been built on top of, that it's kind of bedrock. Now, I think that there's been various times in Microsoft's history where we thought we'd reboot the Windows API surface, like WinRT, that actually didn't play out the way that a lot of people expected it to, given the separation between thick client and Win32 and the browser, which is HTML and JavaScript. But, and I'll tell you from first class kind of related perspective, sysinternals tools, which were founded in 1996, the first tool I wrote, I had no expectation, would never have imagined, would have bet you $1 million that the tools still wouldn't be relevant in the year 2026, and they're actually more relevant than ever. In fact, one of the tools is actually going into Windows, Sysmon, and one of the earliest tools that was developed in the early 2000s, Zoomit, is actually part of PowerToys and a very popular tool still today.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great time at Microsoft Build. This is Aditya Ramnathkar, Product Marketing Manager, and today I'm joined by Beth and Nikola Metulev, who are Principal Software Engineers. We are all a part of the Windows platform team. In the keynote this morning, you saw how we are making Windows the best OS for developers. We have optimized the Windows 11 experience to be developer-first and distraction-free. We are shipping a ton of developer goodness this week. Core utils, native Linux containers with WSL, one command environment setup with developer configurations, agent-augmented coding with Windows development skills and intelligent terminal, and lastly, next-generation hardware, purpose-built for local AI and sustainable workloads. All of these designed to make you build and ship faster on Windows. Let's take a dig into each of these. Beth has been talking to developers, getting their feedback on what is the experience to get started on Windows, and we'd love to hear from her.
So we've talked to a lot of developers in the past couple of years. We've heard a lot of your feedback. This is why we're doing these things. One of the main pain points from our developer audience has always been, why is my machine needs a lot of updates and setup, and how do I get to the clean state that there's no distractions, that I can have everything that I need and just ready to go, and I can be productive. So as Aditya said, that we're gonna, if you're a developer and you come into Windows, we're gonna offer you a way to set up your machine to remove all the distractions that you've been asking us to do or to remove, and then installing everything that might be useful for you. So tell me, what are you guys' favorite developer configurations or apps?
I love PowerToys. I just use it every day.
Of course.
I just use all the tools whenever I need them. I want them to be available. So Git, Python, Node, I use all of them.
All of them.
All of them.
You're going to get all of them. So Python, Node, NVM, and PowerToys, we have a lot of these apps that's going to be installed through this winget configuration file that we're going to publish. And you can see on my screen here, it is a GitHub repo that will be public. And then our developer friends, if you want to fork this, configure it however your way, it'll be flexible.
Is there an option to add any other tools?
Of course. Okay. That's the whole point of winget configuration. Any other questions?
Right, so I can take this file now, and I can just run it through winget, and I can install all the tools that we recommend for developers they might need. So it installs Git, installs Node. What else does it install?
It is kind of like a, how do you call it, opinionated way that we think what's important for developers. For example, we don't need you to turn on developer mode anymore. You don't have to turn on developer mode anymore. Dark mode configuration, things like hidden files like File Explorer, some of the configurations there. There's a full list of things that you can see. I can go back if we want to see the README and see the list of applications that's going to be here.
So I don't need to go to settings anymore and do that one by one?
Nope.
I can just run a winget configure?
Correct.
Awesome.
Now, my understanding is that this is, by default, going to be on some of our new devices we announced today. And this is for developers that might want to set up their existing devices with all the new tooling and existing tooling.
That's a great call out. Right. So if you're coming into Windows to our shiny new boxes, right, this is just going to be set up for you as a developer. If you want to, compatibility is something that we treat very seriously on, or with, English is hard, then you can use this winget configuration by yourself.
Awesome. And today it is generally available, so try it out now.
Right.
What next, Beth?
Since we're talking about setting up developer devices, let's say that I have a machine that I set up today. What do? I feel like as a developer, I would go to terminal to see what's going on there. So today, we're making it available for people to use all these cool Linux-style commands, core utilities, in terminal. Remember this thing that you've been asking for? Here again, you asked, we listened. Now you can do grep within terminal itself.
Finally.
For example, this is a very simple demo that I can just check my netstat status. And Something else that I find very interesting is, let's say that you want to do some sort of PowerShell, and then I grab something after it. So this is an example of merging these two kind of systems together.
Right, so now if you're copying some code from, let's say, Stack Overflow,
right,
or you're getting some scripts from GitHub that might have been written for Unix or Mac or Linux,
yep,
they will work if they're using all these cool utilities because they will also be available on Windows that you can make available. So you don't have to go and translate it to PowerShell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any other questions, class?
That's great.
I think we're going to move on to, since we're talking about Linux, Unix commands, let's talk about WSL as well.
Sure. So as we all know, containers are a core part of modern development workflows. And to make that experience seamless on Windows, today we are introducing WSL containers, a built-in way to create, run, and interact with containers directly on Windows. So whether you're working on local development, AI/ML workflows, or even containerized testing, Linux containers just work natively on Windows out of the box. As a part of WSL containers, we are shipping WSLC, which is a binary that you can use to create, run, and interact with containers directly without having to install any third-party tools or require additional tooling efforts. This all ships with the standard WSL update, so you don't have to do any other configurations apart from just updating to the latest version.
Oh, awesome.
And it is as simple to use as just listing your existing container. So you can see WSLC container ls. Easier, it shows me if I have one container running. I can go into that by attaching it to the container. And then I'm gone into my Linux shell. I can just do all my Linux workloads. When I am done, I can come out of the shell and just detach it and then quickly see the status again or work as needed depending on my workflows.
And this is feedback we've been receiving from developers for a very long time of being able to just natively run containers inside of Windows. The thing that really excites me here that you mentioned is also that we also support this as an API, right, which enables usage of these containers inside of applications, which now means that I can have a native application that has native UI, it's running WinUI or WPF or whatever it is, but it could also have a Linux container as part of it. So you could mix this Linux code that you might be using across platform, but it's not running natively inside of your Windows machine next to your native code for Windows, which opens up all these possibilities for creating this incredible experiences.
And with that, we are also allowing some new controls for enterprises to manage these Linux containers so that they have visibility and observability to all the amazing work that the developers are doing in their enterprises. So that's
all right. So we've talked about setting up your machine. We went to terminal and talked about core utilities, and we talked about WSL. Kind of naturally transition into building apps on Windows and now building apps for Windows. Nikola, do you have a?
Right. So as part of the work that we're doing here and stuff that we announced today at the keynote, is we're making it really easy for developers to build Windows applications with AI tools. So either using GitHub Copilot or using Cloud Code. So for example, here I have GitHub Copilot open on my machine. And some of the things that we announced is a new set of agents and skills for WinUI development or Windows development in general. So for example, here I have installed a plugin called WinUI. So if I list all my plugins installed here, you'll see we have this new WinUI plugin right there that's installed. This comes with several skills and agents. So you can see here we have all these WinUI new skills that exist as part of this.
Cool.
That do things like, hey, packaging or code review or design that bring all that back together. The interesting thing about this is not just about Markdown, right? Anybody can just create a Markdown file and call it a skill. As part of the work that we're doing here, we're creating a set of tools that agents can use to make it really easy for them to develop Windows applications end to end. And through this process, we're able to save over 70% of tokens that we can measure. So that would saving a lot of the cost when using these AI tools to build Windows applications.
There used to be a lot of steps, right? Around like how you're actually writing your code before. It's like templates, initiation. Is that what you're doing now? And then all of the packaging, identity. Great. Show us.
Exactly.
Agent will take care of that for me.
Right. So before, it wasn't that easy to do those things. You have to use Visual Studio for a lot of these different things. So an agent wasn't able to go and use a terminal to be able to run a packaged applications or add identity to a running application. So what we've done here, we've added a new CLI called the WinApp CLI we announced earlier this year. You can just install it through winget with just winget install WinApp. And you'll be able to do a lot of these different commands as part of that. So you can do things like packaging directly from just a folder. You can package it as an MSIX. Or you want to run an application directly as with identity, you can do that quickly. Like for example, I have a Rust application here. This is just a Rust console application that I've created here. And I can just simply WinApp run the application here, and it will run this Rust-based console application, and it will immediately give it package identity, so you can use those APIs like a lot of the notification APIs, or you can use a lot of the AI APIs that we have in there directly from here. No Visual Studio required.
And I don't have to learn all the nitty-gritty of the whole Microsoft system if I'm a Rust developer.
Exactly. You continue developing with the framework that you're already using.
But it's best on
But exactly, but you can extend it with the existing APIs really quickly without having to use a lot of the other tools.
And I love the name, by the way, WinApp.
Yeah. Thank you. We also added some other features to our skills to be able to make it easier for them to build Windows applications. For example, we now have new .NET New templates for WinUI. So an agent can create new WinUI application as well as users and be able to get started quickly with the best practices in mind, so you don't have to guess on how to build an application. And through the integration with WinApp, we can now also run these applications directly from the terminal. So now you can run a fully packaged application directly from the terminal, WinUI application in this case.
So I no longer need to open VS Code at all?
You don't have to, it's up to you, but you can do everything here. And the whole idea is that now an agent can fully build an application from creating it through debugging issues. We have tools here for figuring out the stack traces for when something went wrong. We have tools for figuring out what code you should use, what controls you should use. We connect the agents to samples so they can know what the best practices are. And one of my favorite things here that we do also, we have a utility for interacting with Windows applications. So if you use the WinApp UI tooling, for example, you can inspect running applications. In this case, I have Notepad that's running here on the side. And you can see here, I can see all the buttons and everything that's as part of that application. And I can even from the terminal, I can invoke that button there.
It looks at the visual tree and
exactly.
Interaction.
Right, it can take screenshots, so as an agent, it knows when something's functionally working, so it can, on its own, fix issues, and it can catch those type of issues.
Iterations.
That's right.
That sounds really exciting. How can I get started?
The best way to get started is just to go on aka.ms/WinUI skills, and you will to download our skills, or you can download the WinApp CLI on its own. But there's one more thing I want to show you here that we announced today, which is the Intelligent Terminal. The Intelligent Terminal is this fork of the Windows terminal that we all know and love that has some experimental features of integrating agents directly in it. So it's a different, I have them side by side here. You can see here I have two different terminals running. And you can see this one has this little nice cute icon on the bottom. But for example, let's say I'm here and I run a command that errors out. In this case, I probably forgot how to type something or I mistype it. You'll see here that this terminal now can actually analyze that when an error happened, and it can allow me to say, okay, we know how to fix this. You probably just meant to add the force attribute there. Or I can open up directly into the attached included agent view as well, and I can interact and I can ask it to do things. I can just say, fix that for me, and it will just go and magically has context of all the running commands that I've ran across all my tabs. It comes with Copilot already built in, but I can connect it to Claude if I want it in here, or other agents as well, and I can experiment. So experimental, we love people to give us feedback on this.
I assume it's going to ask me for permissions to do these things, right?
Of course, it's all permission-based. You have to approve to access all your commands. You have approved to actually run commands for you. You can't just do it. But again, it's experimental. You have to install it side by side and try it out and give us feedback.
So what if I don't use GitHub Copilot? Can I add other agents as well?
Right, exactly. So you can bring in any agent that you have as part of it. Wow. You use the same protocol that all these agents use, and it can tie it into here. You can just go to settings and set it all up.
I don't have to remember how to cherry pick things anymore.
Right, that's one of my biggest things I go to online searching is for Git issues. Whenever something happens and my state is in the wrong whatever, I have to always go, how do I reset back without losing any of my changes? What is the command I need to use? I never remember. I can just ask it in line without losing context and knows what I'm doing.
Good deal.
I'll just do it.
That's going to be such a great productivity hack.
Right?
I can't wait to get started on that.
Exactly.
Cool.
Okay, so along with all these software optimizations that are available to all Windows 11 devices, today we also introduced Surface RTX Spark DevBox. It is a developer-first GPU machine coming with the new NVIDIA RTX Spark that provides up to 1 petaflop of AI compute and 128 GB of unified memory access.
I'm getting that on day one.
That's great. And it also comes optimized with all our amazing developer tools already available by default.
Right.
What's that meme? Shut up and take my money.
Okay, let's roll the video.
I was pulled to you like water to the moon. You swell and I monsoon. Only when you want to. Skies are falling, but I loved you still. Now I wonder, did you really ever love me? Dining on me only when I'm good. Now that I'm gone, what do you think about me? Think about me. Think about me. What do you think about? Everything's in bloom.
Awesome. I think we've talked about a lot of the things today that we talked about is actually based off of our developer audience's feedback. We call it voice of developer. We treat that very seriously. Some of them takes a long time to come out as well. We'll do a good job in the future as well to go take our communities with us and build a great Windows environment for our developers.
Yeah. And we have shipped a lot of developer goodness today, so we'll love for all our developer community to go try out these and integrate them in your workflows and let us know what you think about it.
Cool. I think that's it.
That's it, yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Whoa. It's got a nice little sink in it.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. I'm super excited to be here today with Drew and Alex to hear a little bit about some of their thoughts on the startup ecosystem. They lead Mantis VC, as well as being known for a little band called Chainsmokers, not so little. Thank you for doing the show tonight. And we're really going to go dive right into it. So the first question I really have for you guys is you kind of take a look at the startups that you interact with and what you look for in terms of measuring success and opportunity. What are some of the things that you kind of pay attention to as people are kind of growing their company from scratch?
I mean, so many different things. By the way, this is probably news to you guys that we have a venture fund. We've been investing out of this fund for several years now. Actually, just about to launch our fourth fund, and we absolutely love technology and startups and entrepreneurship. So it's very cool to be here with everybody. As far as what we look for, I mean, there's a number of different things that I think we think about. We invest at the early stage, so generally there's not a lot of empirical evidence at this stage of a business. So we're really investing in the people. And I think that, I've learned this over the last, 12 years since we wrote our first check, that it's always about the people. We cared, deeply about investing in, mission-driven founders or teams that, believe, in an idea of where they think the world is heading. And, we've also invested in teams that have been wrong about where that vision is going. But generally speaking, if we've invested in the right people, the right outcome generally ends up happening. So I'd say that's where we'll start. Yeah.
Makes a ton of sense. Yeah. And I think one of the things which we're seeing a lot is the leverage that one company can have can just be so massive now with this idea of coding agents, AI agents surrounding and supporting everybody. So I'm not sure as you guys go look out and what you see in the industry, are you seeing this type of idea of like one person driving, a business that does $1 billion of revenue, or 10 people driving a business that drives $1 billion of revenue? Does that seem like something that's realistic or makes sense to you, or kind of what traits do you think could enable something like that?
Yeah, for sure.
We are definitely. Oh, what's up? I should have done the 1, 2, 3. Put your hands up. Or I usually do that at our shows. Usually gets okay. Cool. We got a full house. All right, great. We were definitely seeing people have the ability to scale a lot faster. We get an idea kind of like looking at a team and the people that are surrounded, like if this idea is going to work, and like they have the ability to do it way quicker, where I feel like, this is the 6th year we've been institutionalized as a fund, where businesses just took a lot longer. There was a longer expectation for things to work. And now I think we're more comfortable like betting earlier. Because we know that people can do a lot more with a lot less way quicker.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
I also like, why do we care about whether one man can build $1 billion company? I mean, does that even sound like a world we want to live in? Like, I love partnership. I love teams. Yeah. I think Drew's absolutely right. Like, I think that, with this technology now, you can get to an idea or solution faster. And I think you need to be asking yourself as a founder, like, do I need the same resources I need before to accomplish the same things? And you absolutely need to be thinking along those lines as you're building a business. But I think more importantly, it's about like what you can tackle now that you couldn't tackle before. And frontier tech is a space we're very interested in. And I think that with AI enabling the enablement of that technology, you can tackle harder, more interesting problems. And that's why I think you're seeing a lot of the most talented people going towards that industry right now.
Yeah, I really like that, because it's not about making it so you don't work with other people when you build your company. That's not what anybody really wants to do.
It'd be a weird thing being like, I'm doing this idea, but really what I care about is being the first $1 billion founder. You know?
That makes a ton of sense. And as you think about like what like one person can do in terms of tackling like maybe harder technology, or like going into markets which historically were very hard for a startup to get into, does that change at all in terms of how you approach your portfolio or companies that you look at or invest in? Or do you think that's kind of just more and maybe higher scale than in the past?
I wouldn't say it changes how we look at things, other than the fact that like I said before, like we're willing to bet earlier. But it's still just about people, the right idea, the right partners around them. I mean, we are a smaller fund. It's important to us that they also have other investors around the table that are really going to help them in a way that, we are still learning how to. And you can kind of get a sense of like the right, the right team of people. But I don't think like the technology is really changing at least for us, evaluating like who to invest in, who not.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the things probably that makes a startup founder successful in terms of, having high agency and being creative problem solver and being like mission driven, all just are amplifying this new world. So
totally.
Makes a ton of sense. I would say the last 12 months when it comes to AI has really been focused on this idea of gone are the days of just an AI assistant that's like a chat bot, and here is the reality of AI agents which can run for long periods of time, take actions, do complex, sophisticated things. Does that match what you guys are seeing and like kind of your perspective? Anything that you'd add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the future that we're investing into right now, and certainly the strategy that we're looking for opportunity within. I mean, I think right now, and I kind of mentioned this earlier when we were lucky enough to be on stage with Satya, is that, everything was orchestrated around this human in the loop kind of software-enabled world, and now it's agent to agent, and you need to kind of re-architect and rethink what that means across the board, from code generation to governments and runtime to security. And that makes this an incredibly exciting time to be an investor and looking for different opportunities. But also, if you're a CISO, I'd be shitting my pants right now about what my employees are doing. And it definitely presents its challenges. I mean, stories about Uber's team blowing through all of their credits for a year in 1 month. And so I think everyone's trialing and erroring what is working, but we're also developing the infrastructure around what that future means and looks like. And so there's definitely going to be some really terrible stories about it going wrong, but I think that's what also makes this time as an investor super exciting, is looking for these opportunities around those areas that will enable this future.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. And I mean, maybe a little more personally, is there any like AI tool that you couldn't live without? Maybe something that's more agentic than in the last couple of years?
I mean, yeah. I think it's funny because I was thinking about this the other day, and I have to believe right now that AI, there's so much more writing being put out into the world with AI. Because like I used to, be able to read through my news and feel like I confidently had a pretty good grip on what was going on today or this week. And now it's just like, holy moly, there's so much shit every day. And so I'm summarizing the hell out of all this stuff. And that's really helpful. And of course, I'm not like the most technically skilled investor out there. So from a research standpoint, it's really helpful to dig into these companies and these ideas and walk away feeling like I have a really grounded understanding of what the problem is or what the space looks like. And so that's super helpful. But I know, you probably have a different answer.
No, I was just thinking like the differentiate, like, because obviously half of our job is investing, half of our job is music. On the music side, we don't use AI at all. Not that we wouldn't, it's not part of our workflow, and we love making music the way that we make it. But yeah, I agree with everything he said from terms of like summarization and productivity and being able to understand things that I didn't have the time to read or are way more complex than my DJ brain can handle. So
I'm definitely using to like explain this to me like I'm a kid, and it's always a lemonade stand. But also you use the word like Drew used the word workflow, which I think is really interesting. I mean, in our fund we do like the intelligence layer is powered by Palantir, which is pretty cool as a fund of our size to have that technology. And it's super helpful for diligence and pulling in all the different things our colleagues are working on and investing in the updates. But it only works if the workflow is built into the way we work versus the way that it was built and designed for. So I think that goes back to the kind of the last question, which is like, how do we make this stuff work for us versus the other way around?
Makes a ton of sense. And like one of the big things at Microsoft we're very focused on is how do you bring AI to places people already spend their time today? So you don't have to learn a new tool or a new approach. And I think there's this big debate about like what happens as AI does more of jobs and things like that. And I think your example was a great one. You'll spend more time making music and less time doing research. Like who wouldn't want a world like that empowered by AI? So it makes a ton of sense. Now, so like one of the things that you guys deal with a lot from an investment point of view is trying to understand the kind of where in the stack will value accrue and like where is most opportunity? Because like as you think about competition and differentiation, you can be right that the internet's a big deal, but if you're at the wrong layer in the stack, maybe there's not a lot of economic opportunity. Do you guys have kind of a view, a thesis that you guys use when it comes to investing for AI companies?
Yeah, I mean, we're both personally invested in Anthropic and OpenAI, so I don't want to say that those aren't going to be extremely valuable companies, but like they're horizontal businesses, and they're definitely creeping up and down the stack. But I do think that layer ultimately gets commoditized away, whether by open source or just purely by their own competition with each other. I think that what's interesting, and I read this somewhere, and it made me think about like 15 years ago when you got a cell phone, you had like a limited amount of data. And if you went over it, you paid like extremely high fees and costs. And now like I stream whatever I want, whenever I want on my phone from Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whatever you name it. And I know it's not the same thing as intelligence and the way we're looking at AI, but it does, I feel like history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes on some levels. So, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but I mean, we're super interested in like hyper verticalized use cases of AI in like regulated industries, legal, enterprise finance, compliance, insurance, health. And then, the security stack, I think is such an interesting place to be playing because it's just a simple bet that if this AI continues to get better, what does it look like on the other side? And so, it's AI fighting protecting AI, which is an interesting concept.
Yeah, like if agents are trying to hack you, the only thing that can defend you are more agents. Right. So that's exactly right. And I think one of the things that we get really excited about at Microsoft is like we like to build software, everybody in the world can use. If tokens are metered at a high cost, you kind of can't build software that a billion people can use. So I really like that same idea of commoditizing and drive the cost down over time. So maybe expand a little bit on the vertical SaaS kind of angle. So you mentioned it's very security, legal, kind of that domain. Is it beyond that, like say sales domain or other verticals that you're focused on?
Yeah, I mean, we're invested in Monaco AI, which is a great company. I know they've been flying their planes around the city here. Sam Blon's an incredible CEO. And I think what you're looking for, and it's different for every industry, but, regulation becomes your moat. And working through proprietary data kind of becomes this self-reinforcing prophecy around the success of your business. You end up ultimately, hopefully, building like a context graph that becomes your defensibility long-term around why it's a huge pain in the ass to switch off this platform. And so we're in companies like Kepler and Enterprise Finance, Rogo and Actual Finance, Monaco and Sales. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, very cool.
Sandstone and Legal. And we, to us, I know there's probably a limited amount of verticals ultimately, and so the hard part now is finding those sort of undiscovered areas that haven't already been, built or well on their way to success. But it feels like a nice, smart place to investing relative to like where the model companies go. And I won't lie, like I'm asking myself all the time, it's like where does the model end and the app layer begin? And I think generalist investments are in for a world of pain. I love the idea of having an AI companion. I'm too old to like really understand fundamentally what that looks like at this point. But I'm like paying attention to like my 10-year-old cousins, and I'm like, are you guys, like the same way like Snapchat was like probably a little too late for me. Are these habits that are being formed around these platforms, and what do they look like in the future?
And I think it's super encouraging for you to say that there's a lot of room for products on top of the model, because I think talking to a lot of the startups that are here at Build today, that was probably the most common question I got is what's the role for my company above the foundation model? And I think what we're seeing matches very much with what you're saying, which is this idea there's a lot of space around it, particularly as you go to these narrower, deeper data-specific domains. So super exciting stuff.
Like being a rapper, there's definitely some inherent risk in that, and you need to be mindful of it. But they can't. These model companies can't do them all. Can't do it all. Like I think code generation, and they understand the importance around where that sits in the stack and what that can lead to. But I find it hard to believe they're going to be able to have complete coverage over every single aspect of what this intelligence layer can create.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. So one of the things that kind of people were asking me to make sure I asked you guys while you're on the stage is kind of how do you think about culture and its role for a startup as it takes shape? Like how important it is for you guys when you look at a company? What do you encourage and coach founders that you meet to do? Like, what should this group take away in terms of how they think about building a company to last in a period of time where things are changing so quickly with the models and with AI?
Yeah, I don't know if this is like a perfect parallel, but like, during this kind of startup boom, and I mean, since we've been paying attention to it, I've always kind of related it to being an artist, and we had a really interesting arc as a career. It looks like, we had our first hit song 2 years after we met, but it was a song called Selfie. Mm-hmm. And it was a song that we made as a joke to kind of go viral and get people to like find out about us. And it kind of accomplished a little bit of our goals where we, got our first record deal. We had a song on the charts. Mm-hmm. People knew who we were, but we had this product that didn't represent us and wasn't inherently who we were or what we wanted to continue to make. So I wouldn't call that like product market fit in terms of a startup, but we eventually found that a year later with this song called Roses. And when we kind of unlocked that, we went on a tear with, we went on we stayed in the Billboard top 10 for 3 years after that. And really had a lot of success when we really locked into what we were best at. And, that's an experience that we try to relate to with our founders is like, are you building the right thing? Because there's a lot of things, like even when you have a functioning team that goes to build something that is working, is this the right thing? Is this opportunity big enough? Can you, scale past the inevitable hurdles, even if you are successful? And so, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense to them, but that's what we experience. And it gets weird too when you get older. Like, we're lucky enough to have had a music career for 13 years now. To get over a 10-year mark is crazy. And it gets weird, like if you're fortunate enough to have, a moment where you're on the charts and you built a fan base and you're touring around the world, culture moves past you. How are you going to weather that storm? This is something that we talk about together, like what is inherently our sound? Who are we as artists? What do we want to make? What is the thing that we uniquely do that we're able to continuously do forever and ever? And you can derive from that. And we've seen a lot of our founders and friends that are really iconic founders that are kind of tentpoles of the San Francisco scene over the past decade that like we've seen them they try to do everything, like they were successful at this and then they try to do 5 other things and the best ones usually revert to their core and are very strategic about how they build out from there.
Yeah. I mean, perfectly said. And I think also just being fast at learning. Failure is a big part of being a startup and like understanding when you need to pivot, what signs you need to lead you there. But, I think the worst thing people can do is just be opportunistic about AI right now and what they want to build. I mean, the other day I was out at dinner with my girlfriend and she was complaining about the outfit she ultimately selected. And I went home and like Claude coded an app that she like submits her outfit into now and then like pops out a grade whether it's appropriate for the weather and the occasion we're doing. And that was just a joke. You know what I mean? So like we can truly build and do anything, right now. And so I think being intentional and, one of the big main qualities that we look for as investors is like, what can you build a cult following around what you're trying to do? And usually in order to do that, you have to be so intentional and obsessed with the thing that you're working on. And I think, you're going to get, it's not a straight line and there's going to be a lot of highs and lows. And so make sure, the thing you're focused and working towards is something you really care about deeply.
Makes a ton of sense. And if you just had a one sentence to say what you're most optimistic about with tech and AI, what would it be? Let's finish this off. Claude coding, outfit apps.
Most optimistic about.
Most optimistic.
I mean, can I shout out a company of ours?
Yeah.
All right, there's a company of ours called Factory AI. That's a local San Francisco company founded by Matan Ginsberg, who was a PhD in physics. He cold emailed Sean McGuire at Sequoia, who then convinced him to go start this company, and they just raised a $1.5 billion at a $1.5 billion valuation, and they work in droids and cogen. And what I admire about him is that they built for where AI is going, not for where it is right now. And I think that's how everyone should be thinking about it. You shouldn't be building for what this technology is doing right now. You need to be thinking about what it could be doing in 3 or 4 years from now. And there was 2 or 3 years since we invested where I was like, is this guy right? You know what I mean? Like Cognition and Cursor and all these other companies were making serious moves. And then the market just shifted directly to where this agentic future is going, and they are off to the races. And it's very cool for me to be a part, for us to be a part of a company like that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much again for being here today. Thanks, Drew. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
I'd say join him at 6 o'clock for the show later tonight.
Did we surprise you guys? Did this blow your fucking minds?
Is debugging an AI system fundamentally different than debugging a traditional software system? And the answer is unequivocally yes. And there's just a core difference between an AI system where I interpret AI as being generative AI, transformer-based, probabilistic in nature, from traditional software system, which is deterministic. A line of code does the same thing, in a sans any concurrency issues or non-determinism like the timestamp is going to behave the same. So traditional software debugging is, let me run it again, let me see what happens, let me fix it and try and restart it and see if that fixed the problem. With generative AI systems, where at the core of it you've got decision making that is based off of a large language model, every time you run it, you might get a slightly different answer. In fact, you might get drastically different answers because they're inherently probabilistic. So what you're going to see is the LLM goes off in a certain direction, and it might today say one thing and tomorrow say another thing. And these kinds of non-deterministic trajectories compound each other. So now when you talk about agentic systems, you have one AI or LLM making one decision, calling some tool, and then the response to that tool causes another LLM or the same LLM to then produce another answer and another decision. And as you build these decisions on top of one another, you could actually have two trajectories that diverge very widely from run to run. So how do you debug those kinds of systems? How do you control them? One of the things to do is to actually run them in production multiple times and see what the behavior is going to look like, and put guardrails and constraints around those cases where the AI might go in a different direction than you want it to go. And fundamentally, there's no silver bullet to the non-determinism. In fact, that's one of the beauties of generative AI, is it's non-deterministic. But in some, fundamentally different types of systems.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Build. I am excited. I'm Seth Juarez. I'm here with my friend Scott Guthrie. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well, Seth.
Fantastic. So are you enjoying Build, first of all?
I am. Yeah.
Fantastic. So let's start first. I want to start because I want to get into this. What's top of mind for you, for developers as they're here? And tell us what you do so people can know. They all know, but I want you to tell them.
Sure. I mean, what my job is I run Azure and kind of the overall Microsoft cloud infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So everything that we showed today runs on top of that. So my team and I are kind of sort of involved in everything at the base level, and then also all the data platform and several of the higher level services. And so, things that are top of mind for me are, how do we keep building out the infrastructure to support the AI revolution that's happening? So I spend an awful lot of time working on adding data centers and network and compute and storage to make all that possible. How do we do it more cost effectively? And so a lot of the innovations we talked about even today in the keynote around Azure Maya and Azure Cobalt in terms of our first party silicon, how do we take large percentage of the cost out of AI solutions? And then how do we enable AI that's rock solid reliable, super fast, super performant, and enables all the higher level tooling, whether it's GitHub Copilot or other tools, Microsoft 365 and our overall agentic solutions, to be a platform that you can then build amazing AI solutions with.
So let's talk a little bit about the fundamentals, because this is the cool part about Azure, is that there's a ton of operating system fundamentals. Can you give people a sense of the scale of this stuff? We have a ton of data centers, tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think in our earnings report, we kind of quoted that we added over 1 gigawatt of data centers in 90 days. And, gigawatt's a lot. It's like the size of Seattle. And so it's, we're growing fast, and we're doing it, as Satya talked about in the keynote, responsibly. Our data centers are zero water waste. So, they use less water than a restaurant does in an annual year. And we invest very heavily in making sure the communities that we operate in, we're good stewards in terms of electricity prices, taxes, community engagement, because we want to be long-term members of the community. And to do that, we have to act responsibly. And then, there's an awful lot of work involved to do this all reliably at scale on a consistent basis in 80 plus locations and countries around the world. And that's the fun.
You say that with there's a lot of, tell us about the work involved, because these things we just have them turned on and we're super excited about it, but there's a lot of work that goes on to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get land, you need to get power, you need to get permitting. In terms of some of these sites have 6,000 workers on them. In terms of doing construction, it's very precision tradecraft. This is not just anyone can walk up. You're talking about people with 5-10 years of experience in terms of electrical, cooling, and other construction things. So these is really tradecraft, and you got to do it safely. And so we take safety incredibly importantly, because at the end of the day, the most important. We have signs that we put up on our job sites. The most important part of the day is you go home alive and safe. And because this is high electrical equipment, this is heavy equipment, you kind of can't take that for granted. And thankfully we have one of the best safety records, and again, one of the best environmental records in the industry. And we're kind of growing at scale. And then there's the software that goes with it.
Yeah, of course.
Because when you're growing at the rate we're growing, we're constantly having to change the network architecture, change the storage architectures. There's huge supply chain constraints in the world on memory, on SSDs, on hard drives. And so you're constantly also having to architect new ways of doing things to basically handle what is effectively a doubling of capacity every 2 years or so. And generally in software, almost no software when it handles 10x the scale works. And so you kind of, if you're doubling every 2 years, you kind of need to be starting on the next generation almost immediately upon shipping the current generation, because you'll be at that next generation very quickly.
And that's surprising, because it's obviously something I haven't considered because of your doubling scale. Everyone's built software and your website works great when your mom looks at it or your dad, right? But then all of a sudden when thousands and then hundreds of thousands and then you have to change the way you think about how to architect the software on top of the core.
Yep.
So what are some innovations that would be surprising to folks here and watching that maybe they hadn't considered needed to be done?
Well, I think one of the things, and we benefited with our partnership with OpenAI as an example, with some of our data services and with Azure in general. But as you think about, just giving one example would be memory and chat history and authentication. In a world where you've got an agent that's running all over the world, if all those agents have to go back to a single database, at some point your database will fall over.
Right.
It will not be able to scale to the load of a ChatGPT or a Claude or a Copilot. And so, how do you architect your database layer so that you can scale, linearly? And so a lot of the work we did in Cosmos DB, as an example, was to enable that, where we could basically do a separate instance of Cosmos in every region, but then do eventual consistency of the chat history, so that if any region has an issue, you just go seamlessly to the next region and away you go, but you don't have any synchronous locks anywhere. And that way you can replicate scale units, you can keep growing in a very natural way. And that'd be one example. And then the trick would be things like attachments. When you upload something into ChatGPT, if you store it in the database and everyone's uploading documents now and images, that database gets really big. And so, how do we do external attachments and spill over to blob storage, where we effectively are doing archival level costs, but at the same time having the ability to write SQL against it, and then having a globally replicated state store. That type of thing is not easy. And what makes it particularly not easy is when these apps are evolving constantly. You can't take it down for a day to upgrade the schema.
Right.
You kind of need to keep the plane running in the air while you swap out the engines. And that's part of the fun of running a live service.
So I think this is a really good pivot, because we kind of touched on it a little bit, but a lot of the Azure core stuff is data. And there's a lot of data products that we have in terms of like breadth and specificity and kinds. Can you talk about those a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we have, I'd say broadly inside our Azure data services, 3 types of operational data services. Like one is our SQL family of products. And in particular, we've kind of taken our traditional on-prem SQL and made it a great cloud native solution. And then with SQL Hyperscale, they're really enabling SaaS-based applications where you can have elastic pools so that you can maintain sort of a logical database per customer, but you're effectively running it on a PaaS service that's shared across customers. And that's been great. Cosmos DB is our cloud native NoSQL solution. And as I mentioned, ChatGPT and Copilot and Teams and a whole bunch of other customers use that, Adobe and others. It's really, really good for cloud native and especially agentic scale. And then one of the big services that we just went public preview on today is Horizon DB, which is our Postgres service that is really a cloud native Postgres that's designed to enable horizontal scale out. And it's Postgres compatible, but is really enables a much, much larger scale Postgres database than what we've historically supported with our Postgres service in Azure, which was 100% compatible with Postgres. But because it's 100% compatible means that you're kind of scaling the traditional relational database in a more compatible, but at the same time, scale limited way. So Horizon DB, we're super excited about. It has AI built in, as does Cosmos and SQL. And so it's between those 3, we've got a really good set of offerings. And then the big thing that we're really excited about is our Fabric, Microsoft Fabric, which is our analytics stack. And that has what we call OneLake, where you can store any type of data, inclusive of Databricks and Snowflake tables can be mounted in it in a zero copy kind of way, meaning it shows up, but you don't have to transfer data in and out. And then Fabric gives you kind of a data warehouse, it gives you streaming capabilities and a bunch more. And one of the things then we talked about today, and is now GA, is our Fabric IQ, which basically takes the semantic models of Power BI, takes all the data from Fabric or from Databricks and Snowflake, and can surface it in Microsoft 365 Copilot. And so suddenly when people are asking questions inside their organization, we can leverage anything that's in Power BI dashboards or any of the semantic models or the data behind it to give much, much better answers. And collectively that makes up sort of the Azure data services.
Yeah, and it's quite expansive because you can choose between NoSQL, you can choose from SQL, you can choose from Postgres if you want, but it's a special kind of Postgres that scales. Can you give us a sense of the kind of scale that you can get to with these services?
Well, I mean, in terms of storage perspective, we add exabytes of storage per week now across Azure.
Right.
And so it's a lot of data. I remember once upon a time a petabyte was considered a lot of data.
Yeah.
An exabyte is 1,000 times a petabyte. And we're adding those multiples of those a week. So you can scale these things to be really, really big.
Right.
And and again, part of the challenge of agentic for all of us is when you have users that are hitting your apps, the amount of database traffic you get on your app when you have a web UI or a mobile UI and it's a user on the other end, you might get 1,000 requests a second would be a very busy web app.
Right.
With agents, you will get to millions of requests per second.
Yes.
And I think one of the things that apps are starting to struggle with is as you start to have agents that go after things, you can get very quickly 10, 20, 30x the volume of API requests that you historically did. And usually the first thing to buckle in your architecture is your relational database or your data system. And that's why it's going to be super important to have these services that can scale and to have flexibility so that you can also adopt both relational and NoSQL solutions, including the ability to globally replicate it and have local copies everywhere around the world for fast latency in order to handle that new workflow.
And this is a good pivot because I think now we need to talk about how AI is changing everything. So what is different now? We have about 2 minutes. Tell us about how AI is changing, how Fabric is helping with the IQ and the context, the data. Tell us about that.
I think with agents, fundamentally it's changing everything over the next couple of years. And in the same way that mobile smartphone apps changed everything in terms of our consumer experience, the same way the web browser changed. So we've had multiple of these waves, but agentic builds on everything that came before, and I think it's a new level of cognition capabilities that we historically didn't have inside our apps. And I think architecturally, I kind of talked about data being key. AI is only really good if you have got good data.
That's right.
AI with bad data kind of sucks or has bad decisions. And so how do you surface the data inside your organization? And that's where the IQ layer really comes into play. How do you scale that data so that your system doesn't fall over and that your costs don't explode is going to be key. And then there's a whole bunch of other things at the infrastructure layer, things like VM start time or the ability to run and bring up lots of machines quickly, ephemerally, because you want to have, like, say, a claw sandbox, run something for a couple minutes, tear it down, and then immediately have a new one. There's a bunch of architectural things, both at the software layer that we're investing in, and then even things like Cobalt, which is our ARM64 processor, is much, much faster at bringing up machines. And the whole memory architecture and the overall subsystem at the silicon layer is really optimized for these, sometimes short-lived agentic apps at scale, and that are sandboxed. And the things like MTC that we talked about today and Windows that we're adding is also going to be key to that architecture. So I think with agents, it's not just about the AI. It really is going to be sort of a whole evolution of the way software, both operating systems, cloud, infrastructure, dev tools, security, compliance, monitoring, AI ops, like everything is going to change all at once.
Well, thanks for ending on that. Everything's going to change. Thanks so much for being with us, my friend.
It's going to be a fun ride.
It's a fun ride. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks, everyone.
Software developers love to write code, but deploying those changes can be one of the scariest moments in the life of a software engineer.
Octopus Deploy is a continuous delivery at scale platform. We help organizations provide a single pane of glass into all of their applications running in production.
We really accelerate at scenarios where deployments are complex. We've been partnering with Azure DevOps and GitHub Actions to provide those built-in steps to make the handoff between the build side and the deploy side much more seamless.
Most developers are living in VS Code or GitHub with our Copilot extension. They can just interact with Octopus through the CLI or through the config as code. The developers stay in the flow, they reduce context switching, and it reduces errors.
Microsoft provides an incredible platform for creating AI agents.
A lot of our AI tech is building on Microsoft Foundry and other technologies to help us really unlock the next level of DevOps innovation. Getting Octopus through the Microsoft Marketplace is the fastest way for developers to automate their CI/CD pipelines.
We don't have to go through the legal, we don't have to go through compliance with regulatory needs because it's going through the marketplace. That speeds up our sales cycle by at least 3x.
But as a developer, it's reducing my time to value because usually by the time I've gotten to purchasing something, I've got a project in mind.
Marketplace has definitely helped us scale. Our customers, they have Azure commitments. It helps us work with more customers. Now with intelligent search in Marketplace, it's going to be a lot easier for our customers to find us, to understand our value, and start to build that relationship with us.
At a time of growing complexity, buying Octopus should be as simple as using it. When you buy it through the Marketplace, that's making your organization better for all of your developers because they can focus on getting their changes to production.
Here's 4 tips from the 2026 Design and Tech Report. Tip number 1, maintain a working replica. What that means is you have this amazing code base, you send your agents into it. The code base is so large it can't eat it. Therefore, it produces sloppy slop. What's the best way to do it? Well, you should take that code base, cut it in half, cut it in quarters, cut it in eighths, find the minimum user experience that you can put in the repo, nice and small, that fits a context window. Build a working replica of your app so that PM, design, and even Eng can play with it with prompting, and therefore it produces beautiful results.
Hello, everyone. You are lucky to be here with my friend, Chip Huyen. Oh my gosh, everyone know AI engineering? Come on, that book, yes, change your life. Okay, so we're gonna cover practical AI systems and zoom all the way into the 3D world, robotics. And so Chip, first off, can you tell me about the ChatGPT moment you described? When ChatGPT came out, what happened in your mind as a machine learning AI expert?
So hi everyone, my name is Chip. I'm very excited to be here today. So I was just telling John, just like when ChatGPT came out, I had this moment of like, I think I had 2 months of like existential crisis, because suddenly I felt like, what is my purpose? Like if AI can do so many things so well. And I think it's like there are 2 things that I have always like thought of myself as being good at. One is writing, and the other is coding. And both of the tasks are the top tasks that AI could automate. So it took me a while to understand. So I spent a lot of time talking to people, like understanding like how AI is doing, trying to evaluate a lot of tasks, and try to figure out like where AI is headed. And a lot of the learning became the book engineering, and also it helped me understand like what I want to build for the future.
And I thought it's so interesting how like you, an expert, also felt the existential crisis.
I think like there is something about like the more, I think like you would have thought that like, okay, because I work in AI shouldn't catch me off guard, right? But I think that there were some miscalculations, because I had thought that, a lot of people thought that like a small improvement in AI will lead to a small improvement in use cases, right? Which is not true. As a human, we're terrible at evaluating like how useful something is, right? Like if the AI generates something like a little bit like not fluent, we think of AI as being stupid. And then suddenly from not super fluent to like super fluent in like a very short period of time. And we suddenly like before it could do like maybe 10 tasks, and now it can do like 1,000 tasks. So the miscalculation come from like, okay, small improvement accuracy somehow leads to a huge improvement in like usefulness.
Oh my gosh, I felt so much better when Chip said that, by the way. So Chip, physical world.
Yeah.
So you were talking about robots, and robots sitting down, not an easy thing.
So part of my existential crisis after I follow AI more is that I try to decide like what would be the kind of things that AI would not be able to solve in the next like 2 to 3 years, right? I don't want to spend like a lot of energy or like 2 years heads down building something, and then the new version of like Claude or new version of like OpenAI will just like eliminate it, right? So I think I realized something is like the human mind turned out to be a lot easier to model than the human body. So first of all, we can see that AI can answer your legal questions, can help you like write good essays, can write amazing stories, can write amazing programs. But I have never seen a humanoid that can sit down properly. I'm not sure, has anyone ever seen like a humanoid can sit down gracefully? Like there are a lot of funny videos. And you see this like, so actually like a human motion turned out to be extremely difficult to like model. And another thing is that like a lot of time, when for the AI to operate the digital world, we usually have very good documentations, right? Like if we call, like let's say, if we call the GitHub API, we kind of know, okay, these are the functions that we can call. And if we can call with the parameters, here's the expected return code, like what is the form, what is the like types that we can expect. But there's no such thing for physical world, right? There's no such thing as say, okay, for an app, if we press this much pressure, it's gonna break. Right? If we step on the child, it's gonna die. Okay, I'm like, I feel like it's a terrible example. But I'm just saying this like, we only learned about like the environment descriptions and like feedback loop by interacting with it. Right. And for AI to operate in the physical world, it has to actually learn all of that. And it's extremely hard to like teach AI all of that information.
There's a really higher accountability in the physical world.
Yeah, like for talking about sitting down, right? Like how do you describe to robot, okay, if you want to sit down properly, you have to put the mask here, you have to put the feet here, like you just, because it's very easy to just like flip over when you're trying to sit down.
So when we go from language to the physical world, I mean, you've taught us how to use language. How do we do physical world? What can we take from the semantic world to physical world to say, maybe I can do robots?
Yeah, so actually like the progress in the AI, actually makes robotics a lot easier. So anyone here interested in robotics? Anyone here want a humanoid at home to help you do like laundry or like a few? Well, I have bad news for you. It's gonna be a while. So I think like, do you know about Unitree, the company, the Chinese company? That's a very cool robot. So they're fighting for IPO. So Unitree is one of the very, very rare robotic companies that are actually profitable. And they're fighting for IPO. And the CEO has a really good talk. When he talks about robotic intelligence as two things. So one thing is reasoning, right? Reasoning is about, okay, like we ask the robot to like go and fetch me water. Then we need to think, okay, the water is over there. I need to go and pick up the cup, turn on the tap, get water, and bring it to the human. So that's like reasoning and planning. And the other one is motions. So the motion means is that like maybe the robot knows what you do, but if you stand up and then it flip over, we don't think that the robots are dumb, right? So for the reasoning part, I think that it's actually very similar to the reasonings for the agentic AI nowadays. Because like AI is very good at like take a task and reason step by step on how to accomplish the task. So reasoning is something that we can actually like do quite well with AI nowadays. The hard part for reasoning is like the environment feedback. Like, okay, like it has to know that, okay, if it press too hard, the app is gonna break. If I put the weight here, then it's gonna fall. So that kind of like feedback that we see a lot of people trying to teach AI, what it called like word modeling, like trying to encode information about the physical world so that AI learn how to operate in it. So we see a lot of startups raising like billions of dollars, right? Like Faithfully has a word modeling startup. Yang Kun has a word modeling startup, and there are a lot of like others, fancy researchers starting like companies doing it. So it's very exciting space. The other part is like motions. So a lot of, have you seen the demo of like robots doing like kung fu? Or this is really, really cool. So a lot of those movements are actually pre-captured. So like complicated movement, like you program like, okay, you want to do this punch, then you move this joint like this, right? A challenge or like a holy grail, like to get the robot to generate movement on demand. So maybe it thinks like, okay, if I want to do this, then here's how I should move the joints. So that is still like work in progress. And I think it's a bit challenging for robots to do, but I think that we are getting there. Because if you look at the progress in the last few years, it's actually very promising.
When you think about robotics, there's always the vision part and the motion part. Are they connected somehow?
I think that people thinks that it could be related, but I think there's so there are like two approaches to it. One is an approach of what people call like the VOA approach, like the vision language actions model, which a robot take in like visual and then language commands and then generate actions to do, right? But then people realize it's like, okay, it's really hard to collect robotic data with actions, right? Because the actions are very much dependent on the body of the robot. So like if you want a robot to walk, then you need to collect actions from robots that have legs. Like you cannot collect data from the robots that have wheels, right? If you want to do like 5-finger manipulations, you need a body with like 5 fingers. So people found out that it's extremely expensive and slow to collect action data directly. And then people started to decouple it. Like, what if I just like have a separate word model just to encode information about the world, and then the robot can use that information, visual understanding, to generate actions separately. So they are like, depending on how you structure it. I think there's their own different bets. Like if you talk to like researchers, they have into very heated argument. So I talked to a company who do like VOA approach, and they said I own the word modeling company as stupid. And then if you talk to word modeling companies, say okay, own these actions companies are like stupid. So we don't know yet. We don't know it works until it works.
I just figured out embeddings and pre-trained foundation models with language, and now more to learn. Oh my goodness. So what should developers pay attention to as all these new primitives come online?
So you're asking what should a person...
Developers, what should they pay attention to right now, knowing it's going to start to roll out?
So one thing that like I find very challenging personally is to stay up to date with all the news. It's just like impossible. Like there's so much going on. So actually try to like think about like the kind of problems I want to solve, and I kind of filter out like, okay, does this new thing help solve my problem or not, right? Because otherwise it will say, okay, this company raised a lot of money, this company going IPO, this person doing this cool stuff. I keep getting like pulled in different directions. So try to just keep my, like the horses in New York, you need to have a blinder to keep it like very focused. So sometimes I have to like force myself not to like get jerked into different directions just because the new things come out, but like focus on like, one, like, is that problems something I'm interested in? Second, is that like worth solving? Like, is that something that can be solved like by AI in the next 2 years? Then maybe I should probably focus on something else. So yeah, just choose a lane and like, choose the problems that you care about. And maybe my approach is wrong. I don't know. I have friends who like follow a lot of news and they become very popular online and they make a lot of money. And I think that could be great. I'm just not very good at that.
So Chip says to focus everyone, do this, okay? So I'm now sitting with you remembering how it's the Boston Dynamics Spot, the first that robot, whatever.
So cute, yeah.
And I remember that someone told me, never stand near Spot, because when Spot falls, when Spot gets up, it moves not like a dog would move.
So actually like the dogs are actually like a lot safer than say humanoid. So one challenge with humanoids, with robot is like the safety, right? And it's very easy to fall over. Like let's say a humanoid like a G1 is like 80 pounds, right? Let's imagine a chunk of metal, 80 pounds of metal just fall on you. You're in trouble. So there are a lot of things that actually I'm working on just like for like safety features. So I think one of these companies have a very interesting feature like the 1X. They design the robot so that the robot actually very weak. Like in theory, it could get the robot to be very strong, but on purpose, it makes the robot very, very weak grip power. Like it can't even crack a nut, right? So that it makes it safer, so the robot don't accidentally like hurt people by bringing too much force. I also like follows this like they also like design of rules. For example, like never walk too close to humans. Like if some human come close to it, then you step back, right? So like maybe 5 feet of like distance or something like that. So that's something you can do. Another thing is very challenging is like battery. So let's say this like if the robot is walking and then suddenly battery dies, right? Then it's like mid-motion and the battery dies. It's gonna flip over. So you need to design the system to detect like, okay, maybe the battery is like this much, then maybe I shouldn't move around. Maybe I should like just pause. Or like, I think a lot of people are developing what is called self-charging. So that when the road knows that it's running out of battery, it should move there. So yeah, so there are a lot of like safety features we need to think about when we bring robots into the real world, working with like real humans.
Okay, if you're tired of LLMs, new frontier, robotics. If you're gonna go into this, you better focus because there's so much noise. Don't forget dog robots, kind of good, sort of safer, okay? Not bad. Watch out for the battery problem. Last word to the audience on what's next.
What is next?
What's next?
Are you asking me what's next?
AI in the physical world, what's next? In a few words.
So I think it's gonna be here. I think robotics, there are two schools of company. One is the companies who believe that robotics can be general purpose, the same ways like ChatGPT and Claude, right? That it can solve multiple tasks at the same time. So there are about like 20 of those companies. So they're very data heavy. So they need a lot of money to like raise a lot of money. The other school of like robotics company is they focus on more specialized robots. For example, here's a robot to fold the laundry. Here's a robot to like cook the food, like packaging. Here's a robot to like just move things around, like delivery. So I think the general purpose company is very hard to predict when it's gonna be here.
You heard it from Chip, general purpose company. A little bit hard to predict, but let's make it happen, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Chip. Woo-hoo!
Thank you, everyone.
Chip, right?
So one of the important things about modernization is our companies actually have a hard time getting around to it, right? They say app modernization is important, bringing apps from like .NET Framework all the way to .NET 10, but we're busy, the companies are busy, we have to add new features to new apps. Nothing ever slows down to go back and look at old things. But we've done something very recently at Microsoft with Visual Studio VS Code that makes the whole thing simpler. And I'm gonna do a real quick overview of what it does. Is you can load up this extension for GitHub Copilot, and then it looks at your project, comes up with 3 artifacts. First is an overall assessment of what needs to be done. Number 2, a markdown file of a plan of what needs to be done. And number 3, a bunch of individual tasks of what needs to be done, right? Each one of those builds upon the other, put them up in source control, everything that you need. You can even change them if you want, and then modernize your project that might take months from before, and now you can do it. I don't want to say hours, but give it a shot. You might get it done in hours.
Build. I'm Caruana, and I can't be more excited to be here with my friend from Anthropic. We're going to show you some really cool stuff today. I hope you're having a great time out there. Big shout out to our digital audience who's been following along from all over the world. So, Max, tell everybody like what you do. Hey, how's it going?
So I sit right where the breakthroughs that we're making with our researchers meet actual enterprise work. So I have the pleasure of talking to our most strategic customers about what do you think we should do now, next, maybe never, maybe wait to get started on things like that. So exciting to be here. The partnership between Microsoft and Anthropic makes this conference so much fun for us. I've seen so many interesting things that are being built, and we're just excited to be here and support everything going on.
There's a lot of great energy here in San Francisco, and this is a historic location here in Port Basin. But tell me, this is your first Microsoft Build, I think. Is that right?
This is my first Microsoft Build, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, we're glad that you're here. Tell us a little bit about the partnership between our two companies. I know it's deep and wide, but help people understand how we're working together.
Yeah, so the way that we look at how we work with any kind of part of the stack for an enterprise, of which Microsoft has many different layers, is there are certain areas that are going to need the highest possible intelligence for the transformation that is to come. And then there are certain things that are infrastructure that need to exist in order to make sure that everything is working the way that the enterprise needs it to work. And then there are key things like identity, security, and governance, of course, which are all part of the same estate, usually. So we try to make sure that Claude is able to operate wherever the customer wants Claude. And from the very beginning, we've taken a stance of, look, However that needs to work for you, we're going to find a way to make that available. So I think the partnership, at least from everything that my team has been saying, has been really successful in market so far, and we're excited about what's next.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And of course, you hit on something when you're talking about intelligence. We had announcements this morning about Microsoft IQ, which extends the family of IQ experiences, Work IQ, Foundry IQ, and Fabric IQ with Web IQ. And now these agents can actually operate and reason across all of those domains of intelligence and information to have a more impactful result. Tell me how you think about that in terms of what you're building and what you see enterprise customers really needing, because there's a whole conversation about value going on in these agentic projects. How do you all approach that?
The transformation that is about to take root across the economy, across all the enterprises where we're working together to help transform them, requires something that we call legibility. Legibility basically means that AI can understand what's going on in a business. Said another way, it's very hard for AI to improve something that it cannot see. And so legibility, we think, is something that every enterprise leader should be thinking about and spending some thinking cycles on. When we look at what's happening with Work IQ, especially the other IQ family now, we see that as a context layer that can make more legibility, more interpretability of what's happening in a business available for AI to improve. And this gives you two things. The first thing is that it lets you know what's going on so that you can actually see it. If you ask most businesses, what are your standard operating procedures? They'll say, well, we have these documented, but we don't actually know what all of the rest of them are.
They have no idea what Bob or Sally is actually doing to make something happen, right? We call that the difference between the standard procedure and the know-how, right? That sometimes is in the humans in the process. And so, yeah, there's no visibility there.
We have a lot of empathy for executive enterprise leaders who want to make the right decisions, make sure that everyone makes this transition safely, but aren't necessarily as familiar with the people working on boots on the ground, familiar with the problems that they're running into on a day-to-day basis. And I think all of the leaders that I've spoken to want to be more in touch with those things, but it's the function of documentation and processes, and this is what we mean when we say legibility.
Right.
So if you can get there, then the second thing that you can do, which I'm really excited about, is you can observe what you should build in the first place. And we think this is more like the future of building technology, is observing first so that then you can infer what should you build in the first place. And that's a total flip from how technology has been built the last 20 years.
And that's directly impactful on the community that we have here at Microsoft Build as well. And plus all of us who want to make sure we're getting real value from the work that we're doing in this space, right? It's fantastic. Now, I know you have a demo. We might need to re-plug in your deck there. Yeah, just take a moment to do that. And then okay, all right, fantastic. So, fantastic. We're going to get that back. But what I love about the way that you all are talking about that and thinking about it is the fact that you're thinking about the entire ecosystem of how that works. Fantastic. Let's make sure that we're showing this demo because it is a wonderful thing to show.
So I'll let this play in the background and we'll talk through it.
There you go.
It seems like
somebody
go. From AV has got it.
Fantastic. Yes, they are. They're going to make sure that plays. Because I want everybody to see this because there's a mind share, a thought process that's happening there that's going from the application and the user behavior all the way through to what the developer needs to invest in and also how you can keep those developers and their stakeholders well aligned. This work that you all are doing has to come from the experience you have with customers. Is that the case?
Yes. So most of the enterprises that we work with are making early bets in what they're going to do with AI. And the most advanced that we work with, they understand that legibility is the key to understanding what to do next.
Let's play that demo because I know the magic behind
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna wait
curtain.
for-
If you hit the space bar, I bet it's just gonna go.
Let's see.
give
Let's
that
see
it.
if
Let's
it
give that
goes.
a try.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
there it goes.
So we'll let this play in the background. But what you're going to see is a set of experiments that we're very excited about that are starting to work when it comes to legibility and what Claude can do to tell you what to build in the first place. So what you just saw was lots of different AI tools, Copilot as well as Claude. And we have an agent in the system that's looking at every one of those transcripts and those traces. And so you're seeing now on Foundry that agent pulling out different observations that are coming from the real use of technology.
I love this view. I have to tell you how much I love this view because, I've been that person where the developers and the stakeholders and the project managers, they're not aligned on what to do next. And you just showed me this beautiful way of observing what actual people are doing. Oh, and let's talk through this part.
So this is where it gets really interesting. There are two things that we've really put a lot of effort into making Claude excellent at. The first, which most people understand, is code, specifically code base comprehension, or understanding how a code base works, dependencies between different files. This is a major focus for us at Anthropic. The second is user centricity or empathy from a human perspective. And that gives Claude the ability to both empathize with the users that it's observing, running into problems, suggesting features, or doing things that might suggest features. And at the same time, it can infer what code needs to change in order to satisfy that need state. Now, this makes possible something that is very different in terms of how we build software. Usually, you would build, you'd operate, then you would put analytics on it. And you'd say, is it working? Is it being adopted? We're seeing now that model start to flip around. We are actually able to observe first, to infer there, what should we build based on what needs to be actually in the operations. So this is going to change how we look at technology across the board. And I'm just so excited to actually give builders the ability to say, well, we're kind of having to guess about what would work. And now they're not going to have to guess. They're going to be able to say, these are the problems that my users are running into. What can I do to provide more value? And if you can keep running that loop and that cycle, you're just creating tons more value for everybody.
There's another reason, first off, that's mind-blowing. I love watching that work. I think it's fantastic. But there's another reason I think this is important, and I'm sure you've thought about, which is making sure that businesses are implementing AI in meaningful ways, right? And growing the top line, using AI as a way to go further, go faster, come up with new things. For me, AI isn't about efficiencies and what have you, though that can be one of the outcomes. It's really about innovation and what you can do next. And so I feel like this helps builders and developers have those conversations with their stakeholders as they're thinking about where to invest their time and resources, right?
We completely agree. This is why we think that high intelligence is so important. Because if you can get the intelligence right, there's an infinite demand for it, number one. And number two is, if you think that you're limited by your ability to create value for your customer, intelligence will help you figure out how can you remove those blockers in the first place. So it's funny because I feel like very soon AI strategy will also involve just kind of ask Claude what to do, right? And that's a great outcome because that means that we can also help people figure out what to do in the first place and then how to get it right. And I think a lot of leaders are struggling comparing those two, the problem space and the solution space and wondering which to focus on first. Hopefully we can finesse that problem.
I also think you mentioned leaders in that conversation, and I think that leaders and builders and the people who manage them and invest in them need to understand that this requires a certain degree of both courage and a release of control. Now, I do this every day. I talk to my agents, I talk to my Copilot experiences, and have them work with me through problems and give me ideas and think about how I should think about things. But I feel like I've learned how to do that over the last couple of years. And I've had to let go of the control that I might always be right. Do you see people doing that? Do you see leaders leaning in to actually using AI in that way?
Yes. Some of the most meaningful moments working with our enterprise customers are when they understand the potential there. And I'll give you one kind of piece of advice that we've seen work. pretty much across the board. I mean, you could take the startups out of this, but that's a little apples and oranges. If you release a policy memo and say, this is what you're supposed to use AI for, and this is what you're not supposed to use AI for, what works much better is having a non-technical senior leader demo and show the organization, this is what I use AI for, to inform my decisions, to try to do my job better. That sort of openness and vulnerability, it signals the right things. And that's when we see these adoption numbers change. And the human factors there can't be summarized by what would be made more efficient, because we want to bring as many people with us on this transformation. The problem is that unless you're actually using it and getting in the reps and having those moments where the penny drops and you go, wow, I can ask it to ask me questions, right? These are the things that we think more and more people are going to be discovering as we roll out these tools, and of course in partnership with Microsoft for all the enterprises that we serve.
Absolutely, and we call that finding your aha moment. In the user adoption realm, and there's no replacement for having somebody visibly learning in front of other people. It signals that proper cultural transformation that actually precedes the frontier transformation that we're always talking about, and the workforce one that I talk about a lot myself. Yep. So this is your first Microsoft Build, and we have such a fantastic partnership together. What are you excited that we're going to do together next?
I think the legibility conversation has required both of our organizations to become more compatible with each other, and also to provide the value in the different pieces of the stack that only we can uniquely provide. And I think that's something that we should double and triple down on. In the beginning, when everyone started to use AI in their personal lives, I don't know about you, but I wore out the copy and paste button on my keyboard, right? We were just constantly moving context from one thing to another. And then we entered the tool calling era with Anthropic's release of MCP. And now we're starting to get to the point where once you can get all of the information that is describing the work that's happening, you can really root cause analysis all of these opportunities to improve it. That, I think, it should be our North Star together.
That is fantastic. I'm so inspired by the work that's happening in Anthropic and across the space at large. And I know that all of you probably are as well. There's a lot of fantastic demos, including a deeper dive in the one that we showed today, right on the showcase page, that sponsor page that you have. And I think everybody should go check it out, because you're going to want to follow along and make sure that you understand how to have this conversation in the enterprise with the developers and the builders that you have, and how to just dig in right now and get things going. That's very important. Like, get your hands on a keyboard, test these things out, make sure you understand, and then come back to our communities and have the conversation with other builders who are doing this work, because we're all in this together. I firmly believe that AI is a team sport, and we have to do this together for it to have the greatest benefits. So absolutely. I am really excited that you're here. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone who's following along. We'll see you again soon.
So over the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years, I've been really interested in learning more about Rust and using Rust in a lot of my code. I've historically been a C and C++ developer. I've written a lot of code over the years in C and C++, and I'll be honest, I actually really like the languages. The problem is, as an industry, we really just can't get it right. There's lots of what's called undefined behavior. A lot of undefined behavior is because of memory safety issues, memory corruption. Buffer overflow, buffer underflow, integer overflow, integer underflow, array indexing problems, use after free, double free, all these vulnerabilities. But in languages like Rust, those kinds of problems go away because they're actually detected at compile time. So as you're compiling the code, which by the way does take longer because of that, we can actually mitigate those vulnerabilities at compile time, and those problems actually don't exist at runtime.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us and happy build. My name is Nikisha Reyes-Grange. I'm Senior Director with Azure Data and AI, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Charles and Sachin. Charles Feddersen is the Director of Program Management for Postgres and MySQL on Azure, and Sachin Patney is the General Manager of App Development for Azure Data. And we're here to share some of the top data news that we announced today at Build. So I'm going to start with Charles, right? Because, excellent. We have two things to talk about today. We're going to be talking about Azure Horizon DB. We're also going to be talking about Rayfin, but let's start with Azure Horizon DB. Talk to us, Charles. Tell us about it.
So Horizon DB was a big keynote announcement. It's our new, really sort of Postgres service designed for building apps and also running enterprise applications. So we made the announcement this morning. It's in public preview today. Everyone can go ahead and get started.
That's awesome. And what problems is it solving?
So I think one of the interesting things about Postgres is the sheer breadth of adoption that it's seeing. On the one hand, events like Build, developer-centric conferences, there's a lot of Postgres adoption at that end of the spectrum because it's open source, has a great extensibility model, and you're just seeing tons of new apps being built on it. And then the other end of the spectrum, you've got your enterprise adoption, where they're bringing these applications to the cloud. And so what we're trying to do with Horizon DB is really serve a very large market by bringing a bunch of new AI capabilities and developer-centric tooling in VS Code to help you build apps quicker and faster on Horizon, while at the same time delivering things like enterprise security, network security, all of that, so that enterprises can run those mission-critical workloads as well at pretty big scale sometimes.
That's fantastic. And what are you most excited about with it? And what do you think devs are really going to love about Horizon DB?
So we've made a couple of big focuses on things like performance. Of course, one of the things that I actually love, in addition to Horizon DB, is what we've done with developer tooling in VS Code. About a year ago, we built this entirely new VS Code extension. We've invested a lot of energy into making it look fantastic, making it super functional for both database management, but then also development. And then within Horizon itself, we've got a new feature called AI pipelines. Think of it as like a sort of a lazy or asynchronous background task. It's really good for building workflows in the database for these AI applications that require a lot of sort of interactivity with APIs and models.
That's wonderful. And tell us, how should we think about Azure Horizon DB versus other Postgres services? Because your team even builds Azure Database for Postgres, right? How should we be thinking about that?
So the thing about Horizon DB is that the core database layer, it's just Postgres. And so any app that you've built for Postgres that runs on Postgres is just going to work on Horizon DB. So in a sense, there's not a lot of difference at the most important part, which is the API and how developers work with it. Under the covers, in the storage layer, we built an entirely new storage engine for both log and storing data. And that's really where it differs from Postgres and Azure Database for Postgres as well. It provides significantly more performance with high availability across zones and also significantly larger scale. And so that's sort of the key architectural difference. But for developers, it's just Postgres.
That's fantastic. Sachin, you're up next. So we have, on the Azure Horizon DB side, we're really trying to fix, some of the performance and scale issues that developers run into. But we also know that sometimes, back-end and governance can also be challenging. Can you talk to us about Rayfin? What is it?
Yeah, so Rayfin is an open source SDK and CLI, and it helps you define your backend in code. And so that way you can kind of keep all of your backend primitives and all that right where your application logic is. And then the CLI kind of, when you deploy the application, it translates all of those things like your database or functions or auth into services in Fabric. And so you get a governed database, you get isolated functions and scale out of the box.
Fantastic, okay. And so what problems were you trying to solve when you were creating Rayfin? And
yeah, that's a really good question. So I think, most people, we've all been using coding agents, and it's really easy to get started with applications, and you can build beautiful, amazing applications. And typically, if your application requires a backend, your agent would spin up something more locally, like a MySQL or just file storage on your machine. And now when you want to go take that application to production, you kind of have to like rethink it a little bit for architecture, for scale, for like, especially if you're within an enterprise, you have to kind of think about your compliance, governance, security. And so I think this is the problem that Rayfin helps you solve, because you can continue using and developing these vibe-coded applications. You can kind of focus on the business logic, and then when you deploy it, it helps you kind of not just run it locally, but also translate it that into Fabric and sort of inherit the governance compliance aspects of it. So.
Fantastic. And so how should we think about Rayfin compared to other platforms that developers might be using to build apps?
Yeah, it's a good question, and a good distinction to make is that Rayfin is not an app building platform, right? In fact, it's designed to work well with existing app building platforms. So say, for example, I personally love using the GitHub Copilot CLI to build my applications. And what Rayfin does is it provides like an SDK CLI so that GitHub Copilot can use to go express the backend in code, then use the CLI to go deploy it. And so the way to kind of think about it is like there's any application out there. So I think we partnered with Replit for this example. Like, so if somebody wants to go use their favorite browser-based tool in Replit, they can still use the Rayfin SDK CLI to kind of build out their backend and helps them deploy it and manage their app within their Fabric tenant.
That's fantastic. And I'm going to ask then, why did you decide to build this for Fabric? Can you talk about how Rayfin either changes or expands the vision for Fabric and the overall value prop of it?
Yeah, so even within Fabric, so Fabric is primarily a SaaS platform, which you have like zero infrastructure and maintenance, and people were already building a bunch of data solutions. And when the databases were coming into Fabric, people were looking to build operational apps. And instead of us providing like out-of-the-box SaaS experiences, we wanted to let organizations use some of these app building tools to go and build sort of custom front ends and applications within the organizations, and in the future also allow them to build more customer-facing applications. And then instead of like having some sort of complex ETL pipelines to land data back in Fabric, your application data is already in Fabric, so business users can go do downstream analytics through Fabric. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Earlier you had mentioned vibe coding apps, and definitely there are sometimes there's a perception of vibe code versus more meaty kind of enterprise applications. How are you, or how does Rayfin kind of span those two extremes?
Yeah, so I think Rayfin's primary focus is to, so the thing we talk about is taking your prototype to production, right? So you kind of start building an application and you want to kind of bring it to production. We want to sort of lower that gap. Like, you don't have to think too much about it. It's kind of the way you build it. And so, but Rayfin is we want it to be for everyone. So we are also going to open source parts of our runtime that will allow you to self-host those applications yourself. And we are looking to partner with the community to kind of build this out to support different infrastructure types.
Got it. So if someone doesn't want to deploy within Fabric, that will be an option?
Yes, and that's the option we want to enable.
Fantastic. Charles, speaking of community, we know that certainly Microsoft is huge within the Postgres community and just does a ton to keep the Postgres project going, right? Can you talk to us more about that?
Yeah, so actually I'm not sure that a lot of people are fully aware of the magnitude of what we do in Postgres. Microsoft is actually one of the largest contributors to the upstream Postgres project. I think in Postgres 19, which is coming up this year, I think we modified around about 8% of all of the lines of code that were modified in this version. It's a useful measure of sort of thinking about the level of investment we're making in the upstream Postgres project. We're a really strong team of committers, and it's part of obviously participating responsibly in these open source projects. It also enables us to bring a lot of what we learn about running Postgres at some serious cloud scale, that doesn't show up at perhaps smaller scale, bring that back into the upstream project, which everybody obviously benefits from, and obviously having committers on staff as well, for our enterprise customers or for any customers who might hit more gnarly things in Postgres sometimes. We've got folks on staff who can can help them with that as well. We also run the largest virtual Postgres event on the planet. We run a podcast, and obviously we're incredibly active in a lot of the community events as well, all over the world.
That's fantastic. And why are you committing so much to Postgres? What's the vision here?
We have a lot of customers who are entrusting us to run mission critical applications. And I think that we can best do that if we're active participants in the open source project ourselves. And so we're going to keep investing in the upstream project. We're going to keep building our cloud services on Azure that meet these enterprise requirements, serving new developer scenarios. You're building phenomenal tooling in VS Code that, by the way, works with any Postgres. I think that's just a very holistic way to approach Postgres. And if we're going to be a vendor in the space, then we need to invest on all of those fronts.
I love that. Can we go back to the capabilities for AI for a sec there? So you'd mentioned the AI pipelines that you're bringing in. Postgres, I believe, was the first database engine that really started embedding AI capabilities, right?
Yeah.
The PG vector extension and whatnot. Can you talk to us a bit more about what some of those capabilities are that are baked into Azure Horizon DB?
Yeah, so it's fascinating. This PG vector extension was, not the most deployed extension at the time that ChatGPT hit. And we all went and learned what embeddings and vectors were. And if you look at the adoption of that embedding, it just sort of went straight up. And so we've built on that in Horizon. I talked about the AI pipelines. We've also shipped AI functions that make it possible to interact with models in Microsoft Foundry directly from the SQL language, which is really comfortable for SQL and database developers. We've built native AI model management so that when you provision Horizon, automatically a set of models, embedding, re-ranking models are automatically what we call registered in Horizon. So you can provision Horizon and just start calling these models directly from SQL. You don't need to stitch together all the Azure parts to make that happen. We've also done full text search, which in and of itself is maybe not considered AI, but when you blend it with a vector search, you can now do a full hybrid search in Horizon as well. And you can even re-rank those results using the re-ranking models that we have. And that just provides incredibly performant search, but also incredibly relevant search, so that if you're feeding language models that are basically you're producing outputs off your enterprise data, you're getting the most relevant results fed to them, and that's what everyone wants.
Can you give me an example of a hybrid search?
Yeah, so hybrid search is basically a fusion of like full text search and vector search. Okay. So you can do a vector search by itself, and the similarity will give you pretty good results, right? And TSKNN actually does a very good job just out of the box. And then we also ship PG vector, so you've got what's called HNSW and IV flat. So all three indexes are available in Horizon. But then you can then fuse it in the same query with full text, which can improve the relevance. And then you can also rank them on top of that. And in fact, you can even go even further and use graph capabilities built natively into Postgres as well. And we've built this really cool graph visualization in VS Code as well, so you can see exactly how the data relates.
Okay, well, thank you both very much. And we are done. Thank you for joining us today. Happy build.
Thanks.
So if Windows was designed today, would the registry exist? It's an interesting question, because the registry is fundamentally a database. In fact, internally, if you take a look at the Windows code sources, it's called the configuration manager. That's where the configuration of not just the system, but also applications is stored. And there's a different number of hives, registry hives. There's the system hive, there's user hives, where configuration for those scopes are stored. Now, one of the interesting design decisions of Windows that I'm not sure would be made again is that applications didn't start with their own configurations. And later in Windows 8 timeframe, something called app hives came into place, where new modern apps carried their own configuration in their own app hive. You can think of a hive, though, as being schematized data, so it's got different types, but with arbitrary types of organizations of keys and values. And given that it's implemented with a subsystem that it assigns ACLs to at a very fine-grained level to those keys, it's got its own API surface on top of it, the registry API. Now, if you take a look at a different operating system like Linux, it has no such thing as the registry. There's no global configuration store. There's no common schema. Every app has its own configuration that it carries with it, and the system has its own configuration that it has, and these are represented as flat files with text. And I would say that the more flexible model, the more human readable model, and now machine readable model, is actually probably what, if Windows was designed again, would be designed with, rather than this schematized configuration store that is opaque unless you're coming at it through the API surface.
Hi, everybody. My name is Monica Cisneros, and I am Senior Product Marketing Manager for Windows, and I specialize on agents. And today, I have Scott Hanselman.
Hi, how are you?
Great. So today, we saw you in the keynote, and then you showed a conversation with Peter. Basically, him reaching out to you. Tell us what happened. Like, how did that evolve, and what was your first impression with him really, asking you about what you had built?
I think that people don't realize that like 99% of open source is community, and it's just people talking about stuff. And there are people who thought Peter was an overnight success, and he'd built 450 previous utilities that were amazing. He was a well-known person in the open source space. He'd built and sold companies before. So for people who are unfamiliar with him, they might be like, oh, who's this guy? Where did he come from? But OpenClaw, when it came out in November of last year, was like, oh, this is cool. I can see where he's going with this. And then I started looking around, and I can see that he has a Mac. He works on a Mac. So I'm like, oh, I work on Windows. I'll make a Windows app that looks like the Mac app so I can participate as well. When someone sees something like that, it's a totally normal and reasonable thing to say, hey, you want to hang out? You want to do something? So it literally can that easy. So he reached out and he said, this is cool. But all of the cool people that you're now seeing him surround himself with are people that he found or that he respected or that he was doing work with. In the case of the Windows application, the Windows Companion app, we were already, as you know, because you work on Windows and doing agents, building Windows to be a great place for agents. So this might be a weird way to phrase it, but if you think about a Windows OpenClaw Companion app is like the ultimate hello world to prove that agents are awesome on Windows. So our job, your job and my job, is to make sure that the Windows platform, the underlayment, the base of the pyramid is awesome for any agent. And in this case, Hello World, OpenClaw Companion app is a proof of concept to see how Windows does. And as we learn more, we'll continue to make Windows better. So yeah, it's just sometimes people just go, hey, you want to do this thing? Yeah, we should do that. That's cool. Let's do it.
Let's come back to the application in a second. What I really want to know is what makes the open source community so special? Why do people feel like they can reach out to each other, that they can help each other? Tell me more about that.
I think that people don't realize that seeing a stranger multiple times in public doing awesome things is like, oh, you're that person that did that thing. Oh, you're that person that did that thing before? Oh, I've seen you before. Like, you just sometimes need a couple of sleeps between you to go, this person seems safe. I've seen them at meetups. I really like their projects. Like we saw earlier when we did the Scott and Mark Learn to Vibe. Simon Willison, like he and I have blogged and known each other digitally for 25 years, right? So you send that person a message and you say, hey, I like the cut of your jib, kid. You want to come and hang out? And open source people and community people are builders and they're excited to build. And they're like, yeah, that'd be cool. So I called Steve and I called Cassidy and I called Swix. And I was like, hey, you want to do this? And they're like, yeah, that's cool. I'm down. That vibe, that positivity is what makes the open source community approachable because it's like improv. When you do improv, you always want to have a partner who goes, yes, and so imagine building software. Peter says, I want to do OpenClaw, and then he meets Vincent, and he meets Dallin, and he meets, all these different great people in the community, and they go, hey, want to do this? Oh, yes, and I'll add this little herbs and spices, and I'll add that, and I have this open source project, and they start building.
Now that you started talking about, working with Peter and Vincent, you mentioned that they work in a different way. Can you tell me more about that and how do they work? What do people or developers at Microsoft can learn internally, but then also what can other people learn about the way that they work with agents?
So let's move away from agents for a second and talk about the concept of agency. One of the things that Vincent Koch said, who is the chief architect of OpenClaw Foundation with Peter, he's kind of Peter's number 2, said is, I like high agency people, meaning, just fix it. Just do it, fix it. You have agency to fix that. We have the tests, we have a quality software development lifecycle, we have all the unit tests, all the integration tests, all the smoke tests. If this thing is a bad change, it won't make it all the way out the process. This is not a thing that is run on vibes. This is an AI augmented software engineering project at scale, fastest growing open source project ever. And if something is broken, somebody should fix that. And that, I think, that sense of me? I can fix that? So there's been a number of times when I'll ask Vincent or Peter, yeah, this thing is broken. And they're like, you gonna fix it? And that is really cool. So I feel like people should be more bold and try going out there. Because if it breaks, then we'll fix it.
You in your keynote, you mentioned the app companion folks. You mentioned that you have worked with also the Windows engineers. When you guys were working on this, was there anything in particular that you said, hey, this is different and this is something that I'm really excited to bring to everybody? Something that is essentially unique, or we're trying to be better than we were before?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. So step 0 was there was an existing companion app that helped you get OpenClaw running on a Mac. So when I took my original version, my goal was to have parity with the Mac. I want you to be able to go 1-to-1. And then the questions were, what can Windows do that is different? What can Windows do that is unique? How do we package our apps? How do we do permission? How can I sandbox this app differently? It's not like a competition as it is a co-opetition. I want OpenClaw to be great everywhere, and I would like to have a little extra zhuzh on Windows, because I like Windows, and I get to work with the Windows development team. So it is a thumb war as each thing gets better, but it raises, to mix my metaphors, it raises the water level for everybody. So MXC, which we launched and will continue to get better, being able to have a spectrum of containment, I think you're going to see really cool features that we're still thinking up. And after the keynote, Peter came out and had some crazy mad scientist idea, and they're off running and trying to figure that out. Those ideas. And you say, oh, you should talk to this person. And then they start talking and then they go running. That's the vibe. So Microsoft, I think, is learning to go fast, but we have to go fast at a larger scale. When you have 1 billion users, you want to make sure that they're all happy. So there's going to be a comfortable tension. And I think that's what's going to make us successful.
Can you tell me more about containers and containment? I thought that was very interesting how you said that on the keynote.
That was a bit of I like alliterations, and I said, I've got all of the things available to me. I have containers and containment. I think that leadership and people in suits think that there's basically a slider bar with 3 clicks, and it's nothing is in a container, this is in a container, and then there's hypervisor, which is like a virtual machine. But there's many, many, many click stops. When we say containers, like containers in the classic sense of a container, an OCI container, you usually think about Docker. Now, Docker is a brand and a company, just like Kleenex is a brand. But if I say, hand me a Kleenex, I don't necessarily mean a Kleenex brand tissue. It could be any generic brand, right? So Docker is a company that uses containers, and Podman can do containers, and there are other things that can do containers. So we launched WSLC, which is a container runtime. So we can now run containers on Windows within the guise and the support of WSL. So we have now support for containers on Windows out of the box, which is awesome. Containment is a generalized kind of like I drew a dotted line around some work, and I don't want it to escape. So if I was going to say, make a container for you to call WorkIQ and get your details from WorkIQ and your Outlook calendar, arguably, it shouldn't be going to your Google Calendar. Arguably, it shouldn't be writing text files and sneaking around and doing stuff. It should have access to do the thing And it should work perfectly. Whether that runs in a container, which is an implementation detail, or it runs in some containment technology, in some generic containment technology, imagining it could be process containment, session containment, micro VM containment, full VM containment, that's up to some business person above us to decide. So Linux containers is a thing, containment is a concept.
Okay. Was there anything working on this that made you change how developers are going to start doing their work? Like in terms of like system needs, in terms of like their workflow, now that you're seeing, you know, agents working and like the container and containments and you know, all that thing between what developers do and use and then what IT admins require to actually make this work in work environments.
Yeah. I think that the thing that has been the most helpful for me is a small little thing, the Git work trees. I think people are used to working in branches. You chuck something out into a folder that's like d:\Monica, and then that's your folder and you're working on the Monica app. And you go to main and you go to this and you go to that. But what if you had a branch in a separate folder that was its own work tree that was related? I could then run multiple agents. So instead of switching around, I get this opportunity for doing things in parallel. So I've been running 3 to 5 agents in parallel and learning from how the folks in the OpenClaw community do stuff. They'll sometimes run dozens, but I stick around 3 to 5. That I think is a real unlock. And the GitHub app, the GitHub Copilot app, has that work tree support built in. So I think as people start to get that app, as it comes out of preview, I think they're going to be able to see how cool the combination of a Windows machine plus a dev drive plus work trees is. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty nice workflow.
Let's talk a little bit about the future. We are now seeing this new generation of agents that get a lot of access, that can basically like go and essentially do things proactively. I have been seeing other agents that, for example, are learning through machine learning. Are you seeing any other trends happening within agents that you foresee in the next few months or like in the next year or so?
As we get towards the end of this conversation, I think the thing we should be thinking about is how dynamic policies that allow the agent to do exactly what it needs to do, but no more. It's not one policy fits all. We're going to see policy engines, and each individual tool call, each individual piece of intent won't go into a generic container that has abilities to contain things, but it'll be dynamically generated for it. So that slider bar is going to change on a tool call by tool call basis. And what we want is for it to be invisible to the user and fully in control by IT. So literally everybody wins. And if the container works, you didn't even know it was contained. It just worked.
Throughout this time, I have seen you be very intentional with how you do. And thank you so much for all the work that you have been doing.
Yeah,
appreciate
I appreciate it. I try to be intentional, and thank you for noticing.
Here's 4 tips from the 2026 Design and Tech Report. Tip number 2, use a tuned harness. What that means is, last year we were taking models and our prompts and doing cool things with it. Now in the agentic era, we have these amazing things like GitHub Copilot CLI, Claude Code. All these CLI-based systems are what's called a harness around different models. It's like, think of a horse, and last year we couldn't control it. Now we can control it more gently with a better harness. And so the prompts you put into it have all this extra good things in the harness that make the model more comfortable. And they produce an amazing high quality result. With tool calling and everything built in, you don't have to build it from scratch anymore. So use a tuned harness to build on top of. Pro tip, check out the GitHub Copilot SDK. It lets you put a nicely tuned harness in your application and you get going even faster.
Hello, Build. You are in luck because we have Ollama people. We have Michael Chiang, co-founder, Parth Sareen, engineer. Who knows Ollama, right? Oh my gosh, Ollama lovers. You see that? Who loves Ollama's character? Mascot? Yes, let's go there, okay? So, Michael, you can feel the love here, right? It feels good. So, question, for people new to Ollama, what problem does it solve?
Well, John, first, thank you for having us. It's our pleasure to be here at Microsoft Build. For Ollama, it's the easiest way for developers to get up and running with models, open models specifically, on locally and now in the cloud. For users with enough compute locally, they can choose a model and run it directly on their computers. Should they not have enough compute, they can choose Ollama's cloud service and run it all in the cloud with privacy-centered cloud offering from Ollama.
So what's the AI local model landscape like right now?
Yeah, starting from last year, what we've seen is a lot of the coding use cases really took off. And this year, a lot of the larger models started coming online for the open model ecosystem. And this really started off with agents. More agents were being in the market, and this really became our #1 use case very much quickly.
And then, by the way, I was talking about Parth, and Parth is one of the great engineers who calls his mother. Everyone call your mother. You're awesome, Parth. Parth, what kind of agents are only possible with local models?
Yeah, that's a great question. And even just last night, I was spending time looking up way too much money that I've been spending, and I was using Ollama to see how much I was spending, go through my bank statements. And so I think local agents are so powerful, especially with the improved local models that we have today, to be able to do real agentic use cases. And I think privacy is so critical. And we have the ability now to run really good models on your computer and do real work, right? Whether it's coding and building small tools, I think those kind of models do a pretty good job, as well as doing small personal agent tasks. So, we've heard of OpenClaw, Hermes, extremely popular these days. There's a lot of really good local models which fit the bill and can do a really good job.
How many folks use local models here? All right, you have like people doing this, that's good. All right, Michael, what was the moment you realized that devs love local? What was the moment?
It was exactly the moment when we launched Ollama on GitHub in public. And it actually launched on Hacker News as a comment underneath a model launch. And the trajectory ever since has made Ollama one of the fastest growing open source projects for AI and supporting open models.
And the Ollama mascot was designed by?
My wife.
Right? Thank you. One of the greatest design moments in local model history, if I may say so myself. So what does it look like for a developer to go from running a model locally to scaling it in the cloud?
Yeah, it's something that, as Michael mentioned, we've been seeing a lot of. So we have these larger coding open models coming out, as well as really powerful local models as well. But there's just a point you hit where you really do need to scale up and go from running a local model, you running really extreme workloads, maybe doing some really difficult coding tasks, and you're like, okay, I need something bigger to get the job done. And that's when you reach for the cloud. And that's something that we really try to make good and simple. So the experience between local and cloud can be as seamless as possible. And so, we offer open models both locally and on the cloud, and the experience to the user basically feels the exact same. So it's indistinguishable when you're running between local and cloud.
I like that. It's like in Toy Story, like reach for the sky, reach for the cloud. So you have a demo?
Yes. So I'll showcase a little demo of Ollama running the Copilot CLI, which we recently added. So I'll walk through kind of what's going on behind the scenes, as well as talk about kind of what we have. And so Ollama Launch is this tool that we built in order to give users the ability to connect with their favorite integrations. And so Copilot CLI is one of them. And as you can see, we give a myriad of different options with both cloud and local models. And Copilot CLI is really cool, especially because you can tag these different issues. And so you can see in here, I'm adding, explain me this little issue. Let's skip forward a little bit. But basically, the agent has direct access to GitHub, can see kind of, what I've been working on, or triage a different issue for me. Skip forward a little bit and see that over here, it's directly connected. And so my workflow can stay within the terminal if I feel like it. And Copilot CLI is a really good fit for it too. Oh, I keep forwarding it a little bit. And so if we go a little bit forward, so I'm just saying, are there any open PRs for it? Go and see if there's anything already built out. And then it says no open PR, so that means we have to go write a fix. And the Copilot CLI kind of handles this for me. It creates a plan, explores the code base, is able to spin up multiple sub-agents to do exploration, and make sure that it gets a good lay of the land. And so this is being worked on in the Ollama repo. And it'll propose a plan similar to many other tools as well. And then, as usual, we can do the execution. And so in this case, the autopilot mode has been enabled. And it'll go and kind of execute on the plan that was discussed. And for everyone watching, go to ollama.com, try it out. Go see all the different integrations we have. So Copilot CLI is a really popular one. We support VS Code. We support Hermes, OpenClaw, and tons of others. So go check it out.
So it's kind of like a hybrid car, gas electric, or moves between the local and the cloud.
Exactly, yeah.
Very cool. So what's hardest in taking AI apps to scale? Is it the local cloud thing?
Yeah, I think what we've seen is developers often start with local. This is where they can do their local dev and test. And as they scale, they oftentimes look for a solution. And Ollama's cloud could be one of those solutions.
Interesting. And with all your integrations, what excites you about what developers are building now?
What I'm super excited about is all these local agents that are running at the edge, and whether using local models or models in the cloud. And it really improves people's lives. We've seen agents run, checking people's emails, plan for their day. Every morning, we see users coming up, trying to get agents to see what their day will look like. A lot of these agents are being used.
Wow, so you're moved by this moment where people can actually have a better life.
Yes.
It's adorable. So Parth, what workloads are benefit from local versus cloud? Can you help us understand that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think having the ability to swap is really important. And in terms of workloads, I see a lot of sensitive information being kind of processed. I give my agents access to my calendar often. And sometimes I want that to run completely locally. And so anytime I think of personal private information, local models fit the bill really, really well for that. And then personally, I use a lot of coding agents to build whatever I'm working on. And to that, I usually reach towards bigger open models through Ollama to get my work done. And I think it's similar in terms of the users we see, mix of personal agents, coding agents, and then a lot of bespoke tools that people write. So RAG pipelines, custom CLI tools, all kind of back through Ollama.
How do the local models and the open source movement connect? Is there a connection there?
The local models and open source, yeah, I think to some degree, I feel like we've seen this kind of evolution where the models coming out are almost informed by the harnesses that exist today and kind of like what's trendy in a way as well. So personal agents has been 2026 so far. And I think we've seen a giant leap in the models and kind of what the model labs are trying to reach towards, which is really have agents which can not only code, or models which can not only code, but can perform these tasks that Michael mentioned of checking email, calendar, and like doing it in a safe manner.
So for your tomorrow, you have a session tomorrow, Can you give like a preview of like what to expect? Because they're all kind of like thinking of like, what do I go to?
I mean, please attend the session tomorrow for a breakout. We'll have real demos of Ollama up and running and targeting a lot of these agentic tasks that we spoke about.
I see. So when we think about the future of Ollama, what does the audience want to expect?
I see the world becoming more hybrid, and this is leveraging both the local models to do simpler tasks and leveraging cloud models for much heavier and harder tasks. And this is really the evolution of having a personal computer. Meanwhile, you have cloud services that might do more of the offloading.
So for people out there for whom this is a new idea, what advice do you give them when you think about how they have so many choices out there?
Yeah, for developers that are just getting started with AI, I would say look up what you want to use, start picking up a tool, and just start building. Because with AI, it's so easy to get started and try out the different tools to see how you can familiarize yourself with different models, different harnesses, and get your app out there.
Yeah. The developer experience for Ollama is quite exquisite. It is very subtle. It has that kind of Apple feel to it. Can you tell me where this came from?
Yeah, it's really about what we want to portray ourselves to developers using our product. And that is Ollama being really simple to get started. It's monochromatic by design. It stays in the background to help power developers. That's really the theme of the product. And so we want to design Ollama, the product, as such.
And then how did you think of joining Ollama, Parth?
Yeah,
that's a cool company.
Yeah, it is. And I'm very lucky to be here. And it all kind of started when Michael and I started hanging out. I was doing my own startup prior to this. And I was using Ollama, and this is back in 2023, 2024, so quite early on. And honestly, I was in love with the product. And when the opportunity came up, I just could not say no.
Okay, so final thought here. Tell us how your wife came up with this character. That's what they want to know.
Well, first of all, Ollama's made with love, for real. It's made by my wife, and I love her very much. And we wanted to really design a character that is really simple to understand and easy to be memorable. It's a bump on the head, 3 bumps on the side, 2 ears, and a circular nose in the middle. So it's very memorable. People can really draw it out themselves. Maybe not get right, but they can design a character around.
Okay, can we pause for a second in all this noisy world today? Made with love. Number 2, Paul Rand, one of the greatest graphic designers in the history of graphic design, once said, a great logo is one you can see from far away if you squint, and we can always see the llama, but also you can easily recreate it from hand. There you go. One of the greatest logos of all time, Ollama, please use it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John.
Right.
All right, so why did we come out with TypeScript? Well, again, going back at least a decade, maybe a decade and a half now, at the time, Office was transitioning to become what is now thought of as M365, basically moving from installed client software to a SaaS. And in that moment, we had to take millions of lines of C++ and C#, and we had to host them in the browser. Now, at the time, the JavaScript standard didn't really support modules or encapsulation very well. And so we had to figure out how were we going to get the JavaScript programming language to be able to support the kinds of encapsulation and scale that we needed to build our own software. There were lots of different approaches at first. There was a C# to JavaScript transpiler that a lot of folks were using for a long time. In fact, there probably still are some build systems that are in our code bases today that still use that solution. But what we found in that approach was that it really led to what we call an impedance mismatch, meaning that the way that the developer thought about the runtime that they were coding for was different than the runtime that it was actually executing on. And we found that was a problem. So we thought we needed to actually bring more developers into the world of the JavaScript runtime. And so that's why we came out with TypeScript.
It'll get a lot better. We just launched Ollama 0.30. Hello, everyone. So now great to be here at Microsoft Build with you all. I am Nate Waters. I work in product for Azure, and I'm here with my good friend, my new friend, Milos Kolik, joining us from Xoople. And we are here to talk about scaling Python AI workloads on Azure. So, Milos, would you please tell us about Xoople? Who are you guys? What's your company about?
Sure, Nate, and thank you for having me this wonderful issue of Build this year. It's really nice to be here at San Francisco. Xoople, we are a Spanish-based startup, but we're a global company, and we are bringing to the existence Earth's system of record. What we mean by that is Earth data infrastructure layer built specifically for the era of AI. The focus of this data layer is to enable AI and agentic AI to reason about things that happen in physical world and empower businesses to make better high-stakes critical decisions about physical assets that they have displaced in the world around us.
That's great. You're joining us all the way from Madrid. Thank you for making the trip out to San Francisco. Tell us about Xoople's customers. You're taking satellite imagery and doing lots of training and inference, but who are the customers you're serving, or what is the Xoople product? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, I kind of touched a little bit about it when I said the physical world. That should be your anchor to our customers as well. It's pretty much covering multiple verticals because many businesses across agriculture, across insurance, across critical infrastructure, and similar businesses that have physical assets that are at risk will be very much interested in this data layer that allows AI to reason about those assets in the real world. Maybe an example of a use case that could be quite interesting. If you have a large infrastructure project, maybe a large railway network being built, you're working across multiple states or multiple counties. It's hundreds of miles of corridor, and things happen around you. The world evolves as you build. Other companies might be building other infrastructure. There might be illegal buildings. There might be a vegetation that went out of control. All of those things can have negative impact on your ability to deliver the value that you have to your stakeholders. So how do we enable these businesses to make timely decision against their roadmap, both physical and logical? It's where we shine.
That's great. And one of the new announcements we're here to talk about, Xoople has been a great customer of ours for a new announcement called AnyScale on Azure. Now, AnyScale on Azure is all running on Azure Kubernetes service. It's bringing the open source distributed compute framework Ray into Azure. And so AnyScale is, of course, the managed platform for Ray, and we have a great partnership with the AnyScale team. Could you talk with us about Xoople and your AI stack and how you're maybe using AnyScale on Azure, from data ingestion to training to inference?
Yeah, so I think from that perspective, both Azure as a platform and AnyScale have been very good tools and assets for us to execute against our vision and our product strategy. Where I believe this tool and this platform has empowered us to deliver the most value, I think it's in the combination of heterogeneous compute, meaning combining CPUs with GPUs. And CPUs are very valuable when you're preparing the data, but then GPUs are needed for executing your large models or your foundational models. Where that, for instance, fits very well with an exemplary use case is if you pick up off-shelf model within this domain, a famous one would be Terramind. It's been built by IBM together with NASA, and this is a big model. This is a foundation model territory, you need GPUs to run it, and you will get some embeddings. Once you get those embeddings, you can actually classify the patches against those embeddings and cluster them in groups. And you can do a few shot labeling and then get your own classification of how is the land mass being used within the areas of interest. Obviously, that sounds very easy when you say it this way, right. But you need to move large images. You need to move images that don't have only red, green, blue. They have multiple spectral bands, in many cases 10, 15 or more. And so it's multimodal, it's different, it's big, it's heavy. Images can be hundreds of megabytes. You need to chunk it up differently, you need to spread it out, and you need to scale it.
Across trillions of pixels.
Across trillions of pixels. Actually, that's a nice number. That, for example, is just Spain for less than a year worth of data. So, and it's just the beginning.
Yeah. Well, so tell us about getting started with AnyScale on Azure. Of course, there's a lot of open source frameworks you can go through, but it kind of creates this trade-off of build versus buy. And with you as really one of the leaders of the engineering team, how did you approach that?
I think that's an interesting question, and I know there will be multiple schools of thought here, and I'm not going to preach that the one is right or the other one is wrong. I think there is a time and place and maturity of the organization and size of the team. We are a young company. We have a young and growing team, and I think in our case, buy was a better option than build. And I would say also it matters on how close you want to be to the value you're delivering. You want to spend that valuable engineering hours as close as possible to the value. We are not there to compete about being the best generic distributed system platform out there. We are there to deliver the value that I described in the
You don't spend your time managing clusters, worrying about patching and updates.
Exactly.
You just get direct access to the GPUs and CPUs that you require.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so why don't you share some of the outcomes that you've had from this? You've been running with AnyScale on Azure for a while. Can you talk about GPU utilization or some of those?
So I think it's a good situation, and it also kind of allows me to talk about two value threads in this partnership with AnyScale. One was that we actually got some forward deployed engineers from AnyScale working together with us. I believe that is a very, very positive experience when working with a vendor within Azure ecosystem. And I know Microsoft is a big proponent of that mechanism as well. I think that allows you to be very tightly coupled with your partner and learn from them. And who's better to learn from than the ones building the platform itself, the tool itself. And what that actually allowed us was to really squeeze the juice out of the GPUs that we were using into in the pipeline. So we were getting into high 80s or 90s% of the utilization. And the handshake between the CPUs and loading the data into the GPUs, that was something where that partnership has really landed well for us.
That's great. And so you have a lot of scale or a lot of experience scaling up all of these Python AI systems. For the other developers out there and maybe startups who are just getting started, what is the recommendations that you would have? You've been doing this for many years across a lot of different technology stacks. What advice do you have out there?
The way I would think about it is you need to think in the smallest solvable unit of your problem. Because when you're scaling, it's about parallelism. It's about things that can happen independently one from another. If you ever spent any time thinking about languages like Scala or Lisp or similar type of languages, I know I'm going now a little bit on a deep end, but they had this notion of a monad, the thing that is like, there's a field theory, there's a mathematical thing, but basically things you can operate on in parallel, and that allows you to get that very, very high scale. So when you're approaching your problem, you need to really think about something you can solve that is the smallest unit, that then you can issue millions of those units and scale it that way.
Yeah.
If you can decompose your problems in such a way that it also can lend itself into very easy roadmap planning, because you're thinking in a divide and conquer type of perspective.
Right. I think that's what I've been so excited about at Build, is so many of our announcements and this AnyScale on Azure announcement, it allows you to find that smallest solvable unit and get so much closer to the application layer. You don't have to worry about the infrastructure or the scaling problem, but it just brings you all there. So that brings me to my next question is, what are some of the tools and innovations that you've seen maybe today or that you're just looking forward to in the future to help you and your development team?
I'm very, very much excited. And obviously in an event like this is not going to come as a surprise, but I'm really excited about agentic as a extension and augmentation of an engineer.
Yeah.
And I'm specifically saying engineer and not a coder. I think that as we go into the future, we're going to start expanding quite a bit beyond code into this true, and we already are, but like I think into system design, into organizational design as well, which every developer will start being like a manager of these agents as well in a way. And the ratio between product managers and engineers and these augmented engineers is going to probably get more closer to one-to-one. And I think that's going to get us into this mode of hyper velocity. I know I've been talking lately about velocity. Think faster, think agents talking to each other, agents forming teams, think cross-evaluating, one being a judge, one being the pen tester, one being the actual coder, and then all of them working together with a human in the loop that can make sure that this is hardened together with their product counterpart. I think that's the axis that I'm excited about. I don't think we're going to be here today, tomorrow, but I don't think it's that far into the future either.
But you're starting to see, as a small, almost engineering team, a lot of this being implemented today, though, as in you have your PMs, your application, your platform teams all working much more closer. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, as I said, we're a young, small company, but very modern in that sense. We really think in the product-led perspective, and we are AI native company as well. We embrace that. So tools like Copilot on Azure, it's rolled out pretty much to everybody. So we do use and leverage AI both in the pipelines, as picking up FMs and scaling them up, but also the way we code is augmented by AI in its purest form.
Yeah. Well, let's see. So what are some of the recommendations you might have for people starting with large unprocessed volumes of data? Maybe you want to start your first training workload, or you have an app that you're looking forward to getting into inference. Where are you seeing some of the best places to start there?
I think I would go back probably to my smallest, solvable problem. I think where things get a little bit out of hand for some people is when they start going. The first thing they go is, let me compare the metrics and the KPIs, and this model is faster, and this model is bigger, and this model is more number of parameters, and it has a longer embedding vector. I usually would say start from the value. What are you trying to solve? If you are like in this space, I would also probably point you towards Yuri Levin, the founder of Waze. He has this like amazing book called Fall in Love with the Problem, Not the Solution. Models are fundamentally a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. Find your problem, understand the value, and then start understanding if this tool that you have answers that problem, and to which degree. Get to your smallest solvable problem, get your minimum viable product, and iterate. Yeah. Don't try to boil the ocean. I know it sounds like a cliche, but it happens way too often still.
Yeah. How have you found leading with AnyScale on Azure, a lot of the integration that the two companies have really brought together? You mentioned the partnership with the forward deployed engineers. Can you talk about what it's been like to work with Microsoft in the partnership, and also with AnyScale as these two teams have really come together to offer this new kind of joint offering?
Well, one thing that we say pretty much both internally and externally is that we're a partner-first company. Right. We really truly believe in the power of partnership. So seeing some of our partners coming themselves close to each other just makes things better for us and easier and smoother. So we're very excited about where the two of you are going and where we can benefit from the things you do in your partnership and the things that we can benefit from.
Well, we can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for traveling all this way to be at Microsoft Build. We are so excited for all the announcements, and please go give a tryout to AnyScale on Azure. It's now available today in public preview, and we'll send it back to the rest of the team.
Thank you for having me. It was lovely to be here at Build.
Thanks, Milos.
Thanks, Nate.
private capital team is tasked with finding the most exciting startups in the ecosystem and bringing them the best that Microsoft has to offer. We are looking for the most exciting AI startups in the industry across all industries and all geographies, whether it's efficiency plays around, faster, cheaper, easier, better, or new AI use cases that previously were not even available to us. We're always looking for the most exciting of innovation across all industries. So if it's in healthcare, we're looking for the greatest and newest in pharmaceuticals. If it's in retail, we're looking for supply chain. We're always looking for the latest on all fronts by specific scenarios. If it's gaming, maybe there's new activity and innovation around gamification, around monetization. We're looking for those new scenarios that are now feasible with the latest in AI.
Hello, everyone. We are here representing MVP program. I'm Fernanda Saraiva. I'm a program manager and also responsible for engaging the amazing product groups with our community. And I'm followed by Betsy.
Thank you. I'm Betsy Weber. I'm a senior engagement lead, and I've been on the MVP team almost 10 years. With me, we've got...
I am Jeremy Sinclair. I am a Windows Development MVP and also a Developer Technologies MVP.
And I'm Priyanka. I'm a Microsoft Foundry MVP, and I am coming all the way over from Australia here joining you today.
That's awesome. Thanks, everyone. Welcome. So MVP program is a recognition program that has been around for over 30 years, just recognizing the amazing community leaders that we have around the world. So right now, we are a little over 4,000, right, Betsy?
Yep.
And tell me a little bit more. How can an MVP be recognized?
So the MVP award is Microsoft's way of saying thank you to the people that give back in the community, sharing their knowledge freely and openly, all about the Microsoft products and services. So we've got about 4,000 MVPs worldwide. They are in 96 different countries and speak 49 different languages. So it truly is a global community.
And it's really engaging because I think we have here Jeremy and Priyanka. They can tell us a little bit more on how it's important to make impact and help Microsoft products to succeed. So let's start a little bit on the conversation here. So tell me a little bit more what actually the MVP program recognition has brought to you professionally, Jeremy. Can you share a little bit more?
Yes, the MVP program has brought many opportunities to me professionally. It's fantastic to be recognized even by other companies who see some of my contributions through open source products. I've been reached out to various companies because they see my passion and they know what I do because I talk about everything and I make sure that there is impact with my work.
That's great.
So as an MVP, do you have to write a blog?
No, you don't have to write a blog. I mostly interact on socials. So X, LinkedIn, Blue Sky mostly, and on GitHub. But I rarely write blogs because I just put all my work on there.
Priyanka, as an MVP, do you have to run a user group?
Yes, we do, right? And I think because the way we are perceived as technology leaders in the community, the user groups which we run, they make an impact in the sense that we get an opportunity for technology sharing, but then also we bring the community together. And because right now AI is such a evolving, ever-changing space, so which means these kind of user groups, meetups on a regular basis do help technologists to get together, give them a platform to learn, to share, and to grow.
So as MVPs, Microsoft's always looking for people that are passionate and they're doing what they love and they're sharing their knowledge. So we want you to give back to the community in the ways you want to give back. And I know, Priyanka, you've run Agent Con and Agent Camp, right?
Yeah.
Tell me a little, how did you get, why did you run these events?
Oh, perfect. So, as I said, right, because there's so much happening in the technology space right now, and especially agentic AI, agentic frameworks are the new buzzwords, the new kids on the block. And there's been so many people, students especially, practitioners and mid-level career people coming up to me and asking, we hear a lot about agents, but then how to go about building agents? Where do I start? Where do I pivot to from my current workforce? And which then, got us to running these flagship events, which are under the umbrella of Global AI Community. And we are all ambassadors under Global AI Community. We run like country chapters or city chapters inside of a region. So AgentCon under the banner of Global AI Community was one such opportunity to then actually set up different types of sessions just to clarify the agentic ecosystem. And it was not just restricted to Microsoft Foundry, right? So there are like OpenClaw, then there's Anthropic ecosystem. So all of Microsoft and Microsoft ecosystem partners clarifying the tools, the practical use cases, what enterprises are doing. So we had, some of our clients come and showcase how they are using agents in their day-to-day enterprise workloads. And that became sort of a platform for people to understand agents, hygiene practices to build agents. And AgentCon was about learning about agents. And then the logical next step was Agent Camp, which was like, okay, now you know agents, then come along and now start building agents, like start learning how to build agents. So one was like an introduction chapter, and then the next one, the Agent Camp, which we did like a couple of months ago, was all around getting your hands actually dirty with building agentic ecosystems.
That seems a lot of work. I just got tired just listening to it because I know that there's a lot of passion involved into this, and the more you teach, the more you learn, and the more you want to keep going and going. And that is the main goal of this program, is just really make sure that we are contributing to your system, to your progress, to your evolution. So then, of course, you can just come back to us and tell what is working, what is not working, how can we actually improve a program. So Jeremy, I believe you might be in the similar route that Priyanka, and that's a lot of work that you do. So is that a lot of much? How actually you do to actually balance your life, your work, and your career and your aspirations? Tell us a little bit more, like how is actually put all this passion together into a single day?
Yeah, so for me, I love to develop. I have many ideas. I have become an MVP for things that I use to kind of decompress from a day, and just I wanted to get excited. So I see all the ideas just churning in my head. I'm like, what can I look at? What can I help out with? And many times I'm just thinking of things in the back of my head, something that hasn't worked properly. And so I'm like, all right, it's time to work on this. And then I go looking through GitHub, I go looking on socials, and I see that there's someone having another issue. So maybe I've found a workaround to it. I go help them out, or I'll contribute to open source. Like, for example, one of my favorite repositories is the PowerToys repository. I bring this up because that repository, this is for you, Clint, that repository kind of brought me a lot of what people know about. I ported PowerToys to run natively on ARM64 because it didn't run on my Surface Pro X. That was the core reason. But then at the same time, I started learning more, started interacting with the team, and I started helping out, and I learned things from them. And so it's great that I can give back, and I can learn things, and I can contribute to other spots. And I gain more confidence by, giving back to the community and seeing the community interact. So it's like my number one goal is to do what I can to allow the community to feel comfortable with, getting out there.
I love that. So you brought up something, Jeremy. You mentioned how it was rewarding, the things that you do in the community. So as an MVP, there are several benefits to becoming one. For instance, you have access to the product groups, so you can share that feedback around those products and services that you love and use. There's also things like sneak peeks or previews, or you get information before the public gets to learn about stuff. What is the most rewarding part of being an MVP?
The most rewarding part about being MVP is you have that kind of badge of honor, and like for me, I have imposter syndrome. So even every time it's time for renewals, I'm thinking, like, I'm not gonna get this, I'm not gonna get this. But then I look at what I've actually accomplished, and I'm like, you know what? I can do this another year. I can do this. And so I start picking up yet another random project to work on. And then I see, the interaction with the Microsoft employees who reach out and say, hey, we got a private preview for you to look at. And it just so happens to tie in with something that I'm looking at for an exploration. And so there's feedback right there. And so it was cool because there's a few of those announcements that came out today that I had been
You
a
already have
participant
everything
in.
playing in your mind.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I want to do it. I have my hands on it.
Absolutely. It's just so rewarding to be of use because you get that feedback and you're not just another person.
Yeah, and we tell MVP program is a double avenue because all those leaders are incredibly valuable for Microsoft as well. We praise every single bit of feedback, every single experience from real world that you guys have that is shared back to our products in the shape of a better improvements, a recognition, or a way to just even if a positive feedback, I love it, I worked, I didn't like it, maybe should work this or this way. So this whole machine of contribution and recognition, and it is both ways, is exciting for Microsoft as well. So we always like to understand how the community continue to behave. And one of the things that you always want to know, if someone has never heard about communities or anything, why do you think you have actually the trigger to start your career journey into the community or start your journey into the community? So what is this one thing that one day you just I want to engage in a community? So Priyanka, how will you share your experience about this topic?
So, look, for me, it always came down to technology evangelism. I'm a master's in data science, and even before all this Gen AI hype, I was working towards upskilling, reskilling students, especially around AI, machine learning, classic machine learning. And I was doing it kind of a coffee chat, casual way. There was no channelizing or pinpointed user meetup groups, those kind of things. So we just called it casual coffee chats or how should I put it? Local meetups, right? It was not community, it was just evangelism in a very informal setting, right? And then, when I was approached for this kind of a channelization of the meetups which we do, and then the first time when I was actually presenting on ML.NET and actually doing a demo and then actually, kind of enriching and looking at that feedback and that satisfaction on the audience, oh, this is how it is done, eureka moment for them, oh, this is something new, oh, this is how things would work. And that kind of ignited that passion in me. And I think, for people who want to get into this journey, community evangelism or technology evangelism just does not mean speaking at public events or, as we say, upskilling, reskilling. Many of tech geeks who I know, they do this technology sharing by blogs. Writing, because maybe people do not have that kind of public speaking persona. Could be very well, right? They are happy doing demos and codes. But then there are a lot of people who I know who contribute to using your GitHub check-ins, repositories, feature requests, blogs, technology reviews, writing books. So that platform which you get, in which you can express your passion, that could be anything. Public speaking, event organizing, even webinars, seminars, academic contributions. So my point is, pick your passion. What are you passionate about? And just start on that.
I love that. I think that's such great advice. I hear from people and they say, do I have to do everything, like all the things? And really, to get the MVP award, just follow your passion and give back in the way that you want to give back, right? So thank you. That's great advice. So now that you've both been MVPs for a while, like how has your professional or personal life changed after receiving the MVP award?
Yeah, my personal and professional life, I feel like I can walk with some swagger because I have that MVP on me, and like I can say, guess what? I am the only Microsoft MVP in the entire state of West Virginia. I love to bring that up because I know, think of West Virginia, most people see like, I don't know, they see a farm and that's that. But this state has so much talent. And I'm proof of that. And that's why I want everyone, if you have any idea or you think you can't do it, like, I'm proof you can. So, like, number one advice to anyone who wants to be in this program, just keep your drive. Don't think that whatever you're doing isn't enough. You just keep at it. Make sure that you're interacting with others, interacting with the community, and don't be afraid. Just any little bit of contribution that adds up.
For me, one of the important things is because, I work in the consulting space, I work in the system integration space, so that the MVP title, and especially in an area of specialization like a Foundry AI, that means my customers have a lot of trust in what I'm communicating to them. They also look up to us as technology leaders who have a direct channel of communication with Microsoft PMs and product groups. So that helps them bridge the gap between the current, things versus what is coming in future, what they should plan for. Should they go live enterprise grade, or should they stop at like a kind of a POC stage? So that's from a client perspective. From my personal perspective, as I said, right, as this space grows, I find myself more in the role of a mentor as well, where I am trying to communicate all of these new skills, tools to the newer generation, equipping them to get themselves upskilled, reskilled for what is to come, what is the kind of skills revolution what we are seeing right now. And I just think that, it's passion. So I don't feel that, I have an extra work. Like, we have hobbies, we go for trekking, we go for camps. For me, it's like technology contributions or community contributions. So it's a passion. I just love doing what I do.
Yeah. And this is what actually moves the needle, right? Because those that still don't know how to start, sometimes they are already doing community and they don't know. By sharing with others, by contributing with others, by playing with others in your company, in your group of friends, by educating, maybe it's part of your profession. So then it's interesting to know the different experiences this way, especially for those that sometimes feel like community is too much. What do I actually need to do to become a community leader? And I think I would love to, we're just close to the end of this presentation. I think we can just, both of you just meeting someone for the first time, just give your best remark about what it means for you being an MVP. Jeremy.
What it means for me being MVP means that I've been chosen to be an MVP for a reason. And so, like I said before, it brings me, it makes me feel better as a person. It makes me want to give back to the community. It makes me want to keep growing, both personally and professionally, getting all those professional relationships with others and keeping communications and building future.
For me, it's the mind share which I get to have with like-minded individuals globally. And one advice I have to all the aspiring people to join the MVP program is the program is just a benefit, right? It's not your end goal. The passion and contribution should stay. The award just comes as an add-in. So keep your passion, and that's it.
That's awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining. And to learn more, aka.ms/MVP/learn. So thank you.
So I'm here with Alicia, the CEO and founder of Hair Match, one of our Imagine Cup finalists from last year. I wanted to check in and see how it's going. Alicia, tell me a little bit about Hair Match. What's it all about?
Absolutely, yes. So first, thank you so much for having me. Hair Match is essentially a mobile application that allows users to upload photos of their hair, specifically textured hair types, to then receive product recommendations that are curated and personalized. So it all stemmed from just personalized lived experience when it comes to just finding products and just the tedious and tenacity of that nature of finding products and seeing how just wanted to streamline that in the product search.
Okay, but your story is not the normal story of a Silicon Valley founder. You didn't just come into a lot of money and sort of go from there. You were a student when you started this. So what's it like being a student founder?
Being a student founder is juggling a lot of different hats. I was actually a college cheerleader, so on top of being a student, I was an athlete, but I've always had this passion for entrepreneurship. So coming into the space of building something that could help people from a technical perspective, but also pinpointing an area of focus where it was my lived experience of just finding products, natural hair, and navigating the beauty space as well. So as a student, you learn to balance a lot of different things, whether it be your coursework, your social life, and then building as a founder. So I already had the tools in my toolbox to be successful. I just leaned into Hair Match to build it.
Fantastic. So what made you take the big step? You were there, you had all that, you said you're a subject matter expert in your area, as you say. What gave you that push to take the big step?
I really believe the next big step was just leaning into my audience. So Hair Match really originated from the work that I do in social media in the space of content creation around natural hair. So my audience and my community online, they were pretty much my distribution channel to figure out if I could validate this business plan in the market. And I just took a chance to realize that I'm young, I can make mistakes, so it's okay to try something and it doesn't work out, but I'm so glad that I took the opportunity to build Hair Match because now I'm sitting on the stage talking to you.
That's great, that's great. And how did you get to the tech side? Because what did you study actually?
Yeah, so I majored in information science with a double minor in entrepreneurship and urban planning.
Okay.
So I always say that I have a very well-rounded academic experience to expose me to different things. My previous co-founder, we actually met at an internship at Delta Airlines. And so being in IT, I was on the business strategy side and he was on the software development side. So we started off as friends, and then I really leaned into the technical acumen of, as someone who's traditionally non-technical, understanding how to leverage those Microsoft products to build something that's impactful. And tech doesn't have to be as intimidating as it may sound sometimes.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that. So how did you get started with Microsoft? How did that go?
Yeah, so it really started in the building process of, one, going through that design thinking process of iterative design, and then also building a prototype. But with Microsoft, we got put together with the Microsoft Imagine Cup competition, and then from there being part of Microsoft for Startups. So having access to tools that can help us get over those hurdles, those common startup challenges of either getting AI services, expert guidance, or even Azure credits to build. And with Microsoft, it just really was a match made in heaven almost, of just having something in a community to lean into Hair Match and really believe in the vision that I was building with this product.
That's awesome. I mean, we've actually just launched our self-service, so anybody with an idea can get started and get $150,000 worth of credits like you did, and go through that process, accessing GitHub Copilot to get going and things like that, and then moving on to a more stable infrastructure going forward. So let's fast forward now, 12 months. What's happened to Hair Match?
Yeah, so right now in the building process of figuring out how do you lean into sometimes what you can feel as a hiatus, but I've learned to lean into the calm nature of being stagnant sometimes. I feel like there's so much pressure to continue to scale, to grow, and sometimes you feel like you're running this race and you get behind, but really leaning into the users that we have now. How can we learn from them? How can we get feedback from customers to iterate and make a better product to reach the customers in the market? And also leaning into the research and development side of products, understanding how do major retailers go to market with a product in that R&D process before it meets the shelves to clients to service their hair needs. So learning how to build with Hair Match, also juggling the content creation, also cheered this past season as a professional cheerleader. So only 22, doing so many different things, but with Hair Match, I really want to make an impact in the space of the longevity of the industry for hair products to make sure that clients, customers are getting the products that they need.
Yeah, and how are you finding this AI world? It's moving so far. I mean, even just in the years since we last had you on stage, things have changed. How are you embracing that within the product now? I know you were telling me beforehand you were using AI Foundry because it's got lots of different models and things that you can choose from. Tell the listeners a bit about that as well.
Absolutely. With Hair Match, the core competency of Hair Match is what we build with Azure OpenAI and the Foundry model. So vision language models are super crucial in the sense of having a vision interface with AI. It can do so many different things outside of just the hair care space. So leveraging that to allow users to scan photos of their hair is just for our use case, but there's so many possibilities outside of just hair that can be used and applicable. And I think that with vision language models, they've been rapidly fine-tuning and just seeing how they're getting more and more accurate. So I think in the whole AI bubble that we're in, seeing how it can apply to so many areas of expertise just shows that there's so much capability out there for even those who may be non-technical, that if you do have an idea, you have the tools and resources out there to build it. You just have to be able to find them.
Fantastic. I mean, tell me about what are these other markets that you're thinking of? I mean, and where are you today with your current existing market? Have you pivoted around at all, or have you stuck with what you were thinking 12 months ago?
Yeah, 12 months ago, building as like a subscription software for the mobile application. So now pivoting in the space of the R&D. So I've been doing a lot of research prior to what I do in the content creation space. So if I do have a collaboration with a major retailer, I try to ask them questions about what does your R&D process look like for testing for products. A lot of times you'll see different claims on product bottles like 10 times stronger hair after one use. But sometimes in the research and development process of Hair Match, I learned that's very short-term testing on a very small sample size. So trying to figure out how can I pinpoint or pivot into the space as data as a service to create this repository of textured hair to provide insights into that being a baseline for major retailers if they want to go into producing a different product for production.
Okay, very interesting. What's the business model around this?
Yeah, so for Hair Match currently, the mobile application, it is a subscription model. Right now it is a free application because I really want to drive home the fact that I want to bring as many users as possible so we can collect data in the sense that we're building an application for the future to be able to make more informed decisions about product creation and formulation. So that's the pivot that I'm using Hair Match as essentially just a science project to figure out what works and constantly reiterating and being willing to try different things. And my audience is very receptive of that. So I think with Hair Match and the community, it's been super impactful to just try different things to see what sticks.
Sounds like a great use of the credits that we give you from
Absolutely.
Help you finding that the end goal of the product and things, which is great. How has Microsoft for Startups actually helped you on this process and the Imagine Cup as well?
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience to see how Microsoft for Startups really hones in on helping founders get over those hurdles of the common challenges of getting access to those AI services or the tools or just even having expert guidance. And Microsoft and Magic Cup takes it even further with the mentorship to hone our pitches, to really put ourselves in those case scenarios. If we are talking to someone who wants to be an investor, who wants to be like involved with your company, how do you have that conversation and pitch yourself and your company? So with those tools, not only the access to the technology, but just the wealth of knowledge of Microsoft for Startups. And it's like it's a program, and it feels like a family because now we're around like-minded students and founders who understand the founder journey. It has peaks and valleys. So just to see how that opportunity with Microsoft for Startups and Microsoft and Magic Cup just gave Hair Match, myself, the validation of understanding that we can bring this product to market.
That's great. I mean, let me ask you a double barrel question. What has surprised you most about your users? And then what has surprised you most about the technology as well that you've been using?
Absolutely. So with my users, I was so interested in seeing what I thought the ideal customer would be was not the case. So originally going into building Hair Match, we had a demographic about 18 to 25, Black women, textured hair types, but it actually ended up being mothers with daughters. So that was something that I found in the process of just having the application live on for download and seeing how the technology, it was so accurate to get us building and get us started with the vision language model and being able to fine tune and collect data on my audience in the sense of collecting their hair types and being able to train that model. And so using like the multi-shot prompting to fine tune it to understand what I'm expecting from that technology. So it allowed us to be very consistent, very accurate. And I was just shocked to see that with the technology and the support of Microsoft for Startups and Microsoft and Magic Up, how fluid the process was. Right. I think sometimes as a student founder, you get in this cycle of thinking, I may not be able to do this. But once you actually pull back the onion layers, you see that there are the resources out there. You just have to be willing to raise your hand and say, I have this idea and I want to build it.
Yeah. And it's getting easier as well, the technology
Absolutely.
now and things. I mean, in GitHub Copilot, I can do incredible things, which is fantastic. So what's next for the company?
Absolutely. I think that's a loaded question. I think a lot of times, even in the founder space, it's always about what's next. And I've been very intentional about staying in the present time. Being 22, I think there's been so many transitional moments of my life, graduating college, working full time, moving to a new city, having all these aspects of change. But for the company, I really want to hone in on the R&D space, learning how to be like a data warehousing place for just textured hair care in general, and seeing how we can leverage the audience that I have with the technology background, but also with the content creation and storytelling being in the middle, to be that liaison between the business, the tech side, but also the end user. Yeah. So always keeping the end user in mind and just trying to see how we can build on the success that we've had so far with Microsoft.
Fantastic. Now, if you could look back, I mean, you've done so much in such a short space of time, it's unbelievable, but if you could look back and tell your former self something to get you to where you are today, and sort of be able to ignore some of the difficulties and some of the valleys and the peaks and things you've had to go through, what would that be?
I would say to my past self, give yourself the grace to make mistakes. I think a lot of time in the founder journey, you want to be a perfectionist almost. You want to get it right. You don't want to make an error. But a lot of times you learn from those failures that a lot of time they don't talk about in the founder journey. So with the valley moments, just finding your support system to really lean into that, but also realizing that you're so young that you have such a runway for yourself to be able to have opportunities to pivot and to try any and everything. Don't say no to things just because you're new to them, because you never know. You could be sitting on the stage talking with someone from Microsoft like I am today.
Yeah. Well, that's great to hear. I mean, it actually gives me a lot of pleasure to hear this, because it means the program we've just put in place, I was saying earlier, that people can get up to this $150,000 worth of credits. You don't have to be an invested startup to do that, is actually opening the door for a lot of people and democratizing it. But what would your sort of rallying call be to people who have got an idea and are sitting on the fence?
Yeah, I would say, all ideas have momentum when you start saying them out loud. So I think you always have that barrier of entry, or you'll create barriers for yourself where sometimes you'll psych yourself out, but to really just lean into just saying your ideas out loud and rallying people around you that can lean into you and support you, and to just give it a shot and lean into what you know, and even learn from the things that you don't know, because you only know so much unless you start leaning into and learning more and by asking questions.
Fantastic. Well, Alicia, it's been a real pleasure in having this conversation with you. You've done so much in such a short space of time. I speak to founders every day that in 10 years have done a quarter of what you've managed to achieve in such a sort of in 12 months. So I wish Hair Match the best, all the best for the future, and please keep it up. You're doing so well.
Thank you so much for having me, Tom.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.